I see dead people.
Hot shit.
Here's Johnny.
Stop.
We have such sights to show you.
Bring the motherfucking ruckus. Fuck you too.
I just want a climax, man. I just want just once. Give me the first climax. Are we recording? My climax.
Yeah, if we're talking about writing, we gotta talk about the climax.
Max.
Yeah,
Maximus Climax.
I feel like I don't know if I've talked about it, and I'll cut it if I have, but first story, 20 pages, came right out of me, barely had to edit anything.
Oh, you're talking you, yeah.
Like a
yeah.
lived-in experience.
You did talk a little bit about that.
Second story, 30-some pages, took a little bit more work. Last story, 40-some pages, lot more work.
Yeah.
A lot more work involved.
More pages.
But that's exactly, I mean, yeah. But I made it to page like 27, 28, and I was like, I'm still not at the part that I wanted to write this entire story about. Like,
Yeah,
I'm at page
yeah.
27 of context and character building, and I'm like, when am I going to get to the part that I
was
actually
excited
want to
about.
write?
Yeah.
And it didn't happen until page like 32 out of 42, and I was like, all right, so 10 pages of carnage, acceptable.
Yeah.
Needed you to care about these characters before I fucking eviscerated them. So, is that what you feel about your experience?
Yeah, I haven't written anything in a long time, since college, and then even then, like, writing dialogue was a first for me, so it was really difficult to get through that. And I had an idea of what I wanted to do, and I was just like, how do I get there without jumping the gun and, like, ruining everything, or just, like, not making it satisfying? I told you, like, what, I think I was doing, like, it was either, like, 20, 25 pages, and then once I got to page 25...
20 or 30, yeah.
Once I got to 20, I was like, I'm, like, a little bit more than halfway right now. Like, I just gotta keep going and just see where I'm at once I'm done.
Yeah, I had 3 questions for people. The questions were, are you less than 10? Are you between 10 and 20? Or are you, like, over 20 to 25? And you and, like, 2 other people went over even that limit. Yeah. So Deputy Dewey wrote, like, I want to say 40 to 50.
Oh, nice.
And then Mark Rooster wrote, I would say like 30 to 35.
I can't wait to listen to their
And
stories.
he actually writes, so his story,
Yeah, so I'd be really interested
he
to
has
see
a lot of experience, and I put him in the hot seat just to challenge him, but I've read a lot of his stuff before, like, not even on this show. Like, I've only read one thing of his on the show before, and it was the Lindsay Lohan story, so it's just it's just like, you know, that's him, the express purpose of being cheesy. This was me challenging him to see, like, if you want to write something for the show, like, go there, like, mentally, like, what do you want to express? And he's written, like, I have, like, a horror script from him somewhere in my emails.
Oh, yeah?
You know? Yeah, and I haven't read it, but it's
Have
just
you
like,
written one of those yet? I think that's something down the line you would be interested in doing.
Yeah, I mean, the closest I ever gotten was I wrote, like, a 30-page, 40-page treatment for a zombie story that I remember trying to film an excerpt of with our friend group. I want to say, like, what was that, like 2012? Somewhere in there?
Probably. We tried to film a few things, I remember.
And I just wanted, like, a proof of concept, so I had, like, 5-10 minutes of recording stuff. And the script was, like, 37 pages, somewhere in there. I still have it. And then the Slender Man story was, like, less than 20 pages, but that was a script. And we read that on the show. I
remember
read
that one.
with Django.
Yeah.
So it's like, do I think I have it in me to actually sit down and write, like, an entire treatment for something? Like, fuck yeah. Like, I have ideas. Is this the place where I'm going to express that? Probably not. This was more... I had... Just because I feel like you're going to be on a story, like you're going to be on a different episode than I initially planned.
Okay.
I'm okay, like, explaining this here because I don't think I've explained it on any other episode yet.
Secret.
Yeah, you were always going to be on episode 3 or 4, but now I'm feeling more confident about putting you on 4.
Yes.
So when it comes to why I wanted to do this, not just to like challenge the cast and like do something creative with everyone, I also like, I had stories in me that I was looking for like an opportunity to get them out, to actually sit down and put it on
an excuse.
Put it on paper. And that's what I'm calling the series. I'm calling it Pen to Paper. So it's like when I read a story with Midnight Bride about a guy who could like sense death, but it was through like different senses, like smell or like an ethereal feeling. And that's when I was like, the story isn't nearly as good as the concept is, so I wanted to like write my own version of it, but I wanted to like establish rules where it was like just one sense.
Yeah.
And then the second story I wanted to write like a coming of age story, so I was like, this is just a fun story I wanted to write. But then the third one was me like saying, I've been disappointed in these types of things before, so I wanted to take my own stab at like Belko experiment battle royale type of narrative. So that's where those 3 came from. And then I got to page like, I want to say like 93, 94, and I was like, but I really want to break 100. So I sat back and I was like, I'm gonna write a small story and I'm gonna try to just be a little spooky, because I didn't write anything about like ghosts or anything, you know. So when I actually tried, I wrote a story about like a haunted storage unit. And that's when I was like, this is probably the only one in this collection that actually like lives up to the creepypasta idea of this narrative. Whereas like everything else was just like me just trying to flex, me just trying to put an idea down that I've had for a while. So like, yeah, the first 3 were probably an excuse. The last one I'm actually pretty proud of. I actually think the promotion is pretty competent. But the first 2 were definitely just an excuse to write something that I thought was interesting. Yeah. And then the last one was me just having fun.
Yeah, okay.
So if you were to say, like, fall into any of those categories, do you think, like, was this more of an experiment? Was this more of, like, a creative process? Or was this more of, like, you just trying to have fun with it? Because I'm definitely, like, I'm seeing those camps across everyone I've recorded with so far.
Well, I know I struggled with it, and we had like our talks. I was kind of going through like a rough month, just with like ups and downs, and a lot of things happened. So like at first, it was definitely like, I want to try to write something and do something that I haven't done in over 10 years, or just in general, like I think it'd be kind of fun to contribute something, you know, that's me to the podcast. And at one point, it was an experiment. At one point, it was just fun, and then at one point, it was like it felt almost like work. Where I was like, I'd come home and be like, you have to write a page today. You can't be a lazy piece of shit today.
You're getting the Stephen King treatment.
Like, it was because, like, the first...
have to have a couple drinks.
The first 12 came out of me pretty fast. Yeah. And then at one point, like, you know, some things happened in my life. I had some depressive periods, and I was like, I just can't even get the urge to sit at the computer and look at this thing. And then it was, all right, I gotta do a page. And then it turned into 2 pages. Then it turned into 3 pages. And then before I knew it, I was at 25, and I'm like, all right... We got something solid right here. Like I wasn't all bullshit. So and then once I got to page 35 and like finished the actual story, I was like, oh fuck yeah, wow, that's much longer than I thought it was gonna be. I got the story. I told the story I wanted to tell, and I enjoyed it. I didn't hate what I'd written. Though I think it could be better. I mean, I think everyone's a critic a little bit in their own selves.
Everyone is absolutely.
I'm a bit of a perfectionist.
I have people who dropped out of this because they were being too critical on themselves, and I was like, who do you think I am? Like, what do you think
at the end, it was definitely like, I don't care what anyone thinks about this. I had some fun, and I did this, and if it's bad, it's bad. If it's not, I don't care.
I mean, that is the show, though, right?
Pretty much,
that is what we've always done, is like, we've picked up so many different things on this show, so many random things that we found online, and not all of them are fucking solid gold, but not all of them are pieces of shit either. Like, and no matter what on the spectrum it lands, we still usually have fun with it. So it's like...
I was definitely being way too much of a perfectionist, but like, making sure the quotations were in the right area, and like
that
things.
You didn't need to
and
worry
I went crazy with it, and because I was like, at one point I was like, he ain't gonna fucking care. He just wants me to read the story. And as I looked at it, I'm like, I already did it for 3/4 of the fucking story. I'm doing it for the rest of the story at this point.
I mean, I'm proud of you for that, because definitely there are other people I've already recorded with that did not give a single flying fuck about grammar.
Because
so it's like,
Miss Skellybones, who helped with editing, and she read my story,
good for her.
and she said she liked it. There were some points that made her laugh, and she had a good time with it. And she edited it. We edited it together, as in like I was reading things, and every time I got to a highlighted area, I'd look at her, and we'd hash it out what she thought was better, or what there. But a lot of it was me at one point putting too many quotation marks, and then points not putting enough, and there was other words, just like certain words or sentences that like. When I said it out loud, she goes, "Oh, when you say it, it makes sense, but when I read it, it didn't." So we'd have to adapt stuff like that.
Figure it back out.
And a few points of like, all right, you need a comma here, or a period here, or this sentence is, or like I'd be reading a sentence and I go, "That's way too fucking long," and she'd just start laughing. And goes, "Yeah, it's a long ass sentence."
And that's where it becomes work, in my opinion. That's the hashing out grammaticals and trying to figure out punctuations. That is my least favorite part about the entire process. So I do apologize for that, but it was fun.
It was a fun thing to do with my wife, because she knows I don't do this kind of thing for, and so it was her seeing how I write a story, which is like, it was very personal to sit down and watch, and like basically have her read it. Like, she's like, "Do you want to stand here while I read it?" And I go, "No, I can't do that. I have to leave while you read this. I can't be in the same room with you while doing this." But every 5 minutes I'd be like, "So where are you? So what point did you get?" And I come in the room and be like, "Oh, I'm at this point. Okay."
I've asked Alley Cat maybe 3 or 4 times if she's wanted to touch any of my stuff, read any of it, look, even hear about it, because I just start talking sometimes. And I feel like she just tunes me out, and all of a sudden she's just hearing like wah 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 wah. And after a certain amount of time, I just stopped asking. But at one point, I'm sure she'll actually read everything. I wrote too much, truthfully. I just wrote too much. I think people are giving me like their rankings on my stories, because after recording with them, I'm like, okay, do you want to read my stuff, or do you want to wait until the episodes come out to hear me read it? And a lot of people I've recorded with already that like writing were like, "No, I'll read your stuff myself and let you know what I think." And they've already given me like their rankings of like where my stories chalk up for them, and they're all across the fucking board.
Oh, really?
It's so different for each person.
Well, that's kind of nice. I actually kind of like, because I would hate it. I like those more varied opinions instead of just like, okay, this one everyone likes, this one they don't like. Well, why don't they like this? But like, if it's like all across the board, it's like, all right, well, there's parts of every one of these stories that somebody connected with or enjoyed, which is nice.
And what's funnier is like what they have to say after the fact. Like, well, this one felt like the most you, this one was the funniest, and this one was the most like professional. And like one of the best things Mark Rooster said was like, "I really appreciate your word use in this one, because you never said. And I was like, yeah, when you write dialogue enough, like I've been writing for years. I've been writing I've been writing creatively since I was like 10, maybe even less. So it's like, when it comes to like writing dialogue, I've just gotten really used to like structure and pronunciation and just grammar in general. And it's like, I know that if I want to say something a certain way, I will find a way to say it, or I won't say it at all. And like, to people who maybe don't write that much, it's a fucking challenge. Like it really
because I told you I'd never done dialogue.
How often do you find yourself pulling out like a thesaurus?
I had my two monitors. So one monitor was me writing the story. The other one had Google up, being like, synonyms for this. How do else you put this? Yeah. And I'm just like, because like I did say said a few times, absolutely, in my story, but I tried so hard to not, though, because there'd be times I'm like, well, I just used it. I just used this variation. I just did this. I just did this. Even my wife was like, "Yeah, you used this for like the version of said," and I've never heard this word of like. And I was like, "Okay, yeah, I think maybe I was making some of this up."
Maybe I made a word up.
I was very high when writing this story most of the times. Of the times.
I wrote almost all of mine at work. There was the last one, because we were fucking dead.
That makes sense.
I didn't have anything better to do. And honestly, one of the funnier things Sofa King and I talked about when he read his was, when you want to look busy at work, there's nothing easier than just writing.
Yeah,
so it's like, okay. What I did was I edited at home. I would read at home. I would like go for a walk and I would read my story and I would do quick edits or notes. I was really good at note taking, especially with promotion. I would say the last one I kind of flew by the seat of my pants a little bit. The last one about the storage unit, I was just like, okay, this one I don't need to... I had a structure, I had an idea, I brainstormed it, I ran it by Deputy Dewey, and he kind of helped me write, like, aspects of it. But ultimately, I was just like, it is what it is, and I did a one bypass on it, and I was done.
Yeah.
But that one was only, like, 10 pages. So
okay.
It's like, I wrote a 10-page, a 20-page, a 30-page, and a 40-page, and that's where I came up to, like, 105 or 106 or something. And when I was on the last one, more specifically, I found myself saying, like, the work is done. I've done the work. I've done what I've wanted to do. This one's just for me. This one's just for the show. This one is probably the most show appropriate. Which is where I want to come back to it. Like, are you happy with it? Before we get into it, like, are you content? Are you like, yeah, it's done, it is what it is? Or are you, like, actually proud of yourself for having, like, taken this journey?
Both?
Okay.
Because, like...
I mean, that's fair.
Part of me is like, I'm surprised I did this, because I could have easily just backed out and be like, nah, I'm gonna be lazy, I don't care about this shit. And then there's a part of me is like, no, I read it, I think I've read it, like, 3 or 4 times, like, and I'm like, yeah. I think that's about as good as it's going to get without, like, making it ridiculous or, like, too long or, like... Yeah, I think I did... I definitely think it could be, like, better just because it's the first thing I've ever written in, like, for fun in general.
Yeah.
But, like, for my first attempt, pretty damn proud. Pretty proud.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Proud.
Proud papa.
Well, I'm excited to read it. I'm just looking at the title here. You know what I think of? I think of It.
I thought of that too after I wrote it.
I mean, that's okay. It's a seminal classic of horror, you know. If you're going to make any allusion, you might as well make an allusion to the king. But I like the title already. I'm just like, that just sounds cool. The title of Mr. Skellybones' story, who I'm here with, by the way. I'm here with Mr. Skellybones.
It's me. Hello.
The title of Mr. Skellybones' story is Dead Light. And without telling me necessarily everything about the story, is the title trying to evoke a certain, like, feeling? Or is it, like, a literal thing?
It's kind of like a literal thing.
It's a literal thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's fair. I mean, I'm ready to get into it if you're ready to get into it. The question I've been asking everyone is, are you reading this to me?
I can.
Do you want to? Or were you hoping that I would read it?
I didn't know what you were planning, if it was going to be a together thing or, like, me just reading to you in general and you soaking in the story that I made. I'm fine with whatever, honestly.
I leave it to your decision, because some people wrote, like, characters for me to read. Some people wrote, like, short things for me to read. But I would say 80 to 90% of what I've done on this show so far, people have wanted to read it to me because it's, like, in their voice.
Yeah, I get you. I could read it to you.
Okay.
Dead Light by Mr. Skellybones. I blankly stared out the window of the car for what seemed like days, watching the trees pass in droves. Mom, are we there yet? I complained. Seems like we've been driving all morning and my legs are starting to ache. Drew, we've only been driving for 2 hours. Mom sighed quietly. We're almost there. It should only be about 20 minutes away at this point. Can't you just keep yourself busy a little bit longer? I mean, look at your sister. She's been reading her book the whole time we've been driving, and she hasn't complained once. I shook my head in frustration. Of course she hasn't complained once. She won't shut up about her stupid book. Drew! Sophie shouted from the back seat. Do you know fairies can live up to 1,000 years and they only reach puberty at 140 years? Isn't that crazy? I could never wait that long to grow up. How many times do I gotta say this, you little gremlin? Fairies are not real, and that book you're reading is full of myths, legends, and fairy tales, I grumbled. Don't you remember what I said? All that stuff is made up like in television and in movies. Sophie pursed her lips and scrunched her face and whined. Yeah-huh, they're totally real. Nuh-uh, I protested. Yeah-huh, she cried. Not I protested. Yeah. Sophie was about to shout when Mom had to step in. Both of you, knock it off and behave. I promise we're just about the lake. Mom fixed her hair and pushed up her glasses. Can you two be civil for 10 minutes, please? For me?
I was gonna ask where they were going, and I was gonna say, are they going to Horrorland?
Horrorland. Sorry, Mom, we both said in unison. I sunk back into my seat and felt disappointed in myself. Mom was trying her best to care for both of us, but it was clearly wearing her down. Dad passed away 2 years ago, and now technically I'm the man of the house, or Mom would like to say. In turn, this means I have to set a good example for my younger sister and look out for her when need be. Me constantly arguing and fighting with her wasn't doing anyone any favors, especially Mom. It's just hard to babysit her all the time and not get irritated when all she talks about is fairies, unicorns, and mermaids. I mean, I'm 15 this year, and she's only 8. How am I supposed to have any fun with her hanging around me all weekend at the lake? Oh, looks like we're here, Mom said, sounding relieved. First we gotta check in at the office, and then we can go find our cabin and unpack. We drove through the gate with a big sign barely hanging on underneath that read, Mud Lake. We hadn't been up to the lake in a few years since Dad's passing, but the sign had always been like that, and despite the name, the lake was still as beautiful as I remembered. We passed several cabins and RV trailers as we drove down the dirt and gravel road until we reached the old office check-in station. The building was an old log cabin about the size of a post office with 2 massive tree trunks on each side of the entrance, one the face of a bear carved into it, the other an eagle. The roof had a thick layer of moss on it that glistened almost a lime green in the sunlight. There were several bird nests in, on, and around the old chimney, and vines had completely taken over the left side of the cabin. Mom parked the car out front, and we all got out, stretched our legs, and walked towards the building. The check-in station was bland to say the least. Inside was only 2 small tables covered with Buck Hunter Monthly and Big Ol' Bass magazines, along with 2 chairs at each table. At least 2 of the 4 chairs were definitely broken. The interior walls had paintings of deer and geese, a few mounted largemouth bass, and a deer's head mounted over the check-in desk. The walls were painted a dull orange that I couldn't tell if they were painted that way already or had faded and dulled over time. Cobwebs hung from the corners of the rafters, a few windows on the roof, and on the sides of the cabin illuminated the lobby along with a small desk lamp on the check-in counter. Finally, in the corner of the lobby, I can see a bulletin board plastered with flyers, wanted ads, posters from the locals, and a small water cooler with a little table next to it with cups and tea bags. Mom walked up to the check-in desk and started talking with the woman seated behind it to get us all settled so we could get the keys to our cabin and relax. Meanwhile, I decided to wander over to the bulletin board to see if there was anything interesting to pass the time. Sophie naturally trailed behind me. We walked up to the board and started scouring through all the papers. There were job listings, live band event posters, cabins for sale, a missing poster for 2 dogs named Brutus and Milo, a poster offering rare crossbred aquarium fish, cheap, only $99.99, local softball league game schedules, warning posts about some of the swampy and muddy areas to avoid into the lake, a few photos of some people banned from the campgrounds/cabins, and lastly, a missing poster of a little girl that looked around the same age as Sophie. Sophie and I both stared at the poster. It read, Missing little girl, age 6, Emily Garrett, last seen around the shores of Misty March on Mud Lake. Description, 4 foot 1 inches tall, dirty blonde hair, green eyes, and missing one front incisor. She was last seen wearing a floral yellow dress and green flip-flops at around 7 p.m. on Thursday, August 16, 2002. Any information on her whereabouts or any sightings of her should be reported to the local authorities immediately. Sophie and I were silent for a while and looked at each other. Soph, I was about to say until Mom popped up behind us and scared me half to death. Hey, what are you two looking at over here? Mom inquired. Looking up at the bulletin board, she fixed her glance on where we had been staring and read the poster. Oh my, Mom said with a saddened tone. That's just terrible to read. Excuse me, Miss Baker, who is this little girl on the poster here? Do you know what happened to her? Was she a local? The woman behind the desk got up and walked over to where we were standing and looked up at the poster. Miss Baker had been the office check-in clerk for many years and helped out with the cleaning of the cabins from time to time. Mom and her would always chat when Dad would be signing the paperwork for the cabin rental back when he used to bring us here. Yes, little Emily. I knew her quite well, actually. She was the daughter of Stephen and Amanda Garrett, a sweet couple who used to live up here near Med Lake, and would stay at a cabin here every year during the off-season that Amanda's father owned and took care of. Emily was an energetic little rascal that was always getting into some kind of trouble. Now, she wasn't a bad child by any means, and never caused too much trouble for her parents, but she was an adventurous little one, always going off on her own, chasing some animal, or trying to discover something new and exciting in the woods. She used to come in the office all the time and talk to me about the birds and frogs she had seen that day, or the shapes of clouds in the sky. I'd give her little candies here and there, and she would liven up my otherwise boring days with stories of fantasy and exaggeration. Her grandfather Greg would always love to take her out fishing on his boat on Mud Lake. Greg said she always caught the biggest fish and never wanted to get off the boat when the sun came up. Yes. She was such a little cherub and loved by all those around her. Miss Baker trailed off and seemed to be reminiscing about past joyful memories when Sophie spoke up. So what happened to her, Emily? Where did she go? So what happened to Emily? Where did she go? Miss Baker snapped out of her daze. She looked at us and, seemingly slightly embarrassed about zoning out, she turned red and continued her story. Well, Miss Baker hesitated for a moment and gathered herself before speaking. It was like any other day, I suppose. Greg and Emily went fishing down by Misty Marsh, like they always would. They fished all afternoon, apparently, and stayed out till supper time. Fun fact, my wife had to check that supper time was one word. It is.
Okay.
Greg had packed a small dinner of sandwiches, chips, and some iced teas from the gas station up the road for them to eat. From Greg's recollection, he and Emily had finished their dinner and were packing up their fishing gear when Emily said she saw something glowing by the shore. Greg brushed it off as some fireflies or some other person's lantern across the shore or some nonsense. I can't recall exactly what he said. However, he said when he was finished packing up their things and turned around to get Emily, she was nowhere to be found. He began to walk down the shoreline in search of her. Since this was a normal occurrence for Emily to wander off on her own, he wasn't very concerned and calmly looked for her as the sun started to set. Miss Baker swallowed and took in a deep breath and sighed. That's when Greg heard it. He heard a scream from far in front of him, and he rushed towards the sound. He scoured the shoreline and the walking path till dark until finally something caught his eye. Near the point of a large cove with some swampy ground surrounding it, laying on the shore, being lapped by lake water, was a single green flip-flop. It was one of the pair that Emily's favorite, and she wore almost every day during her time up here. Poor old Greg.
Oh, Greg.
Oh, Greg. He lost his mind and screamed until someone finally heard him almost an hour later. Apparently he had never ran for help and tried to find her himself. When they found him, they said he looked like a ghoul, covered in mud, cuts and bruises with sticks and leaves littered about him, and a face pale as a ghost and eyes that looked right through you. In his desperation, Greg tore through the swamp marshes, woodlands, and even waded through the lake water in the area looking for his granddaughter, and in the process beat up his old body to the point of exhaustion. After finding Greg and taking him back to his cabin to take care of him, several search parties were sent out to look for Emily. They searched all night and well into the afternoon of the next day in the place where Greg said he had found the flip-flop, and eventually even a diving team got involved to, see if they could find anything else. The atmosphere in the office had changed dramatically since Miss Baker started her tale. The office turned from a small, boring, poorly painted cabin to a dark, brooding, pale, orange nightmare, and I was almost upset with my mother that she had even asked about the missing poster. They never found her. Miss Baker spoke in a low tone. Sophie spoke up. Wait, I'm confused though. Did she run away or just vanish into thin air? Oh, sweet dear. We just don't know what happened to her or where she went, Miss Baker responded. No other traces or tracks were found of her in the area, and with no solid leads or evidence, the police's hands were tied and couldn't really be of much help. That's just awful. I couldn't imagine. Mom choked out. Yes, just awful. And sadly, since no one had any idea what happened, rumors about her disappearance started popping up around the local small towns and even here with some of the regular seasonal renters. The most common conclusion for people is that she must have tripped and fell into the swampy area of the lake, got stuck and drowned since there were a few boggy areas near Misty Marsh. Others will say she just ran away, which is just silly nonsense. Emily loved her parents, and they were very much loved, and she was very much loved. She may have run off here and there for an hour or so, but she always came home before dark. Lastly, there is the kidnapping rumor, which I really don't like to think about. Who would kidnap such a sweet little girl around these parts? Some even accused Greg of the kidnapping. Her own grandfather! Can you even believe that? Poor old Greg had been through enough hell already without people trying to slander him when he was grieving. They say he still goes out on the lake to look for her every night. But personally, I think Greg just likes his night fishing. Besides, we're all peaceful folk out here in Possum County. There aren't many locals living up here anymore, though, and even the cab renters have been few and far between the past years. It just made no sense. We never have any crime up here. No ill-meaning folk wandering about, and we all help each other out. It's just put a dark cloud over the whole place for a while. We're still recovering from the tragedy to this day, I'd say. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bring up such painful memories, Mom said tenderly and put a hand on Miss Baker's shoulder. It's quite all right, dear. You didn't know. And well, I was the one who told the story, so I really only have myself to blame. Miss Baker reassured Mom by grabbing her hand and gently squeezing it. It was good to see you again, Abby. She looked at Mom with a smile, but you could see a tinge of sadness behind her eyes. You three are all set, and your cabin is waiting for you. I hope you have a great weekend. Enjoy the lake. The car ride to our cabin was filled with silence and awkwardness. The story we heard was like something out of a horror movie with no happy ending. My mind buzzed with more questions than I could articulate, and before I could speak, Sophie popped her head up from the back seat. So how come we've never heard of this girl before? Sophie questioned. We used to come up here every year with Dad, and I never heard of a girl of my age named Emily around here. We would have totally hung out and been best friends if we had met. I turned back to her to answer. Were you not listening at all to Miss Baker, Sophie? Huh? What do you mean? Of course I was listening to her story, Sophie protested. Well, if you were listening, you would remember that Miss Baker said that the Emily girl always came here on the off-season with her parents, I started. Yeah, and? Sophie drawled. Ugh, you pea-brain, we always came to the lake right at the beginning of the regular season. Dad always wanted to beat the crowds, but still wanted to be just turning into summer, I explained. Your father was always particular about when we came up here to the lake, Mom chimed in. Oh, yeah, I forgot that bit of the story, Sophie said quietly. But how come we've never heard any stories about it from anyone else up here till now? She asked, perking up a bit. To be honest with you kids, your father was more of the social one up here at the cabins, Mom began. Besides Miss Baker, I never really talked to any of the locals up here much. Usually when we came up here, I would be reading and doing my sewing in the cabin, while your father would take you guys fishing and swimming at the lake. He would meet all kinds of folk around the area, and come back with these crazy stories he heard from the locals. I always loved listening to the stories he had heard, or the things he had seen that day. He had such an energy when he spoke, such a passion in all things that he did. Sometimes it was hard to keep up with him and you kids. Mom started to zone out as we pulled up to our cabin. I quickly tried to answer Sophie's question to shut her up. I turned back to Sophie. Plus, didn't you read the missing poster, Soph? That girl went missing about 2 years ago, around the same time that Dad passed away, and we haven't been up here since, so then of course we wouldn't have heard any rumors recently. Mom's attention snapped back to the cabin after I answered Sophie, and her face seemed to fill back with color and warmth like it usually had. This is us, Mom said as she parked the car. We all got out and started unloading our things from the trunk of the car when I heard some branches breaking the distance to the left of our cabin. I narrowed my eyes and thought I saw an elderly man trying to hide between the trees and the bushes. He was staring at something to the right of me. I turned to look and saw his gaze was fixed on Sophie. I turned to get Mom's attention. Hey, do you see that old man over there in the bushes? I pulled her over and pointed towards where I had seen him, but now nothing was there. Drew, come on! That's not funny! Mom berated me, especially after the story we just heard in the office. Are you trying to frighten your little sister? I looked over to Sophie and she was already behind the cabin, rummaging through the tree and bush where I had pointed. Drew, nothing's here! She stated, suddenly disappointing. Ooh, maybe it was a wood elf playing some trick on you. I want to see him too, she protested. I want to see if his ears are really pointed and if he has gray eyes too. Ugh, you and your fairy tales, I groaned. Come on, let's go inside and help Mom unpack our stuff. I'm sure she could use our help. We entered the cabin and could see Mom pulling out blankets and pillows. She never trusted the cabin's cleaning crew and always brought her own sheets, blankets, and pillows for the whole family. The cabin was relatively small with a living room and kitchen combo in the main room, 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a small laundry area, a fireplace, and a screened-in back porch. We got settled in and completely unpacked, made our beds, and washed up a bit before Mom made dinner, which is a simple oven-roasted chicken breast, broccoli, and some Uncle Jack's quick and easy rice, Sophie's favorite. I was about to put my dishes in the sink when my phone went off. It was my friend Mark asking if I had finally made it up to the campground or not, and was looking to go fishing before it got dark. Mark was a childhood friend who from time to time would come to the lake with his family at the same time as us and hang out with me for a bit when we were here. "Hey Mom, can I go out fishing with Mark for a bit?" I asked. She turned, and I knew exactly what she was going to say before she even said it. Mom started, "That's fine, just bring..." I cut her off before she could finish her sentence. Yes. I'll bring Sophie with me. I promise." I looked over at Sophie and made a beckoning motion. "Well, come here, you little ball and chain. We're going to meet Mark and go fishing." "But I don't want to go fishing, Drew," Sophie said annoyingly and pouted. I begrudgingly bit my tongue and said, "Who knows? Maybe we'll see some fairies or mermaids down by the lake." Sophie's face lit up and ran to the door. "You think so?" she said excited. "That would be so awesome if I could see a real-life fairy or mermaid. My friends would never believe me if I did." I almost regretted my words, since now she was bouncing off the walls with energy and excitement. Keeping up with her was a chore as we walked down towards the shoreline, fishing gear and tackle clinking and rattling as we went over to the embankment to meet up with Mark at one of our favorite secret fishing holes. After about 10 minutes of walking, we finally arrived at the spot. Mark was already there setting up his rod and getting out some bait. Mark turned to me, put his rod down, and came for a high five. Slap! "Oh, hi Mark! How you been?" I said as our palms collided in the air. "It's been 2 years now. Damn, you really got tall, man." "Drew, it's been way too long, dude," Mark exclaimed as he gave me a bear hug and squeezed me till I was turning red. Mark stated to see my discomfort and finally go, "My bad, man. I didn't mean to hurt you. It was just really good to see you after these 2 years. I'm sorry about, well, your old man and stuff. It's gotta be rough shit." Sophie's face lit up and stared daggers at me. "Oi! Mark, that's a bad word! Drew, you know you'll get grounded if Mom hears you say anything like that," Sophie cried out. "No, duh, I know that, you hairy dwarf. But Mom won't find out even if I did say any curse words because no one is gonna tell her, right, Soph?" I grabbed her in a headlock and threatened the biggest, juiciest, grossest wet willy I could flam up and held my finger to her ear as if pointing a loaded gun at her. No, I won't tell her anything, I swear. Just not the wet willy, please." Sophie sobbed. "Okay, good. We understand each other," I said, feeling like a gangster after a shakedown. "Come on, man. You don't gotta go that far with the kid. I can watch my mouth," Mark protested. "It's fine. Let's just start fishing before the sun goes down, dude. I'm gonna catch a monster," I boasted to Mark. Mark's brow furrowed and he locked eyes at me. "Bet I'll catch a bigger one than you." After that, it was on, and we both grabbed the rods, baited the hooks, and cast our lines out and waited. We fished for about 2 hours with nothing but lake weed on our hooks to show for it. The sun was turning into a bright burnt orange as it slowly started to descend on the horizon of the lake. Mark and I talked and caught up on what we've been up to the past 2 years. We talked about school, new music we had discovered, any games we had recently played, girls we were into at the moment, and just the usual BS between two teenagers would chat about. He was quiet for about 10 minutes until Mark, staring out at the horizon, asked, "So, I don't want to be like a bummer, but what happened to your old man? Like, how did he die and stuff?" I knew Mark would ask about Dad eventually. Mark's a jerk sometimes, but even he knew not to outright ask about my old man when we first saw me today. He must be curious at this point, waiting until the end of the day to ask and all, but my mind kind of blanked when he asked the question. It had been 2 years now, and talking about it still kind of bugged me. Mom says I'm still grieving in my own way, but I feel like I should be able to at least say it out loud at this point. It was at this moment that I realized I had been staring at the lake with a dumb look on my face for several minutes now, while Mark was waiting for me to answer. Drew, you there, man?" Mark said while shaking my shoulder. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that," I managed to squeeze out. "Don't worry about it, man. Here, maybe this will help you calm down and get the words you're thinking out of that big old head of yours," Mark retorted as he leaned down and shuffled through his bag and grabbed something in his hand. He sat back up on the stump and handed me a small bottle. I looked at the bottle, a small, label-less clear glass bottle, and gave Mark a puzzled look. "What's in the bottle? Are you like a wizard making potions and stuff now?" I asked, trying to be funny. "No, you dingus. It's vodka. Take a swig and it'll help you calm down a bit." Mark said in a mocking tone. I quickly threw the bottle back at Mark's face in utter disgust, and it slammed him in the nose, knocking him off his stump. Get that shit away from me, dude! I yelled at Mark without thinking. Dude, what the hell was that for? Mark snapped at me and swung a right hook into my stomach. The hell, man? You could have broken my nose with that shit. What is up with you? I lay there on the ground, holding my gut for what seemed like an eternity, staring out onto the lake as the orange ripples of sunlight shimmer across its surface. I slowly feel the air returning to my lungs, and the ability to form actual words instead of wheezes and gasps return to me, and I'm finally able to let out 2 words. Drunk, driver. What did you say, Drew? Mark asked, standing above me. Come on, dude. You're talking to the ground at the moment. At least look at me when you say it. Drunk driver. I was finally able to spit out audibly enough for him to hear me. He was hit by a drunk driver coming home from work late one day. I paused for a second, and then it all just came spewing out of me. You know, typical story you always hear, but you never think it could happen to you or someone you love. He was stopped at a stoplight, and as it turned green, he started into the intersection. Boom. Someone slammed clear into the driver's side and T-boned my dad's car. Paramedics said he didn't feel a thing. It was instantaneous and died on contact. I don't know if that was supposed to make us feel better or not at the time, but honestly, I didn't know what to feel. Dad was only 6 blocks down the road from our house when he was hit, they told us. He was so close to home, and we didn't even know. Mom didn't talk for about a week after it happened, and Sophie was still pretty young, so she didn't really understand where Dad had gone. I tried my best to keep on going and act normal for Mom and Sophie, but it was hard. Real hard. I went to therapy a bit, and that helped me get some normalcy and closure, but I still seem to have a negative reaction to alcohol, I guess. I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean to freak out on you there and throw the bottle at you. I wasn't trying to actually hurt you. Holy crap, dude, that's insane. Don't sweat the small stuff. I didn't know you'd react that way. My bad. We're cool, man. Mark dusted off his shoulders and let the hand down to help me. So what happened to the other guy? The drunk driver, that is. He survived with only a few broken bones and spent a week in the hospital. He was sent to jail, apparently, and my mom got some check or money in a settlement or something. I really don't know the details, bro. Sorry, I said, defeated. He got better than he deserved, drunk asshole. Mark put his hand on my shoulder and sighed. Ain't that just the way sometimes? If there was a God, he forsook us long ago, my friend. Your dad was pretty cool from what I remember. I'm sorry he's gone now, dude. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I sighed back and looked around. Hey, have you seen Sophie? Mark did a whole 360 spin. She was literally right here like 2 seconds ago, I swear. Maybe she sneaked away when we were fighting. Look, aren't those her shoe prints over there? Mark pointed towards a bend in the path several yards away, heading down towards a swampy area of the lake. My heart started to sink as I thought of the missing poster back at the check-in station, and I started to run towards the bend. Mark was shouting behind me, but I couldn't hear anything he yelled. I reached the bend and saw shoe marks going down an embankment towards a damp, mossy bog area. Sophie! I shouted. Where are you? I stumbled down the bank and into the marshy ground below. The ground consisted of large, greenish, mossy mounds, roughly the size of beanbag chairs, and they were everywhere. Some were floating out in the waters, stuck next to logs. Some beached on shore, now part of the greenery, and others were attached to the shore almost like small boats. The cattails and lily pads growing out filled in between the gaps of the mounds. Frogs frightfully jumped from the mounds and lily pads as I walked by, trying to hide themselves, and dragonflies scurried across the surface of the water towards the horizon as I looked for Sophie. Sophie! I shouted again, so loud that my voice cracked. I walked towards an area that seemed to open up at the shoreline and became less swampy, and I saw 3 mounds several yards away ahead of me. Shh! I heard a voice up ahead of me. You'll scare her away! Sophie! I yelled again and burst into the clearing and tripped over a branch sticking out of the mud and fell into something or someone. Ouch! Drew, that hurt! Sophie exclaimed as I tumbled over here. Watch where you're going, you troll! You nearly squished my head! I grabbed Sophie and hugged her. Oh, thank God you're okay, short stuff. I thought I had lost you to who knows what was out there. You really had me worried there, kiddo. Get off me, Drew. You scared away the fairy. Sophie pouted and pointed towards 3 mounds. What are you on about, Soph? I said, relieved, and looked over towards the mossy bumps on the shore where she was pointing. See, Drew? Sophie said snarkily. That's a fairy mound, right there on the middle hump, and you said that things in my book were all made up and fake. Well, smarty pants, then what's that right there? I started to walk towards the mound when Mark came barreling through the bog, tripping over the same branch I did. Oof! Mark exhaled as he hit the ground. Don't worry, I caught up, guys. Catching his breath before he asked, what are we all looking at over here? I point to the mound, and we both slowly move towards it to get a better look to investigate. The mound has a layer of cattails surrounding it with a few older, bigger, white pale ones filtered in here and there, and they all stood curved towards the sky like fence posts. Upon closer view, I could now see what my sister was calling a so-called fairy mound was nothing more than a pile of old bones littered about the center of the mossy knoll, with a few mushrooms growing scattered around it. I might have gagged, but the bones had no meat on them and looked like whatever animal they had belonged to didn't die that long ago. The bones were still white and not tainted by the marsh. As the sun finally set, I could see a glimmer under one of the bones and I began to reach for it when all of a sudden Sophie jumped me. Whatever fairy treasure is there is mine! Dibs! Sophie shouted as she leapt onto the mound into the bone pile after the glimmer I had been going for. After a few seconds of bones clattering, she packed up. Got it! Just as Sophie was announcing her victory over acquiring her treasure, the mound under her began to crumble and sink into the water. The cattails and bones all around her started to shake violently, and the swampy water surrounding the mound began to slightly bubble and gush as the ground beneath Sophie broke apart and started falling into the black water underneath her. Drew, help! Sophie panicked. Just jump back down, you idiot! I told her. Sophie tried to jump but was thrown back down on the ground, barely making it off the ground at all. I'm stuck, she cried out. My feet are caught on something, Drew! Mark, quick! I looked back and screamed as we both rushed to Sophie and grabbed her arms. I looked down and saw Sophie's shoes. Her Velcro straps had gotten caught on the cattails and moss while she was rifling through the bones. Pull! I yelled, and with two good heaves, Sophie came flying off on top of us, shoes still on. The earth behind her sank back into the murky waters and spewed up pungent swamp gases as it did, and only left a boiling circle in the water where the mound had once sat. Sophie, are you okay? I asked. I almost got eaten by the lake! Sophie cried out cheerfully, almost laughing even. That was kind of scary though! Thanks for saving me, guys! She was looking down into her palm and smiling ear to ear. So what kind of loot did you get, Squirt? Mark asked from behind me. I'm not sure yet. It's a small metal trinket or maybe even a talisman or a ward. Sophie stuttered her words with excitement and looked gleefully at her prize. Give it here, let me see it quick. I reached out my hand to her in a grasping motion. Just real quick. I'll give it back, I swear. Fine. Sophie begrudged and was about to hand me the trinket when suddenly we heard a large splash or splat of some kind into the mud behind us. I turned and stared into the swamp behind us. Hello? I asked the quickly growing darkness around us. We heard branches start to break and more slopping through the mud. Slop. Slop. Splash. Hey man, this isn't funny. Who's out there? Mark started to yell, but all we heard come back was a low groan and a dull light started to glow. Slop. Slop. Splash. Fuck this, man! No, fuck this shit, man! And Mark started to run the opposite direction towards the path further down. Seriously, dude? I yelled, running after him, grabbing Sophie by the arm as I did. Ouch, George, that hurts! Sophie complained. Come on, Soph, let's get out of here before whatever the hell is back there gets us first, I said as I was looking backwards and could see the dull light had vanished. We ran up the embankment and out of the marshy area of the lake, down the dirt path until we were out of breath. We stopped to rest a bit, but it was short-lived when we heard the familiar slopping splat we had heard before by the shore. I panicked and looked around us for any kind of hiding spot. We were all exhausted and I couldn't make Sophie run anymore. I spotted what looked like a small run-down shed off the path in the wooded area and pointed. There! Let's hide there for now and hope that whatever is chasing us passes. We managed to get into the shed quickly, hopefully unnoticed, and waited to hear any movement outside. While waiting, Sophie was staring down at the floor of the shed, mesmerized at the junk and garbage lying around. It was mostly empty brown and green bottles, some iced tea cartons, a bunch of old fishing gear, and some ruined photos on the ground. I bent down to get a better look at the photos, and they were all drawn on with what looked like black marker. They were all pictures of that little girl from the missing poster. But they were strange because everyone else in the photos were blacked out with marker. Every picture was the same. Maybe 8 photos altogether I found, and each one was a picture of the girl with whoever else in the picture scribbled out. "Dude, what you find?" Mark asked curiously. "Mark, shh! We're still hiding, remember?" I whispered. Mark motioned to the pictures and leant out his hand. I passed them, and he looked them over for a few minutes and passed them back to me. He looked me in the eyes and mouthed the words very slowly. "Fuck. No, dude." And I couldn't help but agree with him at the time. I put the photos down and began to smell a gross, sour odor across the floor. I didn't even think about it at the time since I was more focused on hiding from the entity outside. The floor was covered in beer bottles, and some still had liquid in them. Some filled with sour beer, and others filled with what I can only imagine was fermented piss. I immediately felt nauseous and gagged. Mark looked over to me and whispered, "Dude, quiet, listen." And he leaned his head against the door. A few seconds passed, and I started to hear it too. The same sloshing, gloop-like footsteps we had heard before we ran and hid in the shed. They seemed to be coming closer, slowly but steadily approaching our wooden shack of safety. I could see Sophie close her eyes, and Mark started staring at the door with sweat sliding down his cheeks. However, just as the sounds appeared, they petered off into the distance and seemed to fade away, seemingly ignoring us. We all stared at each other in sighed in relief. Whatever was out there had just passed us by, and we seemed safe for the time being. "Dude, what the hell is up with those spooky photos?" Mark asked nervously. "I have no clue, and right now I really don't care, Mark. Let's just get out of here and get back to the grounds already," I whined. "Plus this place reeks. I can barely breathe." We walked to the door and pushed it open, but just as we did, a light blinded us all immediately, and we shielded our eyes. "What are you doing here?" A gruff, grating voice rang out. "You're trespassing on private property." It took us a moment for ours to adjust, and the night finally enveloped with that. It took a minute for our eyes to adjust. The night had finally enveloped the lake, and the only light was from the moon and the fireflies that started to take flight around us. "Are you deaf? You're trespassing. Get out! What are you kids doing out here?" the voice grumbled. Sophie shrieked for a moment. "Ah, goal!" "No, you idiot! That's a person," I said. I looked into the darkness, and there was an old man standing in front of the doorway holding a small glowing lantern. However, I couldn't blame Sophie for being frightened. The old man very much did have quite a ghoulish appearance. His eyes were dark and sunken with heavy bags beneath them. A few white wisps of hair still fluttered the night breeze on his head, and large, pronounced cheekbones with a strong, square jaw accented his face. He was wearing denim overalls over a big Harry's bait and tackle t-shirt, and a tan sheepskin coat so dirty that you could swear it was actually brown. He was staring right past me, still talking directly to me. "We're sorry, sir. We didn't know we were trespassing here," I managed to finally say. "Sun's gone down already. You kids shouldn't be out here this late," the old man went on. "Dangerous out here at night. If you can't see where you're going, you could run into trouble. Take one wrong step and the marshes might take you. Or a rattler might give you a kiss of death and you'll be gone before daybreak." "Oh, I see. Yeah, that could be trouble. Like I said, though, we're sorry for trespassing. We just heard some noise and sounds out in the boggy area by the cove and got a little spooked is all," I admitted. "Yeah, we're running from a monster!" Sophie interjected from behind me. "Oh, really? What would you know of monsters, little one?" The old man sneered and let out a coughing laugh. It was at this point I realized the old man had been staring at Sophie this whole time while talking to me and bent down to her eye level. "Are you afraid of the monsters of the night, child?" He grinned. As I looked down at the old man kneeling near Sophie, I saw that he was wet and covered in grime and mud from the knees down. As I noticed this, it seemed that Mark had seen the same thing and did. Same thing I did and got the same idea. "Wait, why are you out here all by yourself in the dark, covered in muck and dirt?" I accused the old man. Mark had my back and jumped in right as I spoke. "Yeah, it's starting to look like you were the one chasing us, swamp thing. So what's the story, old man? Were you following us?" The old man slowly rose back up and scrunched his face and scowled. "What am I doing here? I was cutting down trees for firewood when I heard screams down at the shore. So I took my lantern and I started off in the direction of the yelling. When I reached the cove, I saw movement in the marshlands and went to investigate. However, the mud had proved a bit too deep for me and I got stuck a few times. And when I finally reached the commotion, you already went off." The old man stopped and looked back down at Sophie. "These hooligans didn't drag you out here against your will, did they, sweetheart?" Sophie hid behind me and mumbled, No. The old man looked back at me and marked with disdain. He then turned around and started to walk away without a word. After about 30 feet, the old man stopped. If you want to get back in one piece, I suggest you move your ass, the old man said in a raised tone and continued walking. Eventually, we all hesitantly followed him. Even if we didn't like it, he was our only sole chance of not getting lost in the dark. After about a half hour of walking, we finally started to see the floodlights surrounding the campgrounds, and then we came upon the cabins. As we entered the camp area, we realized that we were all so relieved and excited to be back that we didn't notice the old man had just vanished out of nowhere. So, that was insane and way too much for one night. I'm out of here, Mark echoed as he walked to his family's cabin on the other side of the grounds. We walked up to her cabin and Mom was waiting there for us. Well now, you two are a little late coming back. Everything okay? Mom asked curiously. Ugh, you don't want to know, I groaned. I'll tell you everything, Mom, Sophie cheered. I went to my room and laid there for a while, pondering everything that happened that night. Why did that old man seem familiar? Why was he out so late cutting firewood? Why the constant staring at Sophie? Wait, I remember where I've seen him before. He was the old man from this morning who was in the bushes by the check-in station. Is he following us? What does he want from us, and why the fixation on my sister? All these questions buzzed in my head and made my head spin. As I was lost in thought, Sophie barged into the room. Drew! Look at how it shines in the light! Sophie was holding the trinket she had found in her hands up to the light and was moving it back and forth. Let me see that thing again, Ron. I got up, walked over to her, and grabbed the small object from her hand and held it in the light. It certainly does shine nicely in the light. I wonder if it's some kind of mineral. I filled it with my hand for a moment and some dirt chipped off of it. What the? I used my fingernails and scratched off the rest of the dirt, and there was some writing hidden underneath. I held a small piece of the metal up to the light and read the word engraved on it. It was a name. Brutus. I said the name out loud. Brutus. Huh. I guess this is the dog tag, Sophie. I handed the tag back to her and she looked a bit disappointed. So you mean it's not fairy treasure? She pouted. Sorry, kiddo. It's not, I explained. I guess that bone pile we saw were dog bones. Hey, wait a minute, Sophie said slowly, eyeing the dog tag. Wasn't that the name of one of the missing dogs on the poster at the check-in station bulletin board, Drew? Oh crap, Soph, you're right, it was! I spurted out. Was this just a weird coincidence, or were these things connected? The missing girl, the creepy old man, now this dog tag from a dog that's been recently missing? Did it mean something? Or was I just overthinking things now? I had no answers, only questions, and I needed to know more. I wonder if the old man was actually Emily's grandfather, and if so, why didn't he tell us his name when he guided us back? Was this a different old man? Were they connected to Emily? Is he the one who made her vanish, quote unquote? Or was he just some old coot being weird and creepy? Why is he so obsessed with Sophie? She didn't even look like his granddaughter much anyway. I wanted to get to the bottom of this and find out more if I could. I didn't know why I did. I usually shy away from sticking my nose in things and obsessing over mystery. I guess, maybe, it reminded me of how Dad was. He was always looking to learn more, discover and experience new things, no matter what it was or what he had to do. Mom would say he was just stubborn and particular, but I always saw the gleam in Dad's eyes when he would take me out on adventures with him when I was young. Eventually, I sat up and looked over at Sophie determined. I'm going to figure out what that old man's up to tomorrow, Soph, but you can't tell Mom, okay? I stared daggers at Sophie, and she squinted her eyes. Only if I can come too, she tried to demand. What? No way, you weasel, I clapped back at her. Fine, have it your way, Drew. She took a breath and began to yell. Ma! She bellowed. I jumped her and covered her mouth with my hand. Fine, God, you're such a pain in my ass. You can come too, just don't blow my cover. Mom entered the room and saw me with Sophie in a headlock. What's going on in here? She asked. Let go of your sister, Drew. You're twice her size, for God's sake. You should know better than to pick on her. No, Mom, it's okay, Sophie spoke out. We're just wrestling for fun, I swear. Drew wasn't picking on me. He was also going to take me out to go look for fairies again tomorrow. Right, Drew? She nudged me and put her best puppy dog eyes on for Mom. Right. Yes, tomorrow. Fairies. Yep. I stammered out. If that's cool with you, Mom. That's fine with me. I'm just glad to see you two getting along, Mom said cheerfully. Sophie and I looked at each other and sighed in relief. However, it's late, and you two should be in bed. Come on now, Soph, get to your own room now. She grabbed Sophie's hand and escorted her out and closed the door. On her way out, she looked back and said, Good night, sweetheart. I love you. I love you too, Mom. Night. I yawned as I pulled the covers up to my face. After she left, I grabbed my phone off the nightstand and texted Mark. Tomorrow, 12 p.m., meet down at the beach area. We're gonna find that old man. I stared into the ceiling fan and let it whirl me to sleep as I tried to think of a plan for tomorrow. As I drifted off to dreamland, I thought to myself, screw it, I'll just wing it.
Day 2, the hunt for old Greg.
Where are you gonna find me? Greg's place.
In my waters.
I hope he doesn't want to play any love games.
No. That's a horse.
So yes, I did throw some fun little things in here I hope you pick up on.
I did. I like them.
The next morning, I arose to find Sophie waiting outside my door with her boots, hat, and butterfly net ready to go. Not so fast, Soph. I need to eat something before we go out today. Plop your butt on the couch while I eat some cereal. I pointed to the small brown sofa in the living room area. She pouted and glared at me but relented, skipped over to the couch, and sat kicking her feet over the edge impatiently. I went to the cupboard, found a box of Frosted Honey Bears, Sophie's favorite cereal, and poured myself a bowl with a little milk. I could feel my teeth rotting with every sugary bite, but it was the only thing we had in the cabin for breakfast besides oatmeal.
I had Fruity Pebbles for like the first time the other day.
Yeah?
Fucked me up.
Sugar high didn't come down for goddamn days.
Just gout immediately. Immediately triggered.
At one bite, you're like, oh, I feel it.
Fuck.
I feel it. I finished up my bowl and motioned for Sophie. As she hopped off the couch, I turned to Mom. All right, we're off then. Okay, have fun, you two. Don't stay out too late this time. Love you. Mom said as she was knitting a horrific green scarf that I dreaded would one day be gifted to me. We walked out the cabin door and down the path to the left that led towards the roped-off beach area for swimming. Mark hadn't texted me back from last night, so I decided to try again. Hey man, we're on our way to the beach area now. Sorry we're a little behind, I had to eat something. Are you there yet? I put my phone back and we continued walking down the path. Drew? Sophie asked as she trotted next to me. So what are we gonna do if we do find that old ghoul man anyways? I could hear a bit of fright in her voice as she spoke. Are we gonna catch him and make him tell us about the doggy? Well, that's part of it, Sophie. We're gonna try to find out why he's creeping around the lake late at night and maybe find some evidence if he's involved more directly in the vanishing of Emily. Sophie stared at me with sad eyes and sighed. And yes, we'll try to figure out what happened to the dog. Sophie lit up and squealed, Yay! After about 15 minutes, we finally reached the beach area, and I looked around to see if I could find Mark, but he was nowhere in sight. God damn it, Mark, I spit. Oi, Sophie said. Oh, stuff it already, you turd, I retorted, annoyed. Where are you, Mark? Where are you, Mark? I said under my breath. I got my cell phone back out and tried to call him, but it went right to voicemail, so I left a message. Mark, dude, you suck. I really need your help with this. Come on, man. This whole situation is so crazy. I need to know more info on this guy and what he's up to. Aren't you curious too? I mean, last night was not a coincidence, right? He just happened to be at our fishing spot, cutting fire at the exact same time we were there, and we've never told anyone about that spot? Whatever, dude. You can hide in your cabin if you want, but I want answers, and I'm gonna find them myself. I hung up and walked over towards the concession stand on the outskirts of the beach. 2 sodas, please. Sophie walked over and I threw a can of soda at her. Here, catch. She caught it after fumbling it for a second. Whoa. Careful, Drew. I almost dropped it. Sophie scolded me. We opened our cans and sipped them for minutes while staring out the lake. Sophie eventually looked over to me and said, I don't think your friend is coming, so what are we gonna do now? I didn't know what to say. I had no ideas and no leads to go on. I hated to admit it, but I was really banking on Mark having some plan or hunch we could follow. I've always been terrible at being the leader and thinking situations through thoroughly before I act. I sulked at my own defeat for a few hours, drinking about 6 sodas from the concession stand until I heard the sound of gravel and dirt being ripped up on the pathway behind us. I quickly spun around and saw Miss Baker was riding down the pathway on the campground's golf cart. I ran to the side of the dirt road and waved her down. Hey! Miss Baker! Hey! I shouted. The golf cart came to a slow, and she pulled to the side of the path and gave me a warm smile. Hello, Drew. How's your weekend going? Is there something I could help you with, dearie? She asked curiously. Hey, Miss Baker. Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you. I cleared my throat and looked at her seriously. I don't want to bring up more bad memories, but does Greg Garrett still have a cabin here at the grounds? She looked at me for a moment and then plainly said, Why, yes, actually, old Greg does still have a cabin up here, and he does still frequent it often. Sadly, the man doesn't take that good care of the cabin anymore since his mental decline, but he still stays the night in it almost every other day. If not the cabin, he still takes incredible care of his fishing boat, and even still has the capacity to take it out just about every night. I always ask if he catches anything, and all he ever says is, not yet. He's such a funny man, and so determined. Miss Baker started to ramble again until I cut her off. Is his cabin here? Oh yes, it's just up the path on the hill there, she explained and looked at us curiously. Now don't you kids go bothering that sweet old man. He's been through enough already. Oh no, nothing like that, Miss Baker. Sophie was just spooked from the story yesterday. It was just being overly cautious, I lied. Hey, no I'm not... Sophie started before I pinched her. Ow! I mean, yeah, I was just kind of scared, that's all. Oh, aren't you just the sweetest little thing? Miss Baker squeezed Sophie's cheek. You two stay out of trouble and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Miss Baker started the golf cart, backed up, and drove up the pathway in the direction of the camp entrance. I looked over at Sophie and grinned. Talk about luck, Soph. Let's get a move on. We're wasting daylight. We ran up the path as fast as we could and came to a circle of cabins on top of a small hill. All the cabins looked almost identical, so Sophie and I checked out each one of them one by one. We had to be careful not to be seen by anyone. It would have looked very suspicious having two kids sneaking around other people's cabins peeking into the windows. We kept around the backside of the first two cabins and discovered that all the windows were full of dust, and there were locks on the outside doors. It appeared that both were completely empty and had been vacant for some time. I crouched and made my way to the next cabin in line, then peered into the window to hopefully have more luck. Sadly, this one was worse than the last two, and all I found was that the camp staff had turned this cabin into a storage container. I saw an old lawnmower, a bunch of folding chairs, some water skis, a half-assembled tent missing some poles, and finally I saw stacks and stacks of Buck Hunter Monthly and Big Ol' Bass magazines littered throughout the cabins. Who the hell needs that many fishing and hunting magazines? I let out in a loud whisper. Sophie was peering into the window next to me and remarked, Wow! It's like they got a magazine for every month since they've been alive! They must be like 200 years old! Shh! Quiet, worm! I hushed. Sophie sucked in her lips and opened her eyes wide like she had forgotten the whole reason why we were even here. Sorry, she squeaked out. I looked over to her left and pointed to the fourth cabin that was near the end of the circle of cabins. That one next, Soph, I directed. We shimmied up to the cabin and slowly rose to the windows, but we couldn't see a thing. The windows were all covered up. It looked like some kind of black cloth. Even the front screen door was clothed over. The porch was covered in some engine parts and old fishing gear. I looked at Sophie in distraught. I guess this one's a bust too. Looks like just another storage area, or a junkyard maybe? We were halfway down the porch steps when we heard a muffled thud behind us. We both turned and slowly walked back to the cabin wall and listened. After a minute, we heard something. Thud. Thump. Thud. Crash. Something was in this cabin and rummaging around. Wait, Drew, did you hear that? Sophie said, slightly excited. I listened for a moment and then I heard it. Muffled, but I could make out what sounded like talking. It was a gruff voice conversing out loud to themselves inside the cabin. We sat against the wall and listened closer, trying to make out some of the words. This time. The voice could be heard, but only a few words here and there. Last time. Different. Was rash. This time will be better. The voice boomed for a second. Won't catch. Guard this time. Get you. Prepared. You'll be mine, too. As I please. I'll. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes! The voice was repeating itself and seemed to be ramping themselves up to do something. I put my head back to the outside of the cabin and listened again. Tonight! Yes. Tonight. To be tonight. The voice shouted. I will end this tonight. We'll be mine. Again. Yes. It used to be. The voice stopped for a second and sounded like they were packing up something in a hurry. So much. Prepare. Must go now, the voice said. Suddenly, we could hear footsteps coming towards the front of the door, and we panicked. We both jumped into some bushes nearby and watched the front of the cabin, eyes fixated on the front door. The door swung open, and the old man from last night came barreling through, stumbling as he did. He was carrying a large sack that he slung over his back. It was stained with something at the bottom, and he was holding a small flask in his other hand. He raised the flask, seemingly draining its contents, then threw it to the ground, turned around, and shut his cabin door behind him. Picked up some fishing gear laying around, and made his way down the pathway away from the circle of cabins. I quickly ran to the cabin door and tried to open it. Damn it, locked, I said, frustrated. I gotta get in there somehow. I pulled out my cell phone and texted Mark. Mark, you freaking pussy! I really need your lock-picking skills right now. Go to the far side of the campgrounds to the hill with the circle of cabins. Help me get into the cabin with the covered windows and junk laying around outside. You owe me for bailing earlier. We'll wait for you here. Well, now what, Sophie? Looks like we're up a creek without a paddle. I don't know. Are we not snooping around yet? I'm getting bored, Sophie complained. I want to find that fairy again. What? What fairy? What nonsense are you on about now, dork? I asked. I already told you earlier, all that stuff in your books is made up and not real, Sophie. Whatever you saw was not a fairy. But who knows what you actually saw with that overactive imagination of yours? But I did see one. But she was bigger than I thought fairies were supposed to be. But she flew through the air and glowed a yellowish light and had flowing wings on her back, Sophie protested. I want to find her again and ask what it's like to be a fairy and if I could be one too. I wonder if I ruined her fairy circle thing. I didn't mean to. I just got too excited, I guess. Sophie quieted and stared at the ground. Wait, where did you see this thing? I asked curiously. She was above the water by the fairy mound before you fell on me yesterday. I remember I told you to be quiet and not scare her off? Sophie scolded me. Yet you tumbled into me anyways, you butthead. Hey, I didn't mean to fall into you, okay? I tripped on a tree branch in the mud and you happened to break my fall, that's all. I laughed. Plus I saved you from becoming part of the marshes. A little gratitude would be nice, short stack. I ruffled Sophie's blonde hair and she shooed away my hand. Sophie looked out towards the old... Man. Sophie looked out towards where the old man had brushed off. I wonder if the old man knows anything about fairies. We should ask him. And with that thought, she burst out of the bushes and ran after him. Soph, no! I yelled and struggled to get to my feet to chase after her. By the time I finally exited the bush we had been hiding in, Sophie was far down the path, running with reckless abandon. God damn it, Sophie, you pain in my ass! I grumbled as I ran after her. I ran after her past the beach area, the boat dock, the check-in station, most of the cabins, and finally down the pathway we had taken to get to our fishing spot before I was able to catch up with her. Slow down, Soph! I shouted as I was reaching for the back of her shirt. I grabbed it. As I grabbed it, she stopped. As I grabbed it, she stopped and pointed down towards the cove. Look, Drew, she said, pointing. A light! The sun had started to hang low in the sky, and nightfall was only a few hours away. I could clearly see a small glow of something down in the cove. It was bobbing up and down near the swampy area of the cove, and it seemed to move back and forth over the land and then back to the water. What is that? Fireflies? A lantern? Swamp gas? I questioned while staring towards the cove. Suddenly my pocket vibrated, and I quickly fumbled my phone out of my pocket. It was Mark. Son of a bitch actually came through. He said he was at the circle of cabins and wondering where I was. Told him the short version, and said I'd be right there. I pulled Sophie to me. Let's go back, kiddo. Mark's gonna get us into that cabin, and we'll finally see what that old man's up to. Okay. The light went away anyways, so I don't really want to go back down there now. Sophie flipped on a dime and started to run back towards the cabin at full speed. Hey, wait for me! I ran after her. When we finally made it back to the cabin, the sun had finally set, and the campground light posts were slowly flickering on, one by one. Mark was at the cabin door waiting for us. Took you dudes long enough. Where'd you go? Mark asked. Nice to see you didn't bail on me this time, bro, I snarked. Dude, I'm sorry. I just needed time to get my head back on straight. Last night was nuts. Huh, Mark laughed. Alright, no worries, man. Did you do the thing already? I asked anxiously. You know it. Been waiting on you to go in, though. Ain't doing that shit alone. Mark joked softly. He handed me a small flashlight and gestured to the door. I grabbed the door handle and slowly pushed my way into the cabin. Mark and Sophie close behind me. I turned the flashlight on and shined it into the living room. The cabin was covered in trash and papers, newspapers covering the vanishing of Emily Garrett, countless missing posters of her plastered all over the walls, accompanied by dozens of empty bottles and cans littering the floor. There was only a couch and a TV as far as furniture went. The TV had a bottle thrown through it, and the couch had more stains than I could count. In the kitchen, the countertops were covered in mason jars, fishing lures and hooks were strewn about in a haphazard manner, while everything seemed to be covered in a brownish, sticky liquid. Scrawled across the wall leading to the kitchen was a large map of Mud Lake. On it were a bunch of red X's, some in the lake and others along the shoreline. What do you think all this is for, Mark? I puzzled. What could the X's represent? Mark looked over the map and joked. Who knows? Maybe it's all the bodies he's dumped around here. But yo, look, dude, what the hell is this? Mark picked up one of the mason jars from the kitchen and put his flashlight against it. It contained a bullfrog. Gross, man. Then I did the same thing and found one full of small eels and another full of newts from the lake. Ew, eyeballs! Sophie wailed as she looked into the next jar I picked up. Shh, Soph, calm down, they're not eyeballs, I explained. Look closer. Just a jar packed full of tadpoles. Sophie looked at me and narrowed her eyes and said, Still, gross. Mark flashed his light at dozens of jars filled with fish heads, commenting, What is this guy? Like some weird collector or a mad scientist? What's he doing with all this crap? From behind me, I heard Sophie say, Hey, why is the floor all sticky over here? You know why, Sophie. You know why. I turned around and directed my flashlight at her and could see a dark reddish-brown liquid all over the floor and on most of the cabinets in the kitchen. I raised my light to the countertop next to Sophie. I raised my light to the countertop next to Sophie, and I finally saw it glistening in the shine of my flashlight. A large butcher's knife stuck in a cutting board, covered in what I assumed to be blood. The knife blade was chipped in multiple places, and the wooden handle was practically falling apart. It stood stuck with a dark patch of hair underneath it. What the hell's going on in here? I let out. What was he cutting up in here? Dude. Mark gestured his light next to the cutting board. I looked in horror as I saw a collar with a similar dog tag to the one we had found the day before. The name on the tag read, Milo. I stumbled back a bit in disgust, and Mark grabbed my arm to steady me. You alright, man? He asked, concerned as he helped me get my bearings. Sophie started quietly sobbing. Sobbing, not sobbering, slobbering.
Sobbing and whimpering.
Slobbering.
Sobbering.
Sophie started quietly sobbing and whimpering as she closed her eyes when seeing the dog collar. Mark, this is one of the missing dog collars from a poster in the check-in office, I slowly explained. I looked at him grimly and continued. It gets worse, man. That shiny treasure Sophie jumped after yesterday and almost died for was actually the tag of the other missing dog. Mark's face dropped and his demeanor completely changed as I told you this. Are you telling me this old dude is snatching up dogs and fucking butchering them? Mark raised his voice.
Yes.
It looks that way so far from what I've seen, and I'm starting to believe the rumors that he had something to do with the disappearance of his granddaughter Emily, I confessed. Mark looked flustered, started to sweat, and flung his flashlight around looking for something. Dude, let's get out of here now. I helped you inside because I owed you, but I'm so done with this creepy-ass shit. Mark demanded. There's the damn back door to the stupid cavern. I'm leaving now. Mark pushed past a few stacks of trash and blindly grabbed the first doorknob he found and opened the door. As he did, something came crashing down on top of him from inside the door. I shined my light on him and found that a skeleton had popped out of the closet as he opened the door. Mark
popped out.
Mark had to. Mark shouted in terror. Ah, shit! Get this off me! Get it off me! He rolled around on the floor for a few seconds until he threw the skeleton off him. This guy actually killed someone too? Shut up, Mark, and calm down. That thing is way too clean and white for it to be some person he just stuffed in a closet. I tried to reassure Mark. Oh yeah? Then why the hell is a full-size skeleton in his closet, dude? Mark protested. I don't know, dude. Maybe it's like one of those classroom skeletons or something. I don't have all the answers. Be quiet, man, or we'll get caught.
Skeleton popped up.
I scolded Mark. Unfortunately, the warning was useless because as soon as Mark was on his feet, we heard a shout from outside that cabin door. Hey! Who's in there? I can hear you! That's my cabin! The voice of the old man bellowed through the cabin. We all freaked out and started looking for an escape. We found the door to the left of one the Mark had opened, had a tear in the cloth covering it, and was flapping from the night air. The front door swung open, and the old man charged in with a large wrench in his hand. He must have picked up from the scrap piles outside and yelled, "Get back here, you rats! I'll get you!" We were all out the back door before he could reach the kitchen, but he didn't let up. He followed us out of the cabin and chased us down to the beach area. He was too quick, and we didn't have time to hide in the concession stand before he caught back up with us. Thinking quickly, I saw the docks to the left of the beach area and booked to the boats with Sophie and Mark quick behind me. The boats were all gently bobbing up and down the lake, occasionally bumping into the dock they were moored at. Wife didn't think that moored was a word. I was like,
Moored.
I'm like, your husband is a fishing man and a boatman. He knows that shit.
I'm a boatman.
Boatman! We all came...
Mr. Skellybones.
Skellybones! My movie's coming out soon. We all rushed down the floating wooden boat dock looking for somewhere to hide. We abruptly stopped and looked around at our options. Mark crept into a small rowboat that had a bunch of old fishing nets and covered himself with them. I grabbed Sophie's hand and we jumped onto an old green and white pontoon boat next to Mark's boat. We scurried to the front of the boat, hid under a tarp that was laying over one of the seats, and stayed there quiet and still as possible. We could hear loud footsteps of the old man as he finally reached the docks and ran past our hiding spots. The old man yelled, "You filthy rats! You better scurry away before I cut off your little tails!" The footsteps slowed a bit, and then stopped as if he had started walking and came to a halt. But then we started hearing the old man slowly walking back towards where we had hidden to hide. One heavy bootful at a time, the old man closed in on us. Thud. 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 Then everything was quiet for a moment, until finally, after what seemed like a lifetime, I heard a cough and a grumble. "Damn kids. I'll find them later. I don't have time for this tonight." The old man said in an almost whisper, "It's a full moon tonight. It's gonna be my best chance at it this time. Can't make no mistakes. No time to waste. I must be off at once." With those words, I felt the pontoon boat rock up and down suddenly, and I heard the sound of someone messing with something at the back of the boat. I swallowed hard and motioned Sophie to stay quiet and not move. Then I peered out from under the tarp to get a better view. What I saw made my stomach sink. The old man was on the boat, standing by the steering wheel, and he had just put the key in the ignition and started the boat and the motor. Of all the boats we could have chosen, we chose his goddamn boat to hide on, and I couldn't believe how unlucky we were. The old man warmed up the engine and untied the boat from the dock. Then, at the unaware mercy of the old man, the boat set off from the dock and we were whisked off onto the lake, still cowering under the tarp at the head of the vessel. We hadn't been on the lake for long when the boat came to a stop. If anything, we'd only been driving for 5 to 10 minutes at most. The old man shut off the motor and could be heard rifling through some fishing gear towards the back, talking to himself the whole time as he did. No, not this," he mumbled. "Perhaps this. Maybe." He pulled out a few large casting nets and threw them to the side, grabbed a dozen large wooden sticks and put them in a pile. Then he finally sat down and grabbed the pipe out of his jacket pocket and lit it.
Hell yeah.
I watched him a while as Sophie and I glared from him under the tarp. "Hey, can you move your arm? You're poking me, Drew," Sophie whispered. "I'm not touching you, Soph," I protested. "Well, something is." She fired back and moved her head slightly to get a better look at what was poking her. "It's too dark, Drew." Just then, the clouds that were covering the moon cleared and the tarp was illuminated. Sophie's eyes adjusted and saw what was touching her. It wasn't a hand poking her. It was a paw stiff from rigor mortis, brown, furry, and caked in splotches of blood. Sophie, without hesitation, burst out of the tarp and flung herself to the other side of the boat and screamed, "Drew, it's a dog! Dead dog!" Sophie cried out, sobbing, "It's a dead little doggy!" The tarp blew off, landed in the water behind the boat, and as I looked next to me, I saw what Sophie had seen up close and personal. The carcass of a medium-sized dog sat next to me on the seat. It was covered in its own blood, eyes wide open, tongue sticking out, and had a large gash along the bottom of its neck. This is where all the blood had been. Oh, this had to be where all the blood in the old man's cabin had come from, and the reason he was carrying a wet stained sack on his back when we saw him earlier. "Jesus Christ," I said, horrified. "The hell did you do to the poor thing?" I looked over toward where the old man was seated, but to my surprise, the old man wasn't there anymore. It seemed that Sophie's sudden screaming explosion out of the tarp had taken him by surprise. He had fallen from the seat and was slowly pulling himself up. He made eye contact with me and pointed his finger. "You," he drawled. What are you doing here, rats? Why do you two keep causing me trouble? Us? I huffed. You've been stalking us from the moment we got here. What the hell do you even want from us? Stalking you? Now just what are you all about? The old man questioned. I ain't want nothing from you kids, and I ain't done nothing to you, except show you the way home the other day. You were hiding in the bushes when we got to our cabin yesterday, I protested. You were glaring at Sophie the whole time, you freak. The old man's head lowered a bit and he diverted my gaze. I didn't mean no harm by it. I was trimming some shrubs by your cabin for Miss Baker when I saw a little girl next to your car. For a second I thought I had seen my granddaughter again. Before I knew it, I had overstayed my welcome and I ran off hoping not to disturb you anymore. Not many folks hang around old Greg these days. Not with all those rumors still out there. Oh, don't give me that crap. You were creeping on us yesterday by the cove in the marshlands, I explained. No one goes to Markinized fishing spot. No one else knows where it's at, and even if they did, they wouldn't know how to get there. I told you yesterday. Don't you listen? I was cutting firewood out there when I heard you yelling from the marshes, so I went to check it out, Greg argued. You think you know this lake better than me, lad? Get a few more years under your belt first, kiddo. I've been up here at the lake for over 50 years. Ain't no fishing spot, cove, or even tree trunk I don't know about. Whose shed do you think you kids are hiding in which I found just anyway? Wait, that was your shed? I asked. I guess that makes sense with all the empty bottles and pictures of only your granddaughter not crossed out on them, you old drunk. It was just like your creepy-ass cabin with missing posters, newspaper clippings, and pictures of her all plastered over the walls. You need help, you old psycho! I admit, I did not take Emily's disappearance well, he stammered. I may have gone a bit over deep end, but who wouldn't? She was there one second and gone the next. I didn't know how to handle it and went loony for quite some time. But I'm getting better. I am better. The old man stared at the floor and boat in front of me. Getting better my ass, I belittled. I saw... Oop, burp. Snuck up on me there. Getting better my ass, I belittled. I saw the beer and liquor bottles all over the floor of that shed and in your cabin. Aside from that, you have a literal skeleton in your closet, and the map of the lake that has so many marks and lines on it, it looks like something out of a crime investigation show. How do you explain all that, huh? At least give these old bones one outlet for the pain, kiddo. Alcohol helps me forget and ease the pain I feel every day for losing Emily. Greg sighed loudly. So, as for the skeleton y'all found, it's just an old classroom skeleton for educational purposes. And the map is simply fishing spots. Yeah. Sorry to burst your bubble there, kiddo. Nothing weird there. The old man had a goddamn answer for everything, and I was even starting to think I was the crazy one with all my accusations. However, I had one piece of solid proof laying right behind me, covered in blood on the pontoon boat seat. Think you're so clever? Well, what about the fucking dead dog? I tried to shout, but I was cut off when the boat was suddenly struck from the left. Greg, Sophie, and I were all caught off guard and slammed into the right side of the seating in the boat. I got up bleary-eyed and felt my head ringing a bit. What the hell did we hit? A tree stump or something? I asked while being on my feet. Well, look at that. Guess I didn't need the dog tonight, Greg started saying. Looks like your big old mouth was all I needed to draw him out this time. Shame. Could have used your help sooner there, boy. I stared blankly and blinked at the old man for a second and shook my head. What the hell are you rambling about, old man? I asked. Draw what out? What do you mean, this time? That was no tree stump we hit, boy. Something hit us, not the other way around. Greg said as his face hardened and seemed to darken. Hit us? You're out of your mind. There are no fish big enough in this lake to make an impact like that. And we're not anywhere near alligator territory. The water's way too cold here. I tried to explain, but the old man's focus was towards the edge of the boat. Ow! My head! Sophie had gotten up and was still sobbing, probably more from pain now than the shock of the dead dog. Oh shit, Soph! I leapt over to Sophie. I completely forgot about her while I was interrogating the old man. Are you alright? I think so. I just bumped my head real hard. Sophie rubbed her head with her hand as vigorously. I'll be okay, Drew. Thanks. We stood towards the center of the boat. Sophie was hiding behind me, and Greg was standing to the left of the center console of the steering wheel, just staring into the water. What are you looking at? I asked curiously. Any second now. You'll see it, kiddo. You'll see. Greg repeated.
God dang Loch Ness
Monster! I need about tree. He wasn't wrong. We didn't have to wait very long. The wind picked up a bit and the clouds shrouded the moon in shadow again. Soon the water beneath the boat started to faintly glow, and the lights slowly grew larger and larger until a large lantern-like object burst from the murky depths. The light was about 8 feet in the air next to the boat, and it slowly circled us, as if observing us from afar. Sophie rushed to the edge of the boat. Look, Drew! It's the fairy I was telling you about! The old man rushed to Sophie and grabbed her away from the side of the rail. There ain't no fairy, young lady. Look closely now and you'll see its true shape. The light bobbed up and down, flew in circles, and seemed to flow in the wind as it went. It certainly seemed like some mythical creature, or at least the biggest firefly I'd ever seen. It was a bright blur when it moved, and I couldn't make out any details. That was before the clouds finally passed, and the glow from the moonlight illuminated the lake and the boat once more. I could barely fathom what I was seeing before me. I turned and vomited onto the deck. I wiped my mouth, steadied myself, and looked back. There, shooting out of the water, was a long, dark, tentacle-like appendage. At the top of this appendage was a glowing orb that had a skull on top of it, almost like a helmet. Lakeweed hung from the back and the sides of the skull. Stuffed under the skull was what looked like some kind of cloth fabric that hung down and swayed in the wind almost like a dress. I squinted my eyes and saw the cloth had a faded flower pattern on it, and that the skull was missing one front incisor. My heart sunk into my chest, and I could barely speak. Emily? The name was like molasses in my mouth. Is that really Emily? You damn monster! Quit playing with us! Greg shouted from the back of the boat. I'm gonna get my granddaughter back from you this time, even if it kills me, you abomination! Wait, you mean you didn't have a hand in Emily's disappearance at all? I asked foolishly. The old man's head snapped at me. What? Of course not! He shouted. I loved Emily with all my heart. I would have never hurt a hair of my little angel's head. This bastard grabbed her off the shore when I wasn't being the most vigilant one night. Been trying to get my poor granddaughter's remains back for the past year now. Took me a bit to find out exactly what had happened to Emily. That was until the fish population dropped almost zero, and I started investigating the lake every day to find out why. Then one day I was fishing out by the cove where I found you three at, and hooked into quite a large catch, but it broke my line. I went back to the cove almost every day after that and would see large shadows, or sometimes at sunset the water seemed to glow. And even then I had a hell of a time trying to believe what I was seeing. Eventually it stopped showing itself. I tried different baits, lures, scents, but nothing worked. Until one day I was out in the lake watching some geese swim on the surface around dusk, and something came up and snatched one of the birds and took it down in the dark waters. After that I started catching animals to use as bait. The damn thing kept growing. Started accepting small rodents and rabbits. So the dogs, I said grimly. Yes, Greg admitted. It was out of desperation, I swear. Drew, look! Sophie shouted from behind me and pointed to the tentacle. It was sinking back into the water. Once it was fully submerged, we heard a large echoing boom from below us. Shit! What's the plan now, old man? I asked. How do we fight this thing? What does this thing even look like? What was that weird tentacle with the light on it? I had so many more questions now than before we got on the boat. Where did this thing come from? How did it get so freaking big, and how did this old man think he was gonna kill it on his own? Shut up. Here. The old man yelled and threw something at my feet. I looked down and saw that it was a long wooden stick with a large kitchen knife attached to the end of it. I picked it up and looked at the old man who was holding a similar homemade spear. Are you serious? Don't you have any guns or something better? I complained. Greg looked over at me and laughed. Nope. County took away all my guns since my mental breakdown a few years back. Feared for my safety. They said. We gotta make do with what we got and our own strength, boy. Don't worry. Greg's got a few tricks up his sleeve. This wasn't how I was planning on fighting this thing tonight, but I'll make do with the cards I'm dealt. The water bubbled around the boat and then came to a calm. I readied my makeshift spear, swallowed hard, and waited. The boat rocked slightly and I could hear Sophie whimper. "Soph, hide under the seat over there and stay hidden, okay?" I directed. She looked at me terrified, scurried over the other side of the boat and hid under the seat. Another echoing boom was heard directly under the boat as the vessel violently slammed from underneath, throwing me and Greg from our feet for a moment. I picked myself up and rushed to the side of the railing where I could see the boiling in the water, and I hurled my spear with all my might, landing with a large splash. A few seconds passed and the boils disappeared as my spear slowly drifted to the surface. "I missed. Damn," I complained. "Don't lose your head, boy. Don't just throw it with every movement you see," Greg berated. "Wait till the monster surfaces and shows us his ugly mug. I ain't got that many more spears." Greg tossed me another spear, one with the blades of some garden shears attached at the end of it, and nodded at me. "Wait for your shot, kid," Greg clarified. I nodded back at him, determined not to screw up. Greg watched the water without blinking, waiting for any sign of the monster. "Never seen the thing this aggressive before. Wonder if it could smell the dog's blood on the boat, or if the full moon is unusually strong tonight. This ain't gonna be easy as I thought, kid. But just have my back, and we'll make it out of this." We were jerked to the left as the creature smashed into the lower right side of the boat. A loud metallic grinding and screeching sound started coming from the bottom of the boat afterwards. Greg and I ran over to the source of the sound and finally saw the head of the monster as it had bitten into one of the long cylindrical metal floats that kept the pontoon afloat. Its teeth were stuck in the metal, and the sound we heard was its long, foot-long, white bone-like teeth gnashing up and down as it tried to free itself. The head was enormous, like the front hood of a car. A long, slimy antenna was coming out of its head, drooping into the water next to it, and its eyes were like dinner plates that glowed a pale green color when Greg hung a lantern over the railing. Greg, without a second, thrust the spear towards the monster's eye, but it finally freed itself at the last second, and the spear missed the eye by mere inches, sticking into the monster in the neck. "Yeah! How do you like that, you skelly bastard?" Greg roared. "Ha! Bet you felt it that time." I could see blood in the water as Greg's lantern, still hanging over the railing, illuminated the dark water below. "Oh shit, old man, you really did hit it." I was surprised. Maybe we actually have a shot at killing this thing. Our eyes scanned the water, spears in hand, feet braced while sweat dripped from my brow, and we waited for the next assault on the boat. The echoing boom of the creature, like it was surrounding us on all sides, and I couldn't tell where to look. I twisted in circles in a heated panic until I made myself sick. I got down on my knee to help the dizziness when I saw the water at the back of the boat start glowing, and Cookie shouted to Greg, "The back of the boat!" I yelled. "Here it comes! It's gonna bite them up!" Before I could finish, the boat lurched forward, and the creature brought its jaws down on the almost half of the back of the boat. Greg and I were both ready this time, and dashed to the back of the pontoon and drove our pikes deep into the creature's face. Greg managed to gouge the left eye through the middle and dealt a heavy blow to the fish-like beast. Unfortunately, my attack managed to strike the creature's teeth, and my spear bounced off, snapping at the blade, becoming useless. Greg's spear was still lodged in the beast and was having trouble getting it free as the monster chewed on the engine. Thinking on my feet, I quickly looked around and saw the keys were still in the boat's ignition. I ran to the dashboard and turned the keys. "The hell are you doing, kid?" Greg shouted at me. "Trust me, old man," I shouted back as I floored the gas, causing the engine's propeller to spin. The blades immediately spun into action, shredding the right side of the fish creature's mouth. Several large teeth flew off from the leg, and chunks of flesh littered the boat. The monster quickly retreated to the safety of the murky water, and Greg shuffled over me. "Good thinking, kid." Greg slapped me on the shoulder. "I'm sure the beast didn't like that, but it ain't gonna be enough to stop it. It'll come back before long, and that bite to the engine was much worse than I thought. We're leaking fuel. Son of a bitch must have nicked the gas line. We gotta move soon. We're already leaking fuel, and I'm out of spears. Plus, don't freak out, but I think we might be taking on water since that thing bit the pontoon floats. Problem is, the monster will attack as soon as we start up that engine. I just know it, and that'll be the end of us." "Are you kidding? So what? We need like a distraction or something?" I asked. "What could we even use? I didn't exactly bring anything with me besides Sophie, and we're definitely not using her as bait."
He was holding her, and he very quickly put her back down.
"Fine.
All right.
She's just fodder at this point."
You convinced me.
I stared at Sophie as she sat curled in a ball under the seat, tried to think of an answer, and found it laying on the seat up next to her. "The dog!" I said out loud. "Greg, let's toss the dog overboard to distract a monster, and in the meantime we can try to get to land." "That's if it goes for the dog. It may want a bigger meal and still try for us. But hell, it's worth a shot, kid," Greg admitted. "First, let me get the engine ready. Then, when I give you the signal, throw the dog overboard." I nodded to Greg and picked up our bait. I heard a few clanks and curse words from the rear of the boat until I saw Greg's head pop up and nod back. It was time. I stood at the front of the boat, looked out into the lake, and saw the monster's fake glow starting to approach our boat again. I grabbed the dog's legs and hurled it out in the open water. It floated and bobbed on the lake's surface, and the underwater glow turned towards it away from us. "It's working," I said in an excited, hushed tone. "Wait for it." Greg was still, eyes locked on the dog's floating carcass, and his hands on the boat ignition waiting for the right moment. The glow reached the dog and sat underneath it for a few seconds. Then it disappeared completely, and the dog's carcass remained bobbing up and down the moonlit water. "What happened? Where'd it go? Why'd it stop?" I sent a barrage of questions toward Greg, who was scratching his head at the center console. "Shit, maybe this thing's getting smart," Greg begrudged. "That's gonna make this a lot harder." "Alright, well maybe if I..." Without warning, the water ahead of us erupted as the monster snatched the dog from the surface with such force that the pontoon boat rocked back and forth. I yelled to Greg, "Now!" And I didn't even need to. Greg had already cranked the engine and the propeller was swirling the water behind us as we sped off. "Where are we gonna go now, old man?" I asked. "Without your makeshift spears, what do we have left to fight this thing with?" Greg looked over to me and pointed to a tackle box on the dashboard. "I still got that," he said solemnly. I bent down and opened the box. "Holy shit, seriously?" I said astonished as I picked up what was inside. "So you can get dynamite, but you can't get guns? How does that make sense?" "Makes perfect sense. I didn't buy the dynamite," Greg explained. "I used to be a military man in my youth, and an old buddy of mine in demolitions was able to get it for me. And he still owed me a favor from back in the day, and I was finally able to cash in. Hopefully that'll do the trick. We'll try to make for the closest shore we can get to, lad. And when we get that far, we'll have to lure that beast and get that dynamite inside his mouth somehow." "Easier said than done," I said glumly. I saw Sophie finally come out from under the seat and stretch her arms out. "Are we finally safe, Drew?" I could hear the booming echoing of the monster out in the distance. And it started growing louder as we were heading toward shore. "No, not yet, Sophie, but stay close to me. Greg and I are going to protect you." I tried to put on a brave face for her, patted her head gently. The engine started to sputter and spurt. Greg started to curse. "Come on, you bitch. Just a couple more minutes. Goddamn cocksucker, don't you die on me yet." Any fuel that was left in the engine was drying up, and the boat started to lurch and shake as it cut through the water. Greg surveyed the situation, realized we wouldn't make it to shore and what fuel we had left, and made a quick gut decision. He turned the boat towards a small island sticking up from the middle of the lake that was no bigger than a tennis court. "Got no choice. We're sitting ducks out here in this territory," Greg pointed out. "Better to make landfall while the beast can't reach us and wait out till sunrise." "So what, we're admitting defeat?" I rebuffed. "Better to live and fight another day than to throw our lives away, kiddo," Greg sounded defeated. "What about the dynamite?" I shouted. "Sure, kiddo. But like you said, easier said than done. And that'll be even harder not being on the mainland with only that tiny island to work with," Greg shot back. I realized I was being rash, and that he was right. Fighting this creature now was seeming to be impossible. We had to take our loss and retreat to the safety of the land, no matter how small the island might be. The engine shut down just as we were within yards of the jagged oval of stone, mud, and small bushes that made up the island. The boat crashed into the shoreline and stuck into the muddy shallows. We started making our way off the pontoon one by one, and Greg turned to us. "Careful when you jump off here. The mud is thick and deep. You'll get yourself stuck forever if you're not watching where you step," Greg warned. "Grab that gas can on your way off there, boy." He pointed to a red can strapped to the inside of the pontoon. "But why? I thought the engine was ruined," I questioned. That's true. But maybe we can have ourselves a little fire to keep us warm throughout the night." Greg got his lighter. Old Greg still got his lighter with him. Greg revealed a small silver Zippo covered in rust, and he smiled. We all huddled near the center of the island and looked out onto the lake. The monster's light slowly circled the island, still determined to make a meal of us. But it seemed for the time being we were safe. The monster made no attempt to come ashore to get us. Maybe it was just a big dumb fish, and we'd all been fine if we just stayed put and waited till morning. That would have been the plan, until I heard a voice shout my name from the lake. "Drew!" the voice yelled. "Drew, are you there, dude?" No way. My jaw dropped. I saw the beam of a flashlight wave back and forth, and the shape of a small rowboat came into view. "Mark, is that you, dude?" I shouted in the darkness. "Drew, dude!" Mark excitedly shouted back. "You're alive!" Greg looked at me concerned. "Who the hell is that kid?" I cut my hands over my mouth and screamed, "Bro, what are you doing here?" "Kid, wait! Hold!" Greg tried to tell me, but I kept yelling back to Mark. "Dude, I'm here to rescue you!" Mark yelled. I was about to respond, but Greg got up and smacked me in the back of the head. "Ouch! Greg! What the hell, Greg?" I asked. "Tell your friend to get the hell out of here now before he's fish food!" Greg snapped at me. "Look!" He pointed to the water. When I looked, my stomach sank as I saw the bright underwater glow make a beeline for Mark's boat. I started running to the shoreline and shouted along the way, "Mark, get out of here!" "What?" Mark asked, confused as he approached. The glowing vanished and the water became as dark as night the sky once again. "Don't come near the island, Mark!" I screamed. "The monster's out of you!" Mark was only now a few hundred feet, like 100 feet or so away and closing in on the island. "Dude, what are you on about? I came after you guys when I saw the old man's boat take off," Mark explained. "What are you talking about? In a flash, Mark's boat was hurled into the air, snapping in two from the powerful attack from below. "Mark!" I screamed at the top of my lungs. Shit! This isn't happening! I stared at the leftover debris of Mark's boat floating on the water's surface, slowly bumping into itself as it made a small, hollow knocking sound. "God damn it! That idiot! Why the fuck did he chase after us?" I mumbled to myself as I sunk to my knees. "'Cause, Drew, he was your friend." Sophie sat next to me teary-eyed. "Yeah, well look where that got him! It got him fucking killed, Soph!" Sophie started to bawl and I hugged her tightly. I'm sorry, Soph. I didn't mean to yell at you. It's not your fault. I'm just upset and frustrated, but I shouldn't take it out on you." Greg shut out from behind us. "Wait! Looks like something's trying to surface on the debris." Bubbles were coming up from the depths near the shards of the broken boat. We all stood in suspense, teeth grit and hands into fists, waiting for any sign of life. Finally, something surfaced. It was Mark! He was coughing loudly and flailing in the water, looking for something to hold onto to keep him afloat. "Mark, you're alive!" I cried with relief. "Get to shore, quick!" Mark was still dazed from the attack, having no idea what just happened. "Dude, what the hell was that?" he yelled out. "Mark, swim!" I exclaimed as the water beneath him started to glow a bright yellow. Mark took the hint and started swimming vigorously towards the shore with frantic strokes. He managed to distance himself from the glow, but still had a ways to go to the shoreline. The monster was starting to gain distance on Mark as he closed in on the island. "Shit! Mark, swim faster! It's right behind you!" I warned. "The monster's too fast. He's not gonna make it," I said under my breath. "You two, get down!" Greg yelled from behind us suddenly as I saw him hurl something slightly glowing into the water with the monster's luminescence. "Get down now!" I grabbed Sophie and huddled over her as we dropped to the ground, covering our heads. Mark was still frantically swimming towards us when an abrupt thunderous blast shot an enormous geyser of water up several yards behind him. The whole island reverberated and shook as lake water poured down upon us like rain. After a few moments, I slowly raised my head and looked out on the lake. The monster was nowhere in sight, but neither was Mark. I turned back to Greg. "So did you just do what I think you did?" I asked. "I had no other choice, kiddo. I'm not watching any more children disappear around me," Greg just grimly responded. "Not if I can help it." I stared at Greg with a weird sense of admiration for a moment until I heard large slopping sounds coming from the shore a few yards away from me. "Oh crap, Mark, are you there?" I yelled. "Yeah, dude, somehow." Mark sounded shook and exhausted. "Drew, I'm stuck in the mud. Come help me out, man." "Greg, quick, let's help him out of there," I exclaimed. "Shine your lantern over there." Greg lifted up his lantern and we could see Mark several yards away, about 4 feet from the shoreline, up to his waist in mud. "We're coming, Mark," I reassured. A deep bellow shattered the calm night air as the creature shot from the water and tore into the top half of Mark, separating his torso from his waist in a single bite. The creature crashed into the shoreline with such force we were thrown to the ground. I rose and helped Sophie up. Greg was already standing, holding his lantern out, and he was shaking. I couldn't speak a word. I had just seen Mark literally bit in half by a giant fish, and it couldn't get worse, I thought. I was wrong. I suddenly realized why Greg was shaking. It wasn't just from the death of Mark. It was from seeing the whole monster in its entirety. The creature was the size of a goddamn minivan. It was covered in large, greenish-purple scales. It had a large but short stump-like tail with a thin fin running along it from top to bottom. Its gigantic eyes glowed as they reflected the light of the lantern back at us, and I saw a wide, snaggle-toothed mouth splattered with blood. The fish's tentacle-like stalk that protruded from its head swayed back and forth, pulsing light from its grotesque lure made from the dead girl. The worst thing was that this abomination was not just a giant fish. It was somehow able to breathe and move on land at an unexpected speed. The creature's front pectoral fins were the size of couch cushions and looked almost like raw chicken wings with webbing attached. The creature came at us by using its fins to propel itself forward in a leaping fashion while swishing its tail in a horizontal manner. We were all so stunned at what was happening that we had barely any time to react before the creature was upon us. The creature lunged at Greg, trying to make him his next victim, but he jumped out of the way in time, dropping his lantern as a result. But as he landed, he pulled a large knife from his boot. Boot knife! Greg counterattacked by driving his knife deep into the side of the monster and tearing it back out. The monster let out a deafening, gurgling bellow, spun to its side in an instant, and struck Greg in the chest with its tail, sending him flying into the bushes behind us. I quickly turned to Sophie. Go hide in the boat, Soph! I demanded. Sophie stood frozen in fear, unable to move an inch, and didn't seem to hear a word I was saying. Sophie, run! I screamed at her. The fish beast turned its attention to us and started dragging itself towards Sophie, but it was much slower than it had been before. I was able to grab Sophie in time, and we jumped out of the way of the beast's jaws as it thrust itself towards us. After all the damage we had done to the monster, it was finally showing signs of slowing down. We landed on some pieces of driftwood that had washed up on shore, and the creature repositioned itself and lunged at us again. As I was getting up, I grabbed one of the larger pieces of wood and held it out in front of Sophie and I, trying to shield us. The fish beast pounced upon us, but instead of grabbing a meal, it bit down on the driftwood hard and reared up violently. The beast backed away, trying to close its mouth, but the piece of wood was caught in its jaws, leaving its mouth agape as it was thrashing from side to side. Out of nowhere, Greg came dashing from the bushes, knife in hand, and leapt from a high rock outcrop, landing on the beast's head. Slimy bastard! Give her back! Greg roared as he began to repeatedly stab the top of the creature's head, holding it onto its tentacle. The creature was now cascading blood from its head and bellowing in frustrated anger. Greg wrapped its leg tightly around the creature's gruesome appendage and lifted his knife high. With one swift swing, Greg severed the creature's light post-like tentacle. It fell to the ground, twitching and flailing for a few moments before it went still. The monster bucked repeatedly to shake off Greg, but he had his knife stuck deep into its flesh. Finally, the beast proceeded to roll over, spinning its body like a slow-moving drill, and slammed Greg into the rocks. I heard a large snapping sound as Greg hit the rocks and cried out with a shrieking yell, "My leg!" Greg screamed.
My leg!
Greg laid on the rocks, gripping his leg, cursing loudly as the beast was still in front of him, trying to break the log caught in its mouth. The island was now glowing a reddish-orange color, and I realized that the brush on the island had caught a flame. It appeared when Greg's lantern hit the ground and shattered. It caught some of the dry bushes on fire while we were fighting the monster. Greg yelled over to me, "Use the cast can, boy!" I looked over to him confused, yelling back, "What am I supposed to do with that?" "What are you, dumb boy?" Greg berated me. "Blow the fucker up!" I ran over to the gas can I dropped near the pontoon. I ripped the sliver of my shirt off and shoved it into the top. I went over to one of the burning bushes, lit the piece of cloth on fire, and ran for the creature. Hearing the piece of driftwood starting to splinter within its monstrous jaws, I didn't have much time left, and I wouldn't get another chance like this. The creature saw me coming, and with its one remaining dinner-sized plate eye, it charged me head-on. Right before the creature's face reached mine, I threw the gas can down the right side of its mouth where we had previously broken off some of its teeth with our boat's motor. Unfortunately, to accomplish this, I had to wait till I was too close to dodge the creature's assault. I was lucky enough to avoid its gruesome teeth, but the monster still slammed into me with its head so hard it sent me shooting across the entire island across to the opposite shore. I landed on the shore with a thud, barely missing the water, and there I lay motionless, trying to move. My whole body was in pain. My arms and legs felt so heavy I couldn't even lift them. Coughing a few times, I tasted a metallic coating in my mouth after each one. It was hard to breathe, and I found myself feeling exhausted. My eyes tried to look up to the other side of the island, and all I could see was smoke and red. Then, I could feel a large tremor suddenly vibrate the ground beneath me, and an enormous plume of fire engulfed the other side of the island, lighting up the twilight sky as if it were daybreak. I dropped my head back down. Did I do it? I asked myself. Sophie. My vision started to blur. My body still wouldn't move at all, and I felt myself starting to pass out. Sophie, I said in a hushed tone as everything went black. The next thing I knew, I was lying in a hospital bed with my arm in a cast, head wrapped up, and my torso was completely bandaged. My vision was blurry at first, but I could see two figures in the room with me. When my sight returned, I could see my mother slumped in a chair asleep next to me, and Sophie on a bench across from the bed in front of me. When she saw my eyes open, she jumped up and yelled, "Drew! Mom! Drew's awake!" She cried while running to the left side of the bed. Mom rubbed the sleep from her eyes, and when she finally saw me, they filled up with tears, and she put her arms around me. "Oh, Drew, you're awake!" Mom sobbed. "It's been 2 days. I was getting so worried." Mom sat back in her chair, grabbing a tissue box and pulling several out. She blew her nose and sniffed a few times. I looked over at Sophie and smiled. "You're okay, Squirt." I could barely hear the words coming out of my own mouth as I spoke. Sophie's eyes were like twin waterfalls cascading down her cheeks. No one's gonna deal with that one except for frowns, I think, and maybe you. I told Mom you would be okay. I knew you'd be okay, she sniffed. "You protect me like you said you would, Drew. Thank you." "No problem," so I rasped. "But what happened to old Greg and the fish monster? Did we kill it?" Mom stood up suddenly. "If you mean the man who kidnapped you and used illegal explosive that left you in the state you were in, the authorities have yet to locate him. Drew, what happened? How did that man kidnap you and your sister? Did he drug you? Oh, I should have been more strict with you too, and maybe this wouldn't have happened." I tried to move, but Mom gently stopped me. "Drew, please try not to move. The doctors say you have several broken ribs, multiple torn muscles, and bruises over 40% of your body." I turned my head to her. "No, Mom. Greg, he helped us," I managed to say. "We fought the fish monster together, Mom." "Fish monster?" Mom furrowed her brow and tilted her head to one side. "Oh dear, I'll go get someone. I'm worried you might have hit your head harder than we thought, sweetheart. Sophie, watch over your brother for me while I find the doctor or a nurse to help us." "No, Mom, wait." I tried to say out loud, but she was already out the door. "Drew." Sophie tugged my hospital gown. "Here." She showed me a small folded note on yellowish stained paper. She unfolded the note and held it to my face so I could read it. It read, "Hey there, kiddo. If you're reading this, it means you pulled through and are one tough son of a bitch. I want to thank you for helping me get my selfish revenge, and sorry for all the trouble I put you and your sister through. I could finally put my granddaughter to rest in a proper grave now, and that beast won't be harming anyone anymore. Speaking of which, I've decided to go into hiding and take the blame for everything that happened. It's just easier this way. Fish Monster's body was all burnt up and unrecognizable after your admirable show of bravery. I mean, who is going to believe that we fought a 1-ton scaly fish monster anyway? It makes more sense that a senile old man who missed his granddaughter, kidnapped a few kids, and tried to blow up his boat with some dangerous explosives. Sadly, I never did find the rest of your friend. Guess the lower half sunk into the mud and he was claimed by the lake. I'm sorry about that. I really am. But you got a whole life ahead of you. So just keep your head down, shut your mouth, pretend like I was all a fairy tale, kiddo. I had a little talk with your sister, and we came to an understanding. So don't worry about her. She's smarter than she looks, and you should be nicer to her. She's your only sister. Again, I thank you. I was lucky to have you watch my back during our hunt, and it was a pleasure to meet you, Drew. Signed, GG. After I read the note, Sophie crumbled it up and ran to the bathroom and flushed the paper down the toilet. "No evidence," she said with a smirk. I lay back in my hospital bed. I stared up at the ceiling and let out a small chuckle. I hate fairy tales. End.
Poor Mark.
He had so many chances, but I was not gonna let him live.
Mark's family will never know the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And all that Greg signed was good game. GG, y'all.
Because
good night.
only Drew's gonna know that was Greg Garrett. And if you notice, he finally actually calls him Drew at the end instead of all the other fucking shit.
Bastard.
Little bastard,
Yeah.
kiddo, lad.
I like that it was like the craziest anglerfish you've ever seen, which I can appreciate because anglerfish are fucking gnarly.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely had some like iron lung going on in there for a little bit if you know the game. But yeah, it was really well done. It was really well paced. I mean, you had me guessing for a while there. I knew the old man was a red herring. I knew that was.
That was the thing that I was like.
That was like a writing.
I was like,
it's like a motif.
Like I want the old man to be suspicious.
Yeah.
But I don't want to immediately give away that there's a monster.
Yeah, I think for a little while there with like the light in the lagoon and like the little mound full of bones, I was like, yeah, something's out here, something's feeding on stuff. I picked up on the fact that the fish were missing before you said anything about it, because it was just noticeable that they didn't catch anything. After talking about having spent like years there fishing, I was like, yeah, there's a reason for that.
Like I was trying to balance like, all right, I want the light to be a very big motif. So I like, all right, well, Greg's going to be using his lantern throughout the entire story. So
Yeah.
that's like, okay, if...
The misconception.
That's the misdirection was like, okay, well, maybe that's Greg down in the cove with his lantern. Looking around for something, like hunting something, you know.
Mm-hmm. No, I think it was paced really well. I liked the characters. It was believable. The monster is cool. Love a big old fish monster. Yeah, I mean, it's as like creepypasta as creepypasta comes, which I can fucking appreciate because it's a creature feature. It's like nothing.
And you know anything about me, I am a creature feature man.
Yeah, you also told me that you wanted to write like a Goosebumps level thing, and you absolutely did. So, kudos.
Boosgumps.
Boosgumps. That's what you should have named the story.
Boosgumps. Boosgumps.
Woof, woof, woof. Yeah, so, like, in my head, so I'm, like, reading this at the same time you're saying it, but I'm also, like, disconnecting and I'm trying to, like, get my own ideas and my own, like, you know, voice and spirit in there. And in my head, as I'm reading everything that Greg is saying, he just sounds like a pirate in my head. In my head, like, the voice I had for him was just like, "Yar, I was looking for that. I was looking for my daughter. Arg. Yar, you darn bastard. I'll get you, you
Well, like we
fishy
talked
fuck."
about in the beginning, about like me reading it to you or us reading it together, my mind was like, if we read it together, you're definitely going to be Greg. Because you always do an old man voice in almost all the things you do.
I fucking love
I'm like,
voice.
so like that's why I was like, all right, what kind of voice am I gonna give Greg? And I was like, all right, it's gotta kind of be.
I like that
bit.
your Mark voice was kind of Mark Rooster.
It was like bordering on drolling and surfer dude.
Oh fuck!
Like, come on, man! Like,
Oh, okay. Like that really is just Mark. That's Mark Rooster. No, the brother sister vibes were not only believable but sincere. The mom traumatic, you know, dealing with some shit, but just trying to mind her own business like a mom would. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say it was predictable. I wouldn't say I knew what was gonna happen. I wouldn't say that it was over long. I think it was exactly like, it's even like the length of like a Goosebumps.
That's what I was kind of going for. Like,
I feel like some of them go longer. Like, we're gonna read 2 more that definitely go on the longer side. But it's like, when we read Goosebumps, they tend to be between 2 and 3 hours. So it's like, oh, okay, so you write a story that's just about 2 hours. It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it checks out. The pacing was similar. You have your introduction of character, you have your rising suspicion, you have your red herring, you have your
definitely like
action, your climax. Ooh.
That was one of the things I was definitely trying to like. Since I don't write, I'm not a writer. I haven't written forever. Like I was like, okay, well I need like certain moments, like introduce everybody. Why there's a problem. Mm-hmm. Trying to solve problem. Mm-hmm. Finding real problem in actual climax.
Did you have an outline? Were you going off of like a
This was everything just from my mind.
Oh, okay.
Straight up just throwing things on paper.
You wrote it in order of the story as you were coming up with the story. That's interesting.
I had the monster.
You had the,
that was all I wanted.
Yeah.
I had the monster.
No, obviously you knew what you were
monster, and I wanted a somewhat boat fight. And I was like, how do I get to
the
boat fight?
Yeah.
Yeah. How do I get to Jaws?
Yeah.
You know.
That's fair.
So like I think it was.
How do you get to Jaws? That is.
So like the beginning part was pretty easy. It was more like the moment of them going to his cabin and trying to be like, all right, why do I have him kill time? I'm like, okay, well I'll have Mark flake, and then I'll have them be sulking for a couple hours.
It makes sense for him to show up later and be in on the action if he was missing for the first half of it. You know.
Did you think
and
that
also sowing a little bit more suspicion into Greg or into what we might be
like I want to like once you get in the cabin, you're like, okay.
Goosebumps always has that moment where they try to sell you on something else before you get to the thing that you're actually.
Because I had a lot of ideas. Like I had a bunch of actual ideas for Greg, but I kind of went with like, all right, he's like an old drunk, but like once he's like in the actual boat in the action, he's more sober and doesn't like sound as crazy.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. I'm like. Honestly, there was two ways the story almost went completely different ways. One way that I avoided going off of was the monster was going to be like... so literally the monster is from the fucking beginning bulletin board about the rare crossbred aquarium fish for $99.99.
Oh, okay.
My thought thing was like, no one's going to buy a fish for $100 fucking dollars, so someone's just going to let him go. I didn't want to go the route of like, also there was a nuclear plant nearby. Because I hate that trope.
Yeah,
the one I almost went for was Greg's daughter died in a stupid accident, and then he tried to bring her back with an Eldritch summon, and he brought back the monster instead. And now he was trying to right his wrong. But I was like, I don't really think I want to do Eldritch. I just kind of want to do, there's a monster, no one knows how the fuck that got there, but one man knows about it and he's been trying to take care of it.
And we got our Captain Ahab character where he's just... That's
my white whale.
It's consumed him. Yeah. No, as you set out, I think you made the right decision. I think you made and I didn't pick up on the bulletin board at all.
I tried to put because I even wrote that in caps, the fish thing.
Yeah, I mean.
But I tried to put enough in there so that like there's enough to deflect. Like, okay, this is the bulletin board full of bunch of shit.
Yeah.
And then like the whole dog collar thing, the dog tag, I didn't have that planned. I had put them on the bulletin board, and then as I was going, I'm like, well. Let's put more on there to like bring it back to the bulletin board.
No, when I remember reading the dogs going missing, I was like, all right, so something ate them. And then, because obviously we already have the story about the little girl.
Yeah. And
so it's like all at the same time, I'm like, okay, so something's at this lake and it's eating things. Okay, so I put that together like right then and there. But it wasn't until they saw Greg leave the cabin with a bundle in his bag that I was like, this guy is feeding this thing. And I actually started to think of like Lake Placid. I thought there was like one side of it where it was like, okay, is this a means to an end? Is it lure? Is it a bait? Or is this something he's trying to protect? And I very quickly was just like, nah, this guy's like harebrained and at his ends. So it's like, it's definitely something he's hunting. So would he go around and try to look for bait, and if this monster is of a particular diet, he's trying to appease to it without becoming a murderer himself. So yeah, you run out of trying to go after smaller animals, you move on to bigger byproduct, you end up with just kind of settling for what's around you. And yeah, like people bring their dogs to the lake and to cabins and shit, so that made sense to me. It's a natural progression for the misdirect of Greg's character. You think, oh, he's a murderer, then he's the one who's at fault for the entire situation, and then you find out it's like, it's a unmitigated means to an end, but it's purposeful. So as sad as it is, it you know, it has a reason for happening. So. But yeah, no, I would say that it is as like just about what I expected out of you, if not more. Like, if not, like, honestly, the length is what blew me away. I was like, damn, like, you really wrote this much. Like, you really, like, fucking committed. And that was the most surprising part. I was like, shit. But then I was like, you know, we're talking about structure, we're talking about plot, like, the way that you said your process worked. Like, that's even more impressive, just sitting down and kind of hammering it all out without, like, doing a brainstorm or, like, an outline or anything. Because even with my longest one, it's like I had a page outline, and each, like, 2 lines were my points to get between. And I found myself going back and looking at that document and being like, oh, okay, this is where I'm trying to go next. This is where I'm trying to go next. Yeah. And I would chop that part out and just work on the next part. I would turn 2 sentences into a paragraph of an idea. I would turn that paragraph into a page. I would then turn that page into dialogue and setting and context, and that's where I would get my expression. Yeah. But, like, everyone's process is going to be different. I'm super fucking surprised that you just, like, kind of sat down and hammered it all out like that. I think it's like a simplistic way of going about it, but at the very same time, it's also, like, the oldest. It's how people tell stories. Yeah. It's how people... It just, like, kind of comes down, if you were ad-libbing, if you were sitting around a campfire, which is what we talk about on this show, like, all the time, how would you tell a story that you're just making up off the top of your head? Well, you'd start at the beginning. Yeah. And you'd just keep fucking going until you got to the part that you wanted to get to. So it's like... It's as rudimentary as it comes, but that's not to say that it was simple at all. Like, it's not. It's nuanced in many different ways. I would say if I had one critique, it's just me knowing grammar. Like, it's me knowing punctuation. It's like, if I were to go back and do a cleanup of some just punctuation, basic punctuation, I would be like... I would probably be surprised at how little I would have to edit this, to be totally honest.
Just so everyone knows, I did edit this with my wife, but the version that I saved to the flash drive was, I think, the unedited version, so there were a few flub-ups. It might have been. It might have been. But I'd say...
Regardless, it's like...
I'd say, what was it? Just going... I think the first half I wrote pretty well off. So I think where I stopped at, where I actually needed... was I think it was after the almost falling into the marsh with Sophie, when she goes to grab the dog tag from the bone pile. After they get past, like, the shed and they get back to their cabin and it's night, I was like, all right, that was day 1. That was like 14 or so pages. I'm like, now what? Okay. And that was, I would write a page and be like, what do they do after this? And I'd take a day. Come back and go, they do this. And sometimes it would go off a couple pages. Other times it'd be like, I don't know where they're going now. What are they doing here?
Did you find yourself coming back and chopping stuff out? Or
yeah, there were some sections where I was like, that's not needed. That's redundant. That doesn't sound right. That seems too rushed. And then eventually I'm like, all right, I have it to the point where they're going to get taken away on his boat. And that's going to be the catalyst for the monster. But I was like, what events transpire from, hey, this dude's weird, to, hey, he accidentally kidnapped us. Yeah. And it was just the in-between.
That's actually the part I liked the most. I even remember turning to and being like, wow, what a good mechanism. Like, what a good springboard for you know, the rising action. It's like, how do we get to where we need to get to while you force our hand in the smoothest way possible, you know, without even intending. It's just a really good writing idea. It's just a really good plot device. So there's a lot of that I really liked. I'm really proud of you for just fucking doing it. I think if I had a question to ask you, and it's just totally unrelated, but...
You're fine, go ahead.
The idea would be, does this make you want to write more, or are you, like, done?
I think I'm good. I think
got it out of your
this
system.
this was like almost like a couple months progress of me struggling over it and like getting myself to do it, and like I am very proud that I did it, and I was surprised at myself when I read it and go, wow, this is coherent and doesn't sound like a 5-year-old wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, wow, okay, I can actually do this, and then I was like, I don't think I'm gonna do it again though, but I wanted to. Like you said in the beginning, like it's something I wanted to try and do that. Like it's not something I do and try.
Mm-hmm.
Like as we always say, like you always say, Skellybones, let's try this, let's do this, and I go, why the hell not? I'll try it.
Yeah, you'll try it. You'll do it once, and if you hate it, you won't do it again.
So like it was.
I think it's an interesting thing to ask because I'm getting different responses from different people, and there are people that have looked at this and have said, I really didn't know I had that in me.
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm expressing to them that I didn't know that they had that in them. And it's the type of thing where I'm like, you know, this show, as long as it ever exists, let this be a platform for creativity. Let it be something that you can always come back to me and say, hey, I actually sat down and came up with something else. How would you feel about going over it? And that's what I'm not necessarily asking people to do. I asked you to do it once. You did it once. I'm happy with what you did. I'm not asking you to do it again. But there are multiple people who have read something on here with me already, and they've said, I have other ideas.
That's cool.
And that's what I'm saying. I agree. I do think it's cool. I think that if someone hasn't sat down, like I'm even talking about like Royale with cheese, he's sitting there and he's like, I love to read. I read so much. I'm a big fan of certain authors, and this was the first time I sat down and he had like an entire idea. He got to like 15 to 20 pages and then scrapped it. He was like, I just wasn't happy with it. And I was like, well, I listened to his idea. Do you think you'll go back and touch on that? And he's like, maybe. Depends. And then after reading his story with a completely new concept that he hit the ground running on, I was just like, okay, this was different, but this was good. This was still something else. It's like, okay, you still have it in you.
Yeah.
Do you think you're going to go back and still redo that first one? And I feel like I'm coercing him into getting that out of him a little bit more. But that's not the vibe everyone is putting down, and that's just a question I want to ask people, because I feel like as long as this exists for however long we do it for, I think it would be interesting to see how people grow over time, to see what they come back with. I don't want the 300th to be the last time someone comes to me with something.
Yeah, I get you.
You know? So that's literally the only reason why I ask. But I'm super proud of you for having done this, and I think you did a fantastic job.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate it.
And you are obviously pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, I love any kind of monster creature feature thing, and when you mentioned it, I was like, I immediately had an idea for like a boat battle kind of thing, like a sea monster kind of creature, and I was like, I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do, but then I kind of like, I'm like, well, I want the death of the girl to be like a lot more gruesome than people think, and like that's why I went with like the light thing, where like her remains.
Pretty light walks to the edge of thing, gets snatched by monster, never seen again, just kind of. And I did like the idea that like, just through the passage of time, he's had pieces of it like attached to him, you know. Like
the monster is getting smarter, trying to lure shit in, and the way I wanted to be like, it knows Greg wants it, and it's just like. Did you think Mark was going to show up later after they got abducted?
No, I was totally surprised that Mark.
Second
came
part.
After them.
Did you think Mark would survive?
Yes.
You did think he was going to survive.
Yes.
Even after the second because there was the boat explosion.
When he threw the dynamite and Mark was like the bait and he was swimming, I was like, bold move by Greg to put Mark's life in danger like that. But I liked that it was a like Final Destination moment of like a near miss that's then emphasized by a death.
He was destined to death.
Yeah.
The boat exploded and he survived. He survived. I thought the same thing with the dynamite. I was like, oh man, he's throwing dynamite behind a kid. But I'm like, okay, he's throwing it behind the kid into the water, so I don't think it'd be as detrimental.
I also felt like it was the springboard to showing us that this monster meant business. Is like, we already know it killed the kid, but we haven't seen it, so like, how are we going to know that it can come up onto land and it could be this kind of veritable threat? And that's where I was like, okay, someone needed to suffer, and at one point I thought it was going to be Greg. I was almost there. You usually lose the Harbinger if he's a part of the plot. Mm. It's just the trope. So I just felt like, Ahab only hunts for so long before the whale fucking gets him, And that's where I was like, I was waiting for, him to try and protect the kids and he gets taken out. And then I was thinking Mark was gonna maybe show back up later to be like a Deus Ex Machina of like, hey, I brought this stuff with me, and there might have been something there. But am I disappointed at the choices you've made? Absolutely not. It kept me guessing. I was surprised as hell. I do think I feel bad for Mark.
I did see, like, I almost did kill Greg at the end, but I felt it just kind of maimed him a little bit.
No, the broken leg is more than enough.
Because
but also his life is just kind of over. If he's choosing to take the blame, it's almost a metaphysical death. So it's like,
yeah.
For all intents and purposes, the character could have been writing that and then put a gun in his mouth and think like that's.
I did kind of like to keep that open ended in that way.
Yeah.
But like from the beginning, I was like,
it's not really the point of the story.
Yeah. But
that's where we're getting away.
As I was adding characters, I was like, well, I have the brother, I have the sister, I have the main creepy old dude. I'm like, I gotta throw something else in there for them to do. And I threw Mark in there, and I was like, all right, he'll just kind of be nebulous for the most part. And then like, in the beginning, when he ditches them and he doesn't show up, I go, Mark deserves to die. As I'm writing it, I'm like,
I've been ditched by my friends.
Fuck this shit, man. I'm out of here. And then when he doesn't respond to the text messages or the voicemail, I'm like, nah. Even when you redeem yourself, you're still gonna die.
I did think for a moment there. I was like, all right, if you're talking to your friend about meeting up for the next day, and like this is a friend that you've known for a couple years that like comes up here at the same time, why didn't you just go to Mark's house after you called him a couple times and he didn't pick up the phone? I was like, if you're waiting on this dude and he's like the crux of your plan, just go fucking get him. It's like, why are kids so lazy? But it's true.
It was kind of just, it was kind of like, I was like going like, oh, I'm a teenager, like my friend doesn't want to hang out with me.
Yeah.
But then like during the whole.
Sound the kid who like knocked on your back door. Hey! I called you. You didn't pick up, but now I'm here now.
I used to be that kid at one point. Yeah. I swear too.
Hell yeah.
But like towards the end, I'm like, all right, well, somebody needs to die. I feel, and
no, you're right.
I was like, red herring. Boat blows up. Mark's still alive. Monster to get him. Dynamite. Nope, still alive. And then I'm like, I mentioned the fucking mud. I did the mud in the beginning bulletin about the muddy thing, and then Greg says it when he gets off the boat. I'm like, someone's getting stuck in this fucking mud.
Someone's getting stuck in the mud.
So I went to like, okay, so he's still kind of in the water. Nah, just fucking launches out of the fucking water and tears him.
I'm trying to think of my like head count now. In my first story, like 1, 2,
buckle my shoe.
3, 4, 5, 10 people are implied to have died in my first story. Only one person dies in my second story.
Got the bloodlust out in the first one?
And then like 34 die in the third story, and then one is implied, but the story is about the second one in the fourth story I wrote. So I kind of did it off and on, like multiple people singular, just to kind of, like, death isn't necessarily hard to write, but there's almost an element of restraint with how you want to present it, especially, on paper, like how descriptive you want to be about it, or whether it's happening, at the time of the story or something off screen, quote unquote. So it's like, the story absolutely called for someone to get taken out in the final act. We have a battle sequence. You're trying to make me believe that this fish is dangerous. Mark dying, I feel bad about the resolve of Mark dying. I don't feel so much bad about Mark dying.
The best part is that I finished writing the story, and I went and go, I didn't write anything about what happened to Mark after this. Like, he was just, nothing happened. I was like, I'll put it in the note. He sunk into the mud, never to be seen again.
Well, I just assumed he got, like, eated.
Well, I never actually implied, I implied that the top half of him, he was up to his waist in mud.
Yeah.
So everything that was above the mud got ripped off.
Yes.
So I just like, well, if he's in mud, Greg's not going to have really too much effort to really dig him out of the mud.
No, there's no
And I'm
reason
also like, well, I don't want them to be like, oh, your friend Mark is dead, and like them not know it. So I want them to kind of be like, well, where did Mark go?
No,
I'm like, no, he just got claimed by the lake.
Yeah, it's definitive.
Another little lake.
Just a casualty.
Back into Mud Lake.
Mud Lake. I did
Lake.
laugh when you said Mud Lake. I was like, what a good name. That makes me want to go there. Oh man, that was fun. Thank you for bringing that. Thank you for contributing. Do you have any final words for our listeners, our dearly beloved?
Try writing. You might like it. You might not. Your grandmother may die during writing it, and you might go into it.
Try writing about scarecrows.
In whole land, the big old fish monster boy.
Big fish will kill you. You will die.
But I guess in the end, we're not saying, "Oh hi, Mark." We're saying, "Oh bye, Mark."
Oh shit. That was good. Hey there, buddy.
Hi, guy.
I'm not your guy, buddy.
I'm scared. I'm in a new place. What is this?
Welcome to the new studio.
Wow. Have you recorded with other people here yet?
No.
Ah, fun. Breaking it in.
Yeah.
Gonna get it nice and ready for people.
I'm trying to think. Did I?
I know you did,
I recorded.
couple,
I
but-
recorded mine here.
Okay.
The last couple episodes have all been people online over Discord.
Gotcha.
It's like the 4-part series with Cannibal was entirely online. She lives in Virginia, Carolinas, one of the Carolinas, Virginia, maybe one of the Virginia.
Down south there.
Yeah, she lives a little bit south. And then Ramses lives in Philly. And even though I told him I want to record in person one day, we just haven't done it yet.
Gotcha.
So I think that's the last like 3 or 4 episodes, and then my episode naturally. I think my episode was the first time I recorded in here, but that was just me. That was just me doing my solo thing. I don't know if you heard that one, but that episode fucking rocks, fucking slaps. I did Joyce Carol Oates's "Where Are You Going, Where Have You Been," which is fucking phenomenal.
Yeah.
I did Edgar Allan Poe's "Telltale Heart."
Oh, Telltale.
I did Shirley Jackson's "The Lottery."
Oh, yeah.
And
I teach the lottery, actually. That's
The
fun.
Lottery's fantastic.
Yeah. Hunger
And then
Games
I-
before Hunger Games.
Correct. And then I did Harlan Ellison's "I Have No Mouth, But I Must Scream."
Oh, I don't know that
That's
one.
fucking fantastic,
Yeah?
dude.
Okay.
It's
Getting
like
into some classics.
one of my favorite short stories I've ever read in my life. And like, it's crazy to say that because I've read so many other short stories on this show, and it's just like getting to see what makes a master, getting to see what makes a classic for like good reason. Like even reading Telltale Heart, I was like, this guy knew it. Like he knew what he was doing. Like he was so good. It's a shame he was such a fucking loony. But it's like I've always had a fascination for, classic horror.
I think Poe was my favorite part about 8th grade, actually.
Yeah.
There's some fun ones to read.
Yeah, I remember even as a field trip, we got to go see a show where actors performed, I want to say 3 or 4 different Poes. And Telltale Heart was one of them. Just one dude just breaking down in front of an audience. It's really good.
And I think Shirley Jackson did Hill House, too.
Shirley Jackson did do Hill House,
Yeah.
and I've been thinking about reading it on the show because I've never read it before.
Nice.
And I love the Netflix show. I know it's not the same.
No.
I know that Shirley Jackson's is more about people who've never been to a house that's haunted go to a house to see if they could connect to it.
I think it'd be funnier if it was just people that were never in a house.
I've never been in a house before.
Whoa.
Fuck, they're haunted. Fuck,
They're
let's
all
get out of here.
haunted?
This is why I belong in my trailer.
I like living on the streets. just deal with aeronautics there.
Well, it's funny because the one character is like homeless. He's like a homeless addict to Luke, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so after I read all of that cool shit, I've been going back and re-looking at my stuff and going over my stuff, and I'm just like, how can I elevate this? How can I be good? So, let's see what you can do.
Oh, boy. So, to give some backstory here, back at 2:33, we read a water park horror tale.
That's right.
That kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. We watched like the trailer for a C-list horror movie called Aqua-Trash. I think we did Red Letter Media too for it, just to like get a synopsis of it. And then we read a story about a guy named Uncle Bob, who was this like clown guy that like ran a fictional water park. He tricked lifeguards into like signing their soul away because he was like a demon. Mm-hmm. And like the synopsis of it I thought was awesome, but the execution of it just kind of left me wanting more. Mm-hmm. So I was like, you know what, this is a challenge for me. One day I'm gonna write a better water park horror tale, and that's what I hopefully did today.
It's such a tall ask because it's so weird. Like it's such a weird premise. Like the idea of something spooky / haunted / I want to say splash, but like / like monstery. Like I liked Uncle Bob's. I think in hindsight, like the retrospect of Uncle Bob's, I enjoy it more going back and listening to it now because I don't have any of the expectations I had before getting into it. So it's like going back and listening to it now and us just reading it together. I'm surprised at how much I like that story because I have listened to it like 2 or 3 times. And it's like, it's not a bad story.
No, not at all.
Not shitting on it at all. It's just, it did what it did and it didn't try to go outside those means in any way. It didn't try to reinvent the genre. I think it's hard to wrap your head because the precedent that Aqua-Slash set was
completely opposite of what the story was.
That was Scream in a water park. There's someone going around putting deadly traps in slides, and people aren't realizing until blood and body parts come tumbling out the other side. And it's like, it's so nonsensical and stupid because you just think, okay, don't fucking send anyone down the slides. Shut the fucking park down.
Do we check these things? No.
No. Someone's out here killing people, and all that we're seeing is body parts coming out the other side. Maybe we shouldn't slide down.
Nah, send the next one.
Okay, send it.
Okay.
Yeah, so that set the expectations in the completely opposite direction. So when we came into a story that claimed to be a haunted water park story, and we more or less got like a coming of age, I'm just a dumb kid just trying to make minimum wage with my open summer, and I'm at a water park. Well, he gets taken in. It's not even his choice. He almost drowns in the wave pool when he's there with his friends, and then to be saved, he signs like a contract, like an infernal contract, and next thing you know, like he's working there, and it's just like
work for Demon Cthulhu now.
That's how that works, right? It's like that's how I got my job.
We've all been there.
Yeah. So before we get into yours, the idea is this spooky dooky? Is it like haunted?
This is what came in my mind, a perfect mixture between Black Phone and maybe a little bit of Get Out. Oh. You'll see what that means as time goes on. But I went into this because I was a water park kid growing up. There was 2 big water parks nearby where we lived when we were younger. One is still very much open. It's like reminiscent of like a Six Flags type of amusement park. Mm-hmm. The other one is very closed. It's been closed for like probably like 2 decades now. But like when we were kids, it was alive and pumping. And it was an old, shitty, rickety park that like you would get injured doing anything there. And I love that place so much. Yeah. So it's based off of that place. And just the idea of like when I was a young kid, like being at the wave pool, being like, man, what if like a kid got sucked into this wave pool and became like a ghost here?
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's cool.
Like that would be a fun premise. And like I had an idea for like the other things that happened, and it changed after writing part 2, which I'll explain later once we actually read the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it came out pretty nice. I enjoyed it's a slow build in the first part, and then the second part gets wild, and then the third part is really like, oh shit, fuck. Oh, fuck.
I like that. So you had like an act structure?
Yeah, I have it in 3 parts. Originally, my idea was just to have like 15 pages for 4 parts, but then we switched it up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still like just under 60 pages, but like I wrote it like a script more than I wrote it like a story.
Mm-hmm.
So like
it'll
we'll see how
probably
it goes.
flow a little bit better. Yeah. I do have expectations now. I am happy because truthfully, this is going to be the 4th out of 5 episodes. I've read to everyone else, I've read everything already, but truthfully where I'm at right now, I've only heard like 3 other people's stories right now when we're recording this. Deputy Dewey, who I haven't announced yet, I'm sorry, we've gotten 10 minutes into the episode, I haven't announced you yet. Deputy Dewey is here.
Shh, this is strawberry shortcake.
Oh, okay, yeah. So,
do drop here.
And so, like, I've recorded with 3 other people, and they've all done from good to fantastic jobs. Like you could tell thought was involved. You could tell that they went with a genre. They hit the ground running, all the way up to this was genuinely good, and you should continue writing. And I'm glad that this was like something that you dedicated your time to. Like I'm so happy with the turnout of this so far, and the fact that you went like well above and beyond what I asked for is why you're getting your own episode. Because I never imagined that someone would want to write this much for something that I asked about. And it's like not even getting into your livelihood, not even getting into your profession, but it's just like, I'm super thankful that you were like really fucking gung-ho about wanting to do this. So I appreciate the shit out of you, man.
Sure. Well, it's one of those things too, like, the second I like sat down and started writing this, it just like came out right away, and I was just like, this is so much fun. Because like going back to college, I was like a broadcast journalism major, so I worked a lot with like radio, but like I'd still like write scripts and everything like that, and I just really liked that. It didn't really pan out after school, and I just always like wanted to do a little bit more creative writing. So the second you gave this as like an opportunity, I was like, fuck yeah. Let's put those wheels back on. I've said it
numerous times on the show that I could have minored in English. I could have gotten my teaching certificate. I just didn't want to do either of those things. I took writing classes because I liked writing.
Mm-hmm.
I took creative writing classes because I just wanted to experiment with form. I took poetry classes because I wanted to be better at writing these things. Like I took these classes out of genuine interest, which is such a fucking wild departure from the reason I went to school.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I went to school because I was forced to. I went to art school because I was quite literally forced to. I felt I was teaching some of these graphic design classes. I shit you not. Like, I didn't need to go.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm going to be forced to go here, I might as well take electives that I'm interested in.
Yeah.
And the stuff I took away from my creative writing classes, I actually feel were super beneficial to my process, because I've written probably 2 of my favorite things I ever written in college. One of them was just an idea I had in high school, which ended up being the story that I wrote that I wanted to turn into a graphic novel.
Kids on a Dirtbag.
Yep. And then I wrote my Slender Man story. Both of them started off as scripts, and then once, because I took a screenwriting class too when I was in film school. So it's like, both of them started as scripts for projects, because at one point, the troll story, I wanted to be my senior thesis, and I wanted it to be like a 40 minute short film. And now it's like an hour and a half long type of feature presentation type of thing. And then I wrote the Slender Man story to be like a 20 to 30 minute short film that I wanted to do at some point with a couple people. And I wrote them both out to be very good tech scripts, like down to the T, production notes, everything. And after film school didn't pan out, I was just like, I like these stories enough that I'm just going to turn them back into regular stories. So I still have the script files on my CeltX app on my MacBook, but I turned it around and I just added exposition, I added narrative, I added structure. I like you take away all the stuff from writing an actual screenplay, and you bring out the bones. And
I do love me some bones.
you do love bones, and it's just like that process I would have never experienced had I not gone back to school and taken more writing classes, because I think I'm not certain, and I don't want to get sidetracked into looking right now, but I'm pretty sure my Slender Man episode that I wrote my story on might be one of like our top 5 episodes like ever recorded, like with the most listens we've ever had. I'm not taking the credit for that. The episode, the episode isn't good because of the story I wrote. We covered HBO's Beware the Slender Man documentary. It's me and Django just talking about that documentary. Then we read 3 Slender Man short stories, and 2 of them were kind of bullshit. And then we read mine, and Django really liked mine. He was like, that was really fucking good. And I was like, thank you. But that's not the reason why that episode was good. That episode was good because I hit a point that people were just finding out about, like, right then and there. It was like the resurgence of Slender Man. Like, it's not fucking 2006 anymore. Like, no one's scared of Slender Man. That documentary came out because it was covering the girls in fucking, like, Minnesota or Wisconsin. I forgot which state, but Midwest bullshit. So we struck lightning. We covered a well-known channel's documentary the minute the documentary came out. And if that's why people listened to it, to hear us kind of review it and break it down, and that's good. I hope they stayed for the story that I wrote that finishes that episode, because I am very proud of that story. I think it has a very cool structure. Anyway, I'm excited to read your story. I want to see a spooky fucking water park. I haven't been to a water park in fucking years. There are 3 in Florida that I'm always given, like, the option to go to. Sometimes I even get free tickets, and it's like, why not? And it's just like, because I don't want to go to a water park.
Yeah, there's just other things.
It's like there's other things in Florida that I'm trying to do right now. It's like I'm trying to go to Horror Nights, I'm trying to go to Disney, I'm trying to go to Universal. It's like I don't necessarily... Like, Universal has this giant water park with, like, a fucking volcano in the center with a magnetic rail water roller coaster that runs through the volcano, and I'm like...
Sick.
I was like, it sounds fucking awesome, but I don't have a day to throw at it. All my days are thrown at something else, but...
I'm just in my 30s now. I just get sunburn all the time, so I'm just like...
That's another thing. It's like, if I'm going to a water park, I'm wearing a shirt because I'm past the point where I could accept being that fucking burnt and out in the nature, out in the wild, in my nudes.
Ooh, my nudes.
Yeah, even when I go to Mexico, there are some days where I'm like, nah, I'm wearing a shirt this day. Because I can't, like, I got burnt on my last trip, and I was like, yeah, I can't be funny about this, because I see people in the they're like light form wetsuits.
Ooh, okay.
They're like spandexy long sleeve shirts, and I'm like, they know what they're doing. They know what they got. They don't want no skin cancer.
My big problem is I'm a big sweaty boy too. Whether I'm fat or not, I'm a big sweater. So, like, I put on sunscreen and it's off of me in like 10 minutes. So
yeah, I'm not a big sweater. It's just, but like. It's still the idea that, like, I'm pale as fuck and I'm already afraid, so why am I out here in the first place?
The sun is scaring me, okay?
I'm in the element!
Something that's interesting about your new spot too is, like, there's a lot of light in here compared to the old one, and I'm just like, I feel weird being
natural
here,
light.
I should be here at night.
I was like, I didn't even...
Oh yeah. Oh no.
Make it as fucking bright in here as I can. It's like, no, it's low light. Yeah. We don't need no
Those
light.
beeps were his rape whistle.
Right.
Should we talk about young Jackson?
Oh,
and the experience we had with him?
We can leave Jackson out of this.
Your boy, Jackson.
My boy. Oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know what happens here. Did I tell you that he walked in here the other day and he was like, this spot is great. This is such a great spot. And he looks at me and he was like,
you could record a YouTube in here. Do you record a YouTube? And I was like, you know what? I do. And
I don't think it's for your ears.
He was like, do you really? And I was like, yeah, no, that's what all that stuff is for. And he's like, oh, that's cool. What do? Do you like play video games and stuff? I was like, yeah, actually I do. And he was like, oh, that's neat. He was like, do you know what? My dad has a YouTube. And I was like, does he really? What does he do? And he's like, he talks about college sports.
Oh.
And I was like, I'm not going to listen to that.
For context, Jackson is like a little 8-year-old whose
like an
grandparents
8-year-old
live
kid
next
that
door.
wanders into my yard on occasion.
I came over here to help Captain Death here put a table together, and I roll up, and there's just a child with a helmet on, just staring at a ginormous truck, and I'm like, that's not usually here.
Where did he come from?
Did he come with the truck?
I'm glad that Jackson is now immortalized on this show. He literally just walked into my house. I've never met this child before in my life, and he was just in my house before I could even account for it. He had no sense of stranger danger. It's like, he's lucky that I'm not the creepiest dude in the neighborhood.
But sadly, I am. So.
And that's what brings us to our story.
Hey!
What is the title? What are you calling this story?
My place title was Aqua-Trash, and it just stuck with me, so I just left it there. Because, like, it was based off of me, like, having that bad experience reading the last story and Aqua-Slash. And I was like, I'm just going to name it Aqua-Trash. And I thought later that I would change it, but I wrote the whole story, and I completely forgot about the title. So I'm leaving it as Aqua-Trash, because I think it's funny.
I appreciate it. I think it's funny. I think, like, if we can get to a point where we think the title makes even more sense, like, after having read it, then I'll see...
Switch it.
I'll see in hindsight whether or not that makes sense. But I had a conversation with Kitty on her episode where I was just like, why did you name it this? And she was like, I don't know. And then we got all the way through it, and I was like, that was the perfect fucking name for it. Of course you know why you named it this. She was like, no, I just kind of named it that. Nar. Are you starting?
Yeah, sure. So I think what I'll do is I will narrate the first part, you'll narrate the second part. In terms of characters, I'll be the main character named Ben. You can be Milo, who's like the secondary character that he meets at the park. So you'll be blue, I'll be green. And then I think I'll also have you be Scooter later on.
Do I need to know anything about these characters?
No, you could do whatever.
Pick up on whatever context.
Yeah, Milo is a fucking goofball little kid that I think you'll enjoy.
So Jackson.
Yeah, basically. Alright, off we go. Part 1. Hello, Dairy. I wonder if you've ever heard that name before.
Dairy, yeah. Like milk.
So, the old beat-up water park was called Terry Hill. So I just made it Dairy Hill. The idea of 20 years going by sounds like a lifetime when you're only 12 years old. In your youth, the days feel longer. Seasons feel like they last for years instead of months. And the world around you just feels less chaotic and stressful. Or at least it should feel that way. I was 12 in the summer of 2003, well over 20 years ago. See, being a 12-year-old back then was different. Cell phones were still fairly uncommon, social media was a few years away from dominating our attention spans, and the world moved at a slower pace. Kids were still very much kids, and many got to experience the world around them without constant supervision. And then there's Jackson, who obviously, like, ruined that idea. Walking around without supervision.
It's funny how much, like, there was a post on Reddit the other day that was quite literally, like, growing up, did their parents really just let you run around wherever you want? And it was like, yes, we had a rule that when the streetlights came on, you had to get your ass back home. Yeah. We did not have cell phones in our pockets. We did not have fucking watches. We did not keep track of time.
We came home at dinner.
We came home when the streetlights came on. If it's after dinner, like, it's just... There were rules, and like there were things that you had to do. Like, stranger danger was a thing, which is why it's so fucking funny that kid comes over and walks into my house.
The ideas of child abduction and human trafficking was a taboo subject. Jesus, what a great next line. Many didn't believe something like that could happen to their children. At least that's how it was where we grew up. In today's world, kids under 16 aren't even allowed in amusement parks without a parent or guardian. But back then, you buy the ticket, you take the ride.
Too true.
My parents were a trusting pair, and they realized that my upcoming summer vacation needed to be a bit further away from home. So, they bought me a season ticket to a local water park called Dewey Hill. You don't need to pay a babysitter if you're already paid for an amusement park. The idea was that sometimes I would take a friend with me, if they could get their folks to buy them a day pass, or other times I would go solo. Regardless, the majority of my summer would be spent in the sun. Nowadays, Dewey Hill is no more. Not a single pool, slide, or lazy river to be seen. Just an empty lot of dirt, and good fucking riddance. My father bought a ticket and came with me on my first day at the water park, just to make sure I knew the place well and that we could come up with a game plan for a drop-off and pick up each day. "You're gonna like it here," he said. "Just be careful that you don't do anything stupid. Last thing we need is to find you in a hospital bed after cracking your head on the ground." "I won't," I said back, knowing full well that the second his eyes left my side I was going to do a backflip. Do a backflip! Yeah! The crackling of an overhead radio playing fuzzy classic rock music was a welcome sound to me, as was the gorgeous high school-age woman that worked at the park.
Fuck yeah.
The feel of warm, paved concrete on my bare feet was a welcome sensation after walking through the piss-infested bathrooms. Any self-respecting 90s kid would never wear water shoes. How times have changed. Talking to you, croc kids. "Stay away from the snack shed, Ben," said my always ready to lecture father. "I don't want you to waste your lawn mowing money on cheese fries and airheads."
Oh, shit.
"It's my money," I said back defiantly. "Did you buy the season ticket?" he quipped back. "No," I said in a hushed tone. "Then don't waste your money at the snack shed. You'll have a real meal at home waiting for you." "Alright, I won't." But I did. "So, what do you want to do? What do you want to hit first?" Dewey had a variety of different water slides to choose from. A lazy river that swept around the entire park, a water pool smack dab in the middle of the park, multiple spleed slides that varied in size, a death drop of an old rickety wooden slope at the end of the largest pool. On the other side of the pool existed a monkey bar-like contraption that consisted of an overhead rope with large changed lily pads floating beneath, as well as multiple kiddie pools with water toys. A few younger kids were screaming with joy at the lily pads, but the wave pool always had my interest. Where else could a 12-year-old horn dog potentially see some female wardrobe malfunctions? Ow, ow! "Wave pool!" I yelled, and bolted for the destination before my father had the chance to even mention sunscreen. The wave pool seethed with life. Orange stripes with black claw marks were painted on the walls from the entrance of the pool to where the wave maker stood strong. Laughter and fun-filled screams radiated throughout the chlorine-scented air. The sun hung in the perfectly cloudless sky above, baking everything below in its gaze. I ran in, but didn't immediately feel refreshed, as the pool's temperature was on the warmer side. A lot of bodies, a lot of kids pee, you know? But I was still happy to be bobbing up and down with the rest of the patrons. I swam closer to the deep end, deciding to dive under each wave to increase my speed forward. The wave machine hummed beneath the surface, giant mechanical lungs inhaling, holding, and then exhaling with a thunderous pulse. Water surged forward in a rolling swell, crashing in the crowd. Smaller children shrieked in delight, their voices high and ragged, nearly indistinguishable from cries of fear. I noticed parents lounging around in plastic chairs nearby, half watching their children, while their skin glistened with sweat and sunscreen, my father being one amongst them, unaware of the undercurrents not just in the water, but in the air itself. Something felt off about the waves as I moved closer to the machines. They started to move too forcefully, as though the machine had been hijacked by something sinister. A lifeguard blew their whistle as less than strong swimmers began to struggle near me. I looked at them and watched as the lifeguards motioned for them to return to the nearby walls. As they moved to obey, I noticed something different standing above the wave pool machine. A pale boy, almost gray in color, stood in red trunks. Water-drenched hair mopped over his head, but his face was completely expressionless, void of any feeling. It seemed as if his eyes were completely fixated on me. As I began to show intrigue in my own face, another wave lifted me up. 3 girls giggled with joy as they shifted in front of me, and just like that, the boy had disappeared. I continued to look around for where the boy could have went, but found nothing. Not even a single boy in red trunks was near, apart from the random lifeguards. I was now closer to the shallow end of the wave pool, and as I stood there looking perplexed while scanning the crowd, a splash of water crashed onto my face.
"Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kick that water at you,"
said Milo, a wiry kid with crooked goggles and an insanely large grin. I continued to look off into the distance, but the red trunk's ghost was gone.
Whoa, you look like you just saw a ghost. Or worse, maybe a pea puddle the size of a car. That always ruins my day here.
Water dripped off his ears as he began to search the surrounding area for anything strange or sticky. He rocked his legs back and forth proudly, showing off his pink donut-styled swim trunks. The kid was a walking ball of nervous energy, but he meant well. You scared me, I said, knowing damn well that something else was bothering me.
Well, mission accomplished then, I guess. I always wanted to make a friend by spooking him. The name's Milo. Yours?
Ben, I responded.
Nice to meet you, Ben. You look like the kind of guy who reads warning signs. I respect that.
I looked uneasy while staring back where I saw the red trunks kid. Something's wrong with this pool. Does it feel weird to you? Yeah, Milo laughed, sorry. He just actually laughed, so I forgot.
It's a wave pool, man. That's the whole point. Danger. Drama. Mild to moderate drowning.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I must be seeing things. But I stopped speaking as a red inflatable arm floating, the same color as the red kid's trunk, bobbed slowly upside down in front of us. Milo noticed and professed.
Okay, that's kind of creepy timing. Oh, are we in a haunted water park right now?
I don't know, but this is definitely the weirdest way I've ever met someone. Milo grinned again.
Well then, guess we better investigate. I did win my 5th grade science fair project with why sharks could live in pools if they wanted to.
What? No, you didn't. You're freaking weird, man.
Weird saves lives, my dude.
I saw a pale kid in red trunks at the end of the wave pool. Do you know this place well? I asked. Maybe we can find him and then I'll stop being paranoid that this place is filled with ghosts.
For sure. My dad runs the Snack Attack. I've been coming here for years. I'll show you the ropes, kid.
Milo grabbed my arm and brought me in for a half hug before motioning to the land.
Where shall we begin, my young Padawan?
Anywhere but here. Let's go. I said as I began briskly walking towards the first slide that I saw. Milo shook his head.
Always on the move.
We walked past a few sunbathers and soon came close to my father. Ben! There you are. You disappeared on me. Oh, who's your friend here? Milo flashed a wide grin, completely ready to speak to his elder statesman.
Milo Barnes, sir, lifeguard in training, wave expert, and part-time sea monster ghost hunter.
My dad let out a quick chuckle. Well, it's nice to meet you, Milo. I'm Dave. Glad to see that Ben here found someone to hang out with here. Do you also have a season pass? Milo laughed.
I basically grew up here. My dad runs the Snack Attack. You're not going to find another kid who is here more often than me.
My dad smiled. That's great. Well, I don't want to bug you. You two have fun. I'll see you in a few hours. Meet back up over here when you're ready to leave, Ben. Will do. Bye, Dad. Our first stop was the Speed Demon slides. White and blue racing slides that towered over the park, glistening in the sun like shark teeth.
Okay. Rule 1 of any horror situation. Never stay where the creepy stuff starts. Rule 2. Always check for snacks.
Snacks? Seriously? This is important.
Snacks are important, dude. My dad will hook us up when we get to the shed. Plus, it's near the lazy river. If weird stuff is happening, then I bet we'll find more breadcrumbs out there. Or, bodies. Possibly breadcrumbs on bodies. But first, the speed slides of death!
Shh! I saw Milo's blabbering before he could continue another weird speech. Do you hear that? Milo listens intently.
No, I don't hear anything.
A singular inner tube laid abandoned near the base of the slide. The lifeguard chair sat empty. No whistles, no line, no nothing. The only noise was the old wooden steps creaking faintly in the breeze. Exactly. It's like everyone just left. Milo began to joke nervously.
Maybe the slide's haunted. Ghost lifeguards accidentally sold their soul to the devil, and then they lure unsuspecting kids to slide into oblivion one by one. Whoosh! Out come the hidden blades in the dark tunnel of the slide. Slash!
You're not helping.
Sorry, but seriously, where is everyone?
Slow day, maybe? But yeah, weird. Let's keep moving. The lazy lagoon had the people that the speed demon was missing. Plenty of people were standing at the entrance, getting ready to lounge on their tubes. The lagoon circled the entire park, with a few waterfalls and lifeguards scattered around the course. A perfect way to continue keeping an eye out for the Red Trunk's ghoul, as we could see multiple areas of the park. Let's go on the ride. Let's go for a ride around to keep an eye on things.
The lazy river? Oh man, I'm bored just thinking about it. Let's see my dad first. I need to refuel my brain if I'm gonna find a ghost.
It's already been a half an hour since I saw the ghost. And you said this would be a place we would find something. We gotta hurry.
Where does the ghost gotta be? He got a hot date with Casper?
Ugh, fine, but let's be quick, please.
Can do, bro, chacho.
They finally reached a shaded wooden kiosk labeled Snack Attack. The stand was littered with colorful chalkboard menus and peeling stickers of various ice cream flavors, from chocolate tacos and Flintstone push pops to bomb pomps and various character bars. Milo began waving excitedly before yelling,
Hey Dad, you here?
A tall man in a faded apron leaded out from the open slide window. Horn-rimmed grasses adorned the man's face with a goatee, along with a backwards baseball cap that read, The Fry Guy. A quick glance at Milo brought a small smirk on the man's face. There's my troublemaker! Who was your friend, Milo?
This is Ben. He's really cool. We're investigating haunted water stuff.
Mr. Barnes looked confused. Well, alright. Would you like some fries or a flashlight to help? Mr. Barnes smirked at me and kept his eyes on me as Milo retorted.
Both, if you have it. Cook it a little longer, please. You know how I like it.
Mr. Barnes walked over to the fryer and dropped in some new spuds before returning to the window. Mr. Barnes, I said quietly, have you noticed anything weird around here? Like a kid who looks straight up gay or gray?
Straight up gay.
Mr. Barnes paused what he was doing, tightened up his posture, and looked at the wall. Look straight up gay? What the hell kind of kid are you hanging out with, Milo? Mr. Barnes said angrily. Just because someone's a little different than you gives you no right to hunt them down and ridicule them. His face began turning red as he looked at me with rage. No. Mr. Barnes, I didn't say that. I desperately retorted while Milo seemed to sink into himself, not saying a word while looking at the ground as if he was guilty. But it was no use. Mr. Barnes wasn't listening to my plea. I barely know anything about you except your name, and you come up here and ridicule some poor patron. Milo! Mr. Barnes yelled. I'm so disappointed in you bringing someone like this to me. Don't you have anything to say? Milo appeared to say something softly under his breath, as I couldn't hear what he said. What's that, boy? Speak up! Mr. Barnes demanded. Milo got a little louder with a one-word statement, but it was still indistinguishable to my ear. Louder, Milo. Use your big boy voice now. Milo looked up to me, shivering, and then finally said loudly,
Gotcha!
Both Milo and Mr. Barnes looked at me silently for a split second before they began to burst with laughter.
Ha! You should see your face!
I couldn't believe it. Are you fucking kidding me? I said in my head as I looked at the father and son angrily. Oh man, Ben, I'm sorry. Milo's been at this water park for a long time and has made a ton of friends. Over the years, we started playing jokes on people, and a big one is pretending I'm a hard-ass parent immediately. I didn't mean to upset you. Here, have some fries on the house.
That's hilarious.
He handed me some fresh fries, but I was honestly still pissed while trying to process what the fuck is wrong with this family. Maybe I shouldn't be hanging out with Milo. Maybe this whole thing was a mistake.
Sorry, Ben, we really didn't mean to be, well, mean. Think of it as a Dairy Hill initiation. You're one of us now.
Milo's right. You've been Hill initiated. You can rule over this place like a king. Please eat some of those fries. I'll be right back. Mr. Barnes disappeared into the back room of the snack shed. I still wasn't talking much as I kinda just wanted to walk away and continue my search on my own. Mr. Barnes returned with a retro Dairy Hill t-shirt that read, Dairy Hill Water Park on top, while a surfing orange cat scratched through a wave underneath it with the final slogan, Cat Scratch Fever Wave Pool. Hence the orange and black scratch marks on the walls of the wave pool, I thought. Now, you got both your gear and the snack shed hookup. Are you ready to have the best summer of your life, Ben? It's a pleasure meeting you. I promise. No more jokes. Thanks for the shirt, but you still haven't answered the question. Gray-looking kid. Any idea? I clearly still wasn't over the introduction, and Mr. Barnes could see that. Nah, no great kids seen here. The only unusual thing that I saw earlier today was someone dropped a churro in the lazy river, and a squirrel dropped in to swim after it. Kids and females were screaming bloody murder at it.
Dad, we're serious. Something creepy happened to Ben at the wave pool earlier. Also, there's no lifeguard or anyone at the speed slides. What's up with that?
Mr. Barnes began to frown. Yeah, I know why that is. Some kid tried to jump from one slide to the other and busted his leg pretty good this morning. I haven't left the shed much, but the park has definitely gotten quiet since then. They probably closed the slide for the day. He leaned out of the window to scan the park and raised his eyebrow. Mr. Barnes moved from his spot in the shed to continue working, and as his body left my vision, I noticed the red trunks kid once more, standing right in the doorway from where Mr. Barnes left to grab the shitty t-shirt. But this time, the gray kid wasn't just staring, he was screaming. The world went silent. Mr. Barnes or Milo could have been yelling at the top of their lungs at me, but I wouldn't have been able to hear them. I gazed upon the ghost, mouth wide open, eyes lit up with fear. I could tell the ghost was screaming, but there was no sound to be heard. Just pure, fear-filled white noise. I thought I was frozen with fear, but my body began to back up, and I immediately tripped over a nearby wooden bench. As I began falling backwards in slow motion, my eyes stayed fixated on the ghost's sight, right up until the moment that my body was no longer upright enough to see over the counter into the shed. That's when I finally did what I told my dad I wouldn't do. I bounced my head on concrete. I didn't lose consciousness per se, but I did lose sight of who and where I was for a few minutes, as Milo and Mr. Barnes ran to my aid. I could tell that both were concerned, that Mr. Barnes immediately went to check on my head. "What happened? What happened?" Mr. Barnes asked. Milo kneeled by me.
He tripped. He hit his head. Ben, hey, can you hear me?
He was right there. He was screaming. Okay, Ben, stay still. Don't try to sit up. Milo, grab the first aid kit, under the counter, red box. Milo hurried into the shed.
Got it.
No blood at least, he said while checking the back of my head. That was a hell of a tumble, Ben. Listen to me. You're safe, you're at the snack shed, just breathe. Breathe. Yeah, just breathe. He was behind you, I said while looking at Mr. Barnes. He was screaming. Ben? Ben, what are you doing on the ground? My father happened to be walking near the shed when he noticed his son lying on the ground with a strange man over him. He walked over demanding answers. What's going on here? Nothing. I just fell. I said, trying to rectify the situation as if having my father around was some kind of embarrassment. Yeah, a concerned father is super embarrassing. Your boy here wasn't paying attention while talking to me and my son. He tripped over this bench. Took quite a tumble, but I think he'll be alright. I had 2 rules and you already broke both of them. You alright? Yeah, I'll be okay. Alright. It's getting late anyway. We better be heading back home. Say goodbye to your friend. Hopefully you two can catch up next time. Bye, Milo. Bye, Mr. Barnes.
Bye, Ben. Come back soon. We'll keep hunting.
Take care, Ben. We'll see you around. After the snack shed tumble, I took a few days to recuperate it back home. My mother wasn't too thrilled since she thought I would be spending the majority of my mornings and afternoons at the park. Even if I was laying low in my room, it still seemed to irritate her. We spent all that money on him and he immediately gets hurt. Brilliant move. I could hear her say to my father, "It was just bad timing. He'll go back in a day or 2. My fan whirled in the corner of my room, stirring the quiet. I laid on my bed, an ice pack slowly melted beside me. The sounds of the water park were long gone, replaced by the occasional bark of the neighbor's dog Spot, and the ticking of my Power Rangers wall clock. I stared at the ceiling, unmoving, deep in thought. My room was scattered with comic books, old Lego sets, and a little league trophy shelf and a little league trophy shelf with just enough dust to show it hasn't been touched in a while. He screamed at me like he was warning me, like he wanted help. What did he want? A dull throb struck my head once more. Ghosts aren't real. It wasn't a ghost. Maybe I was seeing things. Too much sun. I glanced towards my closet, where my swim bag from the water park still sat, untouched. The shirt Mr. Barnes gave me lay ruffled up. Part of me wanted to throw it away, but I didn't. How could I go back there? How could I face Milo or Mr. Barnes? At that moment, I had an idea. Scooter. Real name Scott. My old pal since 2nd grade. The kind of guy who was always down for anything. Exactly the kind of kid who would believe in haunted wave pools and angry water ghosts without needing too much convincing. I went into the hall and picked up my family's landline. Yes, landlines were still a thing in 2003. And I entered Scooter's phone number. Scooter's mom picked up. Rayner residence. Hello, Miss Rayner. It's Ben Musgrove. Is Scooter there? Oh, hello, Ben. One moment. I waited on the phone and heard Scooter stomping her over to take the phone.
Yo, Ben, what's up, bud?
Not much. Tripped behind a snack shed and met a ghost. You know, normal Wednesday. Scooter laughed and then paused.
Wait, what?
It sounds crazy, but I have to talk to someone. I saw something, Scoot. At the park. First above the wave pool, and then later in the snack shed. A boy. Soaking, wet, pale, not right. No one else saw him. Something's up at there, Scoot. Something bad.
Didn't your folks buy you a season pass there? I think I'd ask for my money back if I was you.
No refunds, bud. I have to go back. And I have a strange feeling. I think people are in danger. There was an awkward silence before Scooter spoke once more.
Need backup next time before you go?
That's why I called you first.
Alright. I'll scrape up some funds for a day pass, but you gotta promise me something.
Shoot.
No dying. And if we do die, I'm haunting that snack shed forever.
I smiled for the first time all day. Deal. I hung up and laid back down. No dying. What could go wrong?
What could go wrong?
End of part 1.
Awesome.
So you gotta flip the podcast over for the next part. That's just how cassettes work. Did you do that? Did you blow on it?
Yeah,
Cool.
you blew it already.
Alright, do you wanna be the narrator this time? You can still be Milo and Scooter, and I'll be the other ones.
Yeah, as long as the text is colored.
Yeah.
It looks like this. So. Alright, part 2, The Demon Days of Summer. As I arrived at the park, the air was thick with humidity. The crowd was a lot larger than the other day. I stood by the entrance for a good half hour waiting for Scooter, but nothing.
Come on, Scooter, where are you?
I said before thinking to myself, maybe he overslept. Maybe he couldn't get a ride. Maybe Red Trunks scared him half to death too. I shook the thought of Red Trunks' kid off and stepped into the park. Music blared overhead. Some upbeat pop songs helped give fellow patrons an extra boost of energy in their steps. Laughter and excitement floated through the air, but I wasn't laughing. I walked past the wave pool first. It's crowded again. Kids leapt into the swells and lifeguards paced about the wall edges. Everything looked normal. I thought to myself as I looked over to the end of the pool.
He was right there. But why?
I moved past the wave pool toward the speed slides. Today, there is a line. A lifeguard stands at the top, twirling a whistle, the handrails glistening in the hot sun. People waited in line with determination in their eyes.
So, this is what it looks like with people.
I thought as I watched a race fly down right past me. I cut through the crowd and made my way to the lazy river. A handful of people drifted peacefully on their inner tubes. The current was slower and the water looked darker than the previous day. A woman lazily floated past, trailing one hand in the water. Then suddenly, she jerked it up like something brushed past her fingers. She laughed nervously and soon placed her hand back in the water.
Still no sign of him.
I thought to myself when suddenly a loud familiar voice came from behind. Well, 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 look who crawled back from the land of concussions,
Said Milo eagerly.
I turned around with a smile on my face, but the joy quickly faded as I did not see Milo behind me. Instead, I saw a pale young boy in the same t-shirt that I was given the day prior. This wasn't the same boy as the Red Trunks kid, but his aura was more or less the same. He was gawking at me as if I had given him an incomprehensible math equation. He reached out to grab my shoulder, and as he did, I jumped in fear and blinked for a split second before the ghoulish figure turned into the local goofball known as Milo. What the hell, man? You almost made me drop my frozen lemonade.
Milo, fuck!
I shrieked, and immediately more people were intrigued as to what was going on with the two kids standing by the lazy river.
Oh my god. It just happened again. Why does this keep happening?
I began to panic. What's happening? is you almost fell and you whacked your head again, dude. Come on, let's go sit over here and figure out what's gotten into you, Milo said calmly as he motioned me over towards some nearby lounge chairs. I was shaking. We walked over to the chairs and Milo offered me a frozen treat in an attempt to calm me down. I just looked at him spitefully. You sure? This stuff always chills me out. So, what did you see this time? He asked.
Doesn't matter.
I responded.
I'm going crazy, I have to be. Every time I come to this park, I see ghosts.
I haven't seen anything. So I agree that it is bizarre, but it doesn't mean that it's not real. Some people are just more attuned to creepy things. Maybe you're one of them, Milo responded, but I admit I wasn't listening to him.
What if it's just in my head? What if none of this is real? What if I was dehydrated and my brain just made up the red trunk skid, but then I hit my head too hard, and now I'm plagued forever? I'm gonna see these things that aren't there.
I began working myself up, and I would be lying if I didn't say that I got a little emotional. My eyes began to swell with water, and a few tears fell as I tried to hide my face from Milo. Milo leaned forward and put his hand on my leg. Ben, stop. You're not crazy. I laughed bitterly.
And they kissed. Just kidding. That's exactly what someone says to the crazy person in every movie, right before they get dragged away by the men in white suits.
Milo smiled. Well, I'm not strong enough to drag you away. Hold my lemonade real quick and I'll get my dad to drag you.
I think I'll pass.
I said while laughing. After the other day, I really didn't want Mr. Barnes to make my fries, let alone touch me. Milo paused for a moment and picked up a pebble with his free hand. He played with it while slurping some more of his lemonade down. Maybe these things want you to see them. Maybe they're warning you of something.
Maybe.
I shook my head in agreement.
It would be nice if they could just tell me, though, instead of jump scaring me every few hours.
Jump scares are a good thing. It would be pretty lame horror tale without any. Milo kept slurping on his lemonade like his life depended on a sip every 10 seconds. I agreed with what Milo was saying, but I generally just wanted to be a normal kid for the day.
I think maybe we can hit some slides. I want to stop thinking about ghosts for an afternoon.
Thought you'd never ask. Let's go. Milo and I quickly raced across the park, and we noticed the line to the speed demon had opened up drastically since my last check-in, so we climbed the stairs of the speed slides to race each other to the end of the line. I beat Milo to the top by a few stairs. Milo dramatically collapsed, claiming altitude sickness. Soon it was our turn at the top. We raced down the slides, side by side, crashing into the splash zone with wide grins. I emerged from the depths, coughing up water between laps. We continued going down the slides another 3 times before realizing that going up the stairs was no longer worth the enjoyment. On to something new.
Let's check out the lily pads,
I said to Milo. Milo looked up at me, and I could tell that he wasn't excited to go, but was willing. All right. Wish we didn't run up and down the speed slide stairs beforehand, but all right. At first I didn't understand what Milo meant by that, but then I quickly learned that Milo did not have the makings of a future varsity athlete. I made it from one side of the lily pads to the other relatively quickly, only to see Milo struggling mightily on the first lily pad before falling in. I jumped back into the water to return to the start position for my friend. I hate these pads. I could never get far, Milo said, while keeping his head down in embarrassment.
It's okay.
I responded.
It's mostly just finding a good stepping spot mixed with some upper body strength. Always have one arm and one leg to anchor yourself before moving to the next. One step at a time. I'll go behind next time to coach you.
Okay, thanks, Ben, Milo said, still downtrodden. Milo slowly walked towards the first lily pad.
You got this,
I said.
Remember, one step at a time. Steady your feet below you.
Milo took a deep breath and shook his head up and down, defiantly. Milo grabbed the overhead rope. He took his first step and immediately his foot slipped. The pad rolled and he toppled sideways into the water with a loud splat. Nearby kids laughed while one of the lifeguards gave a pity whistle. Determined, Milo tried again. He made it past the second pad this time. His arms and legs began shaking with fear of losing his progress. Milo gritted his teeth and stated, Ben, I can feel greatness flowing through me. I got the... As he reached for the third pad, Milo slipped and landed with a massive splash, legs sprawling over his head as if his body were a giant letter U.
Damn. So close.
I said as Milo returned to the starting point, now soaked and breathing hard.
Want to tag out before you break something vital?
Milo responded dramatically, I will not be defeated by glorified pool toys! Before splashing the nearby water with rage.
Alrighty then, back to strategy.
I retorted. I stood beside the pool, coaching Milo like a little league dad.
Center your weight, don't hop, step. Try to be quick, and maybe don't scream battle cries mid-jump.
Alright. Milo tried the lily pads again, this time 1, 2, 3 pads before he got wobbling on the 4th.
You got this, come on!
I'm a wet grasshopper of destiny! Milo slipped again. Splash. The cute lifeguard nearby snorted on her stand before blowing her whistle. Milo dragged himself out of the pool and flopped beside me like a shipwrecked pirate. I handed Milo a towel.
You actually almost had it that time.
That's what they say about every hero, Milo said sarcastically. They almost had it. They never succeed. Never get the girl. Credits begin to roll over their failure.
You'll get it eventually.
I tried to support him, but knew Milo was sick of it. Maybe. Or I'll become a motivational speaker for kids with no balance. I laughed as we both watched a small girl with pigtails speed across all the pads like it was nothing. Witch! Milo said before burying his head in his towel. We decided to move on and snuck into the tiny typhoon zone, a kids area with small fountains and a tame water slide meant for toddlers. When the lifeguard looked the other way, the pair dramatically reenacted an action movie escape, sliding down the tiny slide in exaggerated slow motion. Go on without me, Ben! Save the snack shed! Milo yelled out dramatically while feigning death.
I'll never forget you!
I retorted while fake crying. Tiny children nearby stared in confusion. One began to clap. The day quickly started to become the evening. After a few hours, we found ourselves a shady spot near the wave pool. We sat on the concrete, sipping slushies that Milo gathered through his snack shed hookup. Our towels damp, our hair wet, and we were both smiling in the way that only a sun-drenched summer afternoon could provide.
Thank you for today, Milo.
I said with sincerity. It was nice not thinking about ghosts for one day. Anytime, it's what I'm here for, Milo stated while sucking on his slush.
I needed to remember what it feels like to just be a kid, not worry about death, or...
And as I was speaking, I looked over at Milo only once again to see the ghost from earlier, sitting there looking right through me, a pale boy around my age in the wave pool t-shirt. I immediately went from fine, happy even, to hyperventilating as the ghost kept staring. I swear, staring harder couldn't possibly be a thing, but I felt as if the ghost was screaming at me to understand what it was trying to say with its eyes. It began to lean closer and reached its arm at me. Unlike the last few times, I didn't move this time. I was frozen in fear. The ghost touched my arm. A jolt of cold burst through my entire body, and before I knew it, my eyesight went black. I woke up soon afterwards, floating, not swimming, not falling, just suspended above the ground. All the people had disappeared, and the water park around me became a murky, grayish-blue atmosphere that surrounded me. While looking at the water inside the now waveless wave pool, I noticed that the water went from a clear blue to a thick, dark gray, and the silence of the area was oppressive to my thoughts. I looked to my right and noticed the red trunk ghoul had emerged now, standing side by side with the new wave pool shirted ghost. A nearby fog began to approach the two, water still dripping from their ghostly limbs. Before the fog could reach them, the two began to float past me towards the dark snack shed nearby. I tried to speak, but what came out was more along the lines of a whisper to the ghosts.
Where am I?
Where am I? The ghosts didn't speak. They glided slowly without emotion, so I followed them to see where they were going. With every step I could see that I was still oddly above the ground, but I did not have time to wonder about the intricacies of Ghost World. I wanted answers for why I was being haunted. Why were they here? A low groan echoed somewhere distant like a large injured animal. The snack shed stood there, but twisted, warped, boards rotten, paint peeling like sunburned skin. The cheerful snack attack sign now read "No Escape."
The counter was shattered. The inside glows red with a pulsing heat. Standing just beyond the counter is something not human. A hulking, shadow-drenched figure stood inside the shed, dripping with oily black water. Its sharp teeth began to grin in the darkness. Its eyes were solid white with no discernible pupils. It spoke in a voice that sloshed around like a clogged drain.
Ben, come closer. Come in. No, I'm not. I don't belong here.
I tried to move backwards, away from the shed, but my legs continued to float forwards toward the shed. It was clear that I wasn't in control.
But you do. One step inside, one embrace, and you'll never leave, like the others.
The ghost children stopped at the doorway to the shed, staring silently at me as I slowly got closer and closer. I could tell that the two were trapped like I currently was. I desperately pleaded.
Milo! Help! Milo, please!
The demon began smiling.
Milo.
I grew closer and closer to the demon, and its hand began to reach out at me when I suddenly heard a light sound, a voice, faintly from far away. Ben, wake up! Come on! It was Milo. I looked away from the demon towards some light from where I had come. When I turned back around, I gasped awake, back in the real world. Eyes wide, lungs sucking in air like I've been underwater. I was back on the shaded concrete, slushy spilled all over the ground. Milo kneeled beside me, with his hand out to me, panic etched on his face. Dude, are you okay? You passed out. I thought you were having a seizure or something. I blinked, breathing hard, skin cold and soaked with sweat. The world was back to normal. Almost. The air felt heavier as I now knew the ghost kids were a harbinger for something much more sinister. In a raspy voice, I responded.
They're trapped. The kids. I saw them. They're going back to the snack shed.
Milo's eyes grew wide. The ghost kids?
And there's something worse. A demon. It's after me.
Milo looked towards the shed. The bright yellow sign flapped in the breeze. Everything looked normal as he saw his dad in the distance, but both boys knew better now. Then, I guess tomorrow, we investigate. I looked at Milo and continued to cough. When I arrived home, I didn't eat much and barely spoke to my parents. A bit too much was on my mind. As I entered my room, the sun was setting, casting orange and purple streaks across the sky. The haze slipped into my room like a welcome guest. I sat on my bed looking at my wet towel as it hung over my swivel chair. My hair still smelt of chlorine and my hands were still shaky. The ghost realm was fresh on my mind, burned into my vision. As I began to nod off, I heard my mother call my name in the distance.
Ben, phone call. It's Scooter.
I stood up and went to the phone I picked up.
Hey.
Scooter was on the other end and sheepishly spoke. Dude, I'm so sorry.
What happened?
I was so ready to go, I swear, Scooter pleaded. But my mom was out with the car all day and I didn't have enough money for the bus. I kept hoping she'd get back in time, but by the time she did, it was already 4.
It's okay, man.
I responded.
I figured something like that.
So, you're not mad?
No, not mad. Just a lot happened today.
More ghosts?
Yeah, but there's a lot more than that now.
The entire day rushed through my thoughts. The second ghost, Milo trying to leap the lily pads, the second sighting, the panic, the fainting, the ghost realm, the demon.
It wasn't just a dream, Scoot.
I said solemnly.
I saw them. They're stuck in some kind of place beneath the park. And that thing, the demon, it's feeding off them. Off me now, too, I think.
There was an uncomfortable amount of silence on the other end, but I honestly couldn't blame Scooter. How do you respond to that? We're 12-year-olds, not the fucking Ghostbusters. We don't know what the hell we're going to do against the supernatural. We barely know what we're doing against cute girls, let alone demons and ghosts. Scooter finally spoke up. That's messed up, man.
Yeah, but it's real. I think whatever this thing is, it wants me to come back to join them, but I'm not going to. Not yet.
So, what's your plan?
Tomorrow we find where it's hiding. We'll head to the snack shed. It's the real version of the place I saw in the ghost realm. I think it's in there. Under it, maybe? Milo will have a way in, but I don't know what we're walking into.
Scooter replied, "Then you're gonna need backup.
You're definitely coming this time?
Try and stop me. I'll find a way to get there. I'll bring flashlights, salt, whatever we need. Even my mom's old rosary beads if it helps." I smiled.
You're my boy, Scoot. You're my boy.
"You're not crazy, bud. Get some rest. And Ben,
Yeah?
next time you go ghost hunting, wait for your best friend."
Deal.
The call ended. I set the phone down, returned to my bedroom, and laid down. The hum of a fan filled the silence as I stared at my ceiling. Outside, the crickets began their nightly chorus. I closed my eyes, but the image of the demon still waited beneath my thoughts. Tomorrow, I face it. The next morning, the sky was pale blue, not a cloud in sight. The water park was just opening, and I stood alone near the fountain. Stood alone near the front fountain. I bounced slightly on the balls of my feet for a few minutes before I heard a sound that sparked pure joy. "Benjamin!" Scooter called out. I turned around just in time to see Scooter jogging up the walkway out of breath, with a school gym bag swinging at his side and a huge grin on his face.
You made it!
I proclaimed. Scooter huffed. 11 bus stops, 1 near-death highway cross, and a very sketchy convenience store bathroom break, but yeah, I made it. We did our quick handshake and a hug move that we've done since elementary school.
Come on, I'll show you around. The haunted tour begins.
We made our way through the park. I pointed out key locations to Scooter. The wave pool where I first saw the red chunks ghost, the lily pad course where Milo wiped out repeatedly, the lazy river, and finally the demonic snack shed. Okay, that pool is cursed. That shed is evil. And people drop a lot of churros around here.
Yeah, that's the gist of it.
We soon found Milo leaning against a shaded wall, sipping something from a cup with a crooked straw. He was wearing a towel cape today. He saw me strolling over and straightened up, but his smile faded when he realized I was there with Scooter.
Milo, hey!
I exclaimed.
This is Scooter, the friend I told you about.
Scooter cheerfully added in, "The myth, the legend, the backup." "Cool," Milo said flatly. An awkward silence began, and Milo took another loud sip from his straw. I tried to ease the tension.
He's here to help. I told him everything. He believes me.
Milo looked away. "Right, sure. You two have it all figured out, then."
What?
I responded, dumbfounded.
Are you okay? Where's this coming from?
Milo shrugged. "Nothing. I just thought we were doing this together. Now it's, I don't know. A new character is added when the OGs are the best." Scooter chimed in. "Hey man, I'm not trying to take anyone's place. You were there when Ben passed out, right? You helped him. That's huge. I just want to help too." "Yeah, how? What's the plan?" Milo asked.
We were hoping you'd help us get into the snack shed.
I said.
You think the demon is in there, or at least hiding something, maybe underneath it? Think you can make that happen?
Scooter shook his head in agreement as we waited on Milo's response. "Ben, my dad runs the snack shed. You know this. If we break in or mess around with it, it's on him. I could get him fired."
Milo, we're not trying to hurt your dad.
I pleaded.
We just need to get inside. I saw it in the ghost realm. I think those ghost kids are trapped there.
Milo crossed his arms. "You don't get it. He's already stressed enough. I screw around with the shed, and it'll be the last straw. You guys want to go ghost hunting? Fine, but I'm not involved in anything that would hurt my dad." He looked at me sadly and started to walk past me. "Good luck, Ben." He disappeared into the crowd, and I began to feel bad for bringing Scooter into this. "Oof, that was tense," Scooter added after walking up to me while I watched Milo disappear.
Yeah, didn't think he'd just walk away.
"He's not out forever. He's just jealous that you have other friends. Give him time."
We don't have time.
I snapped back. Scooter could tell I was frustrated and began to look at the snack shed. "So, do we have a plan B?" I nodded.
Yeah. Plan B stands for break in after dark.
Scooter grinned. "Now that's the spirit." The pair began to stake out the snack shed in the morning. As the morning shifted from day to afternoon,
They each hold half-melted ice pops pretending to be casual, but their eyes never left the shed. Okay, so I've been watching him for like 20 minutes now, and I'm telling you, he hasn't served a single person, said Scooter.
He's usually more active.
I responded.
Last time we were here, he was slinging nachos like his life depended on it.
Inside the snack shed, Mr. Barnes moved slowly behind the counter. He wasn't preparing food, but he was stacking empty trays, wiping down surfaces that already looked clean. Every so often, he would glance towards the back wall where the stockroom door stood slightly ajar. Is it just me, or does he keep checking that back door like there's a dragon in there? Asked Scooter. Seeing Mr. Barnes continuously look back there made me uneasy.
I saw the demon in the ghost realm there. I thought at the time that maybe he was underneath the shed in some different realm. But what if Mr. Barnes knows something?
You think Mr. Barnes could be working with it?
I don't know, but we need to find out.
The loudspeaker crackled to life.
Attention guests, Dairy Hill will be closing in 30 minutes. Please begin making your way towards the front gate. We at Dairy Hill would like to thank you for your stay, and we hope you have a terrific day. See you again soon.
It's showtime.
What do we do to stick around?
I asked curiously, but Scooter had a plan. Bathroom, hideout. We just gotta hope they don't clean the stalls ASAP. Then, after things clear, we head back to the shed. Easy peasy, said Scooter. And hopefully the smells aren't too bad today. The two boys slipped quietly into a bathroom near the wave pool. The smells of chlorine, old tile, lemon cleaner filled the air. I locked the handicap stall and we both climbed onto the toilet to avoid visible feet under the door. The overhead lights hummed softly as we began our long hiding mission.
You hear anything?
I asked. Just a leaf blower. Or a chainsaw, Scooter jokingly responded. I choose to believe the leaf blower theory. Minutes crawled by and soon became hours, as the two could hear staff members leave one by one. Outside, voices began to fade, and the music finally cut out. Eventually, complete silence fell like a blanket after distant metal gates clanged shut. We're good, Scooter said with a raised voice, no longer in hide mode.
Not turning back now.
We quietly slipped out of the stall and listened for nearby footsteps as we poked our heads outside. We noticed the park was dimly lit with emergency lights. We moved like shadows, darting past the gift shop and Dippin' Dot stand, heading straight for the now abandoned snack shed. The snack shed sat quiet in the dark under the glow of a single flickering overhead lamp. The windows were shuttered. A crooked sign read, "Closed, see you tomorrow," but we weren't waiting for tomorrow.
Let's check the back door. You bring it?
I asked. Scooter pulled a towel out of his bag and then soon revealed a flashlight and a crowbar from his bag. Didn't carry this bag around all day for nothing. Security was pretty minimal at Dairy Hill. Scooter probably could have brought a gun in his bag if he really wanted to, and no one would have been the wiser. We circled behind the shed. The back door, oddly enough, was wide open. We walked in and both stopped to stare at the stockroom door, the one Mr. Barnes kept glancing at. This door was locked and rusted. Beneath it, a faint trickle of dark water seeped from the threshold. Scooter grimaced. Okay, that's not normal,
Neither is what's waiting behind it.
I said. We crouched beside the door. My heartbeat was pounding. We were ready to pry it open. And as we went to the door, we didn't notice the faint shape moving near the window behind us, completely focused on us. Scooter wedged the crowbar under the handle. The sound of metal creaked softly as he began to pry. Almost there. On 3. 1, 2. Thunk! A sharp, wet thud silenced the air. Scooter collapsed instantly in front of me, dropping the crowbar with a metallic clatter. I was barely able to turn around before, whack! The world burst into stars and faded to black.
End of part 2.
Fuck yeah, dude.
So you're liking it thus far?
I fucking love it.
Yeah?
I think it's great.
Cool. I hope you're ready for some fucking wild shit, because part 3 is out there, man.
Yeah, no, I'm getting all the vibes. I'm seeing what you're saying here. I definitely pick up on the black phone.
It's just instead of talking, they're just like trying to warn him.
Yeah, no, they're and it reminded me a little bit of Sinister too, where
okay.
it's like those sequences, those dreamlike sequences, where it's like it's a warning. It's about caution. It's not about action. It's about like setting a precedence for just foreboding, and I like that.
Cool. So this is part 3, After Hours. Dripping, slow, insistent. A rhythmic patter of water echoed off its stone walls. A single light bulb swung above, casting a sickly yellow glow with long, dancing shadows on the ground. I stirred awake, groggy, confused, with my head pounding. I was tied to a wooden chair, my wrists and legs bound with damp rope, ankles clenched or cinched tight. I noticed some brick walls nearby, rusted pipes above head, a floor slick with mildew, dirt, and dark water stains. The air was heavy and musty, but strangely familiar. Scooter? I asked weakly. No answer. No sign of my friend. Only a low hum in the distance. Some kind of machine, and that endless dripping. I winced as I tried to pull my arms up, but as I did, the ropes dug further into my skin. At that time, I noticed something. On the far wall, barely clinging to the cracked plaster, was an old, faded poster. Welcome to historic Dairy Hill, Pennsylvania's hidden gem, where summer never ends. I stared at it, a realization slowly setting in as to where I could be. Footsteps creaked above. Then they appeared to move closer, slow and purposeful. The door at the top of the basement stairs opened with a long, eerie screech. I squinted into the light, and a silhouette appeared. The figure stared for a short while before it began to descend down into the view, striking a baseball bat down with each step. More than likely the weapon used to knock me out in the first place. The figure appeared from the shadows as it neared the bottom steps. It was Milo. Calm, clean, not surprised in the slightest of the situation I was in. A towel over one shoulder and the bat in his hands. He stopped 3 steps from the bottom. He smiled softly.
Hey, Ben.
Milo, what is this? Where am I? My mouth was dry as confusion and dread over the situation began to twist inside my stomach.
Home. Sort of. It's not quite as exciting as Dairy Hill, but it keeps me happy.
What are you talking about? Why am I tied up? Where's Scooter? My voice began to wake up a little more as I demanded answers. Milo sighed.
Scooter's fine for now. He's just resting, like you were.
Why are you doing this? What is this place? Milo tossed the towel onto another chair in the room, but kept the bat closed. He sighed, and I can tell he was already tired of my questions before responding.
This place, it's old and angry, and it remembers. My dad tends to bring work home. He's good at pretending none of it ever happened, but you saw them, the others. You just had to see them.
I was shocked. Are you telling me that you could see them as well? You knew they were there? Milo, you knew the ghosts were real? Milo nodded calmly.
I always knew. But no, I can't see them. You're special.
He smacked the bat against the floor with a sickening thud that jolted my bones. Bones. I stared at him, mouth open, heart pounding as a new, deeper fear began to take root. Not just of what was going on at the park, but of who my friend truly was. What did he know? My wrist began to go raw as I wriggled in fear. Milo stood in front of me, watching like someone studying a captured animal. He was so calm in such an unsettling situation. Then Milo smiled, as if he remembered something.
You've got to be starving, right? Staring at my dad's snack shed all day without eating a single thing.
What? I asked in fear.
Don't worry, pal. Dinner's almost ready. Come on, my family's waiting. Scooter, too.
Milo walked behind me and began to untie the ropes.
Now don't run. You'll just make it worse.
He said as if he was trying to give me the idea to run. I didn't respond. I just stared at the door Milo came in. The ropes fell away. As soon as my hands and legs were free, I bolted up the stairs away from Milo. Didn't even look back to see his expression. I bursted through the basement door and found myself in a dim hallway, lined with dusty carnival posters and old signage. A wave of stale popcorn hit me. I turned the corner toward a door cracked open. The exit, hopefully. But as I lunged through the door, Mr. Barnes was there to catch me. I crashed straight into him, didn't even flinch. The large man wrapped a powerful arm around me and lifted me like a child as I kicked and screamed. "Let me go! Scooter! Someone! Help!" Mr. Barnes said calmly, "You're making a scene, Ben. You're not at the park anymore, silly. You're in our house now, and you're a very special guest. Act like it." He shoved me through a pair of double doors into a dining room. An ancient dining table stretched across the room, set with chipped plates and tarnished silverware. At one end, Scooter sat, still unconscious, slumped in a chair, completely lifeless. I tried to wriggle towards Scooter, but Mr. Barnes shoved me into a chair and held me in place with ease. I thought for a split second about biting him, but then Milo entered the room whistling a tune. Milo moved behind me, and once again I felt the abrasive ropes wrap around my chest and arms with sickening ease. "Why are you doing this? Milo, what is this?" I demanded. Milo and Mr. Barnes began to tie the knots.
You wanted to see what was going on at the park. You asked too many questions. You broke into my dad's shed. That was your mistake.
Mr. Barnes sat down across from me. He wiped his hands with a stained napkin. A moment passed in heavy silence as he looked at both Scooter and myself. "You know, Ben, it's actually fascinating." I began to breathe heavily and tear up. "What is?" "That you saw two ghosts. It's interesting." "What? What the hell does that matter?" "Well," he said inquisitively, "you should have seen 5. All the warmth left in my body. It was as if my blood had turned into ice as my face stared expressionless at him. Milo walked over beside him, no longer smiling. "As a matter of fact, 5 children have gone missing since I began working at Dairy Hill. Their parents seem to think they all ran away after a fun day at the park. A truly tragic coincidence that me and my boy here knew each and every one of them." I stared in frozen horror. Scooter began to stir slightly next to me, but he wasn't quite awake yet. "They weren't like you, though. They didn't see anything. They just became friends with Milo, or should I say Petey, or Griffin, or whatever fake name we used for fresh meat at the time. But you were different. You saw our past triumphs. It's curious, your connection." His smile faded. "This may make you useful, but we'll see." I whispered disparagingly, "You're gonna kill us." Milo chimed in.
We don't necessarily want to, but if you don't cooperate, well, it's better than what else could happen.
"The fuck are you talking about? Why are you doing this?" Mr. Barnes began to grin again. "We're just the hosts, Ben. Feeding something much bigger than us. And it needs its next course." The room had gone still. The antique chandelier above creaked with every slight breeze, casting warped shadows across the long dining table. I looked over at Scooter, who still laid limply in the chair beside me, unconscious, unaware. I pleaded with the 2 monsters in front of me. Please, just let us go. We won't tell anyone. We'll leave. You'll never see us again." Mr. Barnes raised slowly from his chair. "You think this is about secrecy?" He walked to a covered cart against the wall and lifted a cloth off the top. I couldn't see what laid underneath, but I heard a metallic clink of something heavy. "This is about balance. Dairy Hill demands something in return for peace, for order, for him." Mr. Barnes said as he slowly began to walk towards Scooter. Hey, you don't have to hurt him. He doesn't even see the ghost. He doesn't see anything," I pleaded. Mr. Barnes looked at him sincerely and stated, "That's exactly why he goes first." He turned back towards the table, something dark and solid in his hand, rusted, heavy, stained, a metal meat mallet. "No! Stop! Please! Scooter! Wake up! Scooter!" Scooter began to stir awake. His head lifted slightly, groggy, confused. He blinked at me a couple times and tried to speak, but he didn't get the chance. The ghost children appeared behind him. This time 3. Red trunks, t-shirt, and a female ghost with a punk-shaved hairstyle and Misfits t-shirt stood behind Scooter, watching my anguish. I began to sob heavily with each step towards Scooter. "No, please. I'll do whatever you want. Please don't." Crack! A sickening sound filled the room. I flinched hard and closed my eyes. Thunk! The chair beside me groaned under shifted weight. Something warm splattered against my arm. Swish! When I opened my eyes, the ghosts were no longer there, and an unrecognizable Scooter laid still once more. Scooter. My eyes fell in waves. Across from me, Mr. Barnes calmly set the mallet down on the table, like a carving knife at Thanksgiving. Grief is good, Mr. Barnes explained. It opens you up, makes the connection to the other side stronger. Fuck you, was all I could muster in a hushed tone. Milo watched silently from the doorway. He doesn't smile, he doesn't move. He just stands there, accepting this life. You're monsters. Mr. Barnes tilted his head at me. We're caretakers, Ben. We take care of Dairy Hill, and it takes care of us. What gave it to us was dying, but now it's alive again. Hungry and alive. What the fuck are you talking about? Tell me what the fuck you want! Mr. Barnes smiled faintly. You saw him at the shed, and you'll see him again soon. Mr. Barnes and Milo left the room. I could hear Mr. Barnes tell Milo that it's time to give me space before closing the door. My eyes were locked on the lifeless body of Scooter beside me. I'm so sorry. Everything felt distant, muffled. It started to feel as if I was underwater. The chandelier light above me began to flicker more rapidly, and then it died. Complete darkness, but then a hum. Not of electricity, but something deeper, something ancient. The air vibrated. A cold, unseen current crawls across my skin. I knew that the demon was near. From the corner of the dining room, shapes began to take form. Misty, translucent figures. The ghost. This time 4 appeared before me. Red trunks, wave pool shirt, punk girl, and a smaller girl who couldn't have been more than 8 years old, with a sunflower patterned onesie stared at me. I choked back some of the tears that plagued my current situation. Why are you here? Why me? The ghost eyes began glowing faintly, their faces hollow and sunken. They began to drift toward me. Stop, I mustered to them. Just stop. I didn't have any more energy to fight. The small girl reached out and touched my forehead. My eyes rolled back, and before I knew it, I was once again in the demon room. The ghosts were still standing in front of me, but this time, as I looked to my right, a 5th ghost was standing over Scooter. A taller boy with a buzz cut slid above him, and put his hand on his chest. Don't touch him! I yelled, as if in slow motion, but the request fell short on the dead's ears. The spirit of Scooter rose up from the lifeless corpse. The Scooter spirit looked at the other ghost, and then began to stare at me like the rest. No. Not like this. Scooter, no. I yelled, but once more, the dead did not respond. Next thing I knew, flashes of Dairy Hill began to flood my brain, but not of the normal Dairy, the demon realm Dairy. I soon noticed myself surrounded by twisted structures towering overhead, and when I looked down, I was once again in the wave pool of Dairy. The wave pool churned with tar-like liquid, and above it, in the same spot where I saw the first ghost weeks ago, sat the demon, watching me with a happy face. Welcome back, Benjamin, he said as the ghost children and Scooter appeared behind him. You killed him. You made them kill Scooter. I did not swing the mallet. They chose the act. I simply offered purpose, structure, meaning. You're lying. You control them. Influence, boy, not control. You're Mr. Barnes. He came to me long ago. Lost, broken. I gave him clarity. I gave him purpose. I gave him a child and a life. While Milo, on the other hand, he was born into it. He only ever knew devotion to me. But sadly, he could only go so far with his limitations. The demon stepped closer and entered the wave pool, coming closer and closer until its glowing eyes were mere inches from my face. This park was built on forgotten blood. Children have died here for millennia. Barnes and Milo only know what they have done, but I have seen and done so much more. As the demon spoke, those words, hundreds, maybe even thousands of ghost children appeared around him, or appeared around me. I couldn't move. I remember. I collect. But why? Why do all this harm? In a sense his power, Ben. It is raw, radiant, unchanged by hate, untainted by cruelty. That is why I collect children, not for screams, not for blood, but for the beauty in what they were, before your world gets the opportunity to ruin them. You feed on them. No, I preserve them. Your world forgets children like the ones who died at Terry Hill. They vanish from memory. Their laughter fades, but here, they sing. Here they remain. No, they don't. They're lifeless. You're lying. The demon grinned once more. Of course I am. I do it because I can. Your friend is gone. The world above will never understand what you've seen. But I understand. I always have. Stop lying to me. You could lead them, Ben. The children, the wanderers. Guide them where I cannot. They would listen to you because they already do. You can take them wherever you go. You'll never be alone again. Why am I so special? Why are you playing games with me? Why not just kill me like Scooter? I pleaded with the demon. Did you ever wonder how I came to influence Barnes and Milo? They have abilities much like you, just dimmed, but yours shines through like a diamond. They can't see, they can only hear, the demon explained. But you see, and they'll follow. All you have to do is say yes. The demon extended a hand, claws dripping, black ooze, offering it like a gentleman greeting a dance partner. Join me. Accept your role. The others will fade, but you could change the world. I was alone. I was sad. I was fucking 12 years old. And the words the demon spoke confused me and left me vulnerable. I took his hand, and I lost my soul. A jolt of force slammed through my body. The tar erupted, lashing upwards in inky tendrils, wrapping around my limbs, chest, and throat. My eyes began to roll back, and my mouth opened in a silent scream. The tar didn't stop for what felt like hours. It continued to pour into me through every surface entrance it could find. 1,000 voices screamed through me, and into me as the goo fully engulfed me. The demon's voice soon merged with my own. I am free. The demon wasn't offering me the ability to help the ghost kids. He was offering to take over my body, to come into the living world. He manipulated it and killed thousands of kids in search for one who could plane shift from one realm to the other. And wouldn't you know, I was that lucky one. Upon entering the living realm, the demon version of me stood up in the house and called upon Mr. Barnes and Milo. Mr. Barnes came into the room with glee in his eyes. Is it done? Are you him? Milo soon followed and tried to examine the person who stood before him.
Looks the same. What happened in there?
Milo asked. The demon looked at Milo and said, Your end, before grabbing and snapping Milo's neck around towards his father. No! We had a deal! Mr. Barnes screamed, but before he could move one step closer, the demon had already jumped onto him. The demon's hand quickly morphed and turned into razor-sharp claws before Mr. Barnes was even able to get another word out. The demon had slit Mr. Barnes' throat and watched as his life slipped away from his once loyal servant. While under the demon's control, I was able to see all of it, suspended, trapped inside my own body. I couldn't speak, I couldn't move, but I would be lying if I didn't say that a part of me was a little happy to see Mr. Barnes and Milo get what they deserved after killing Scooter and all the others. The demon laughed happily, left the house, and ran into the night. Police cars and news vans arrived at Derry Hill the next morning. Someone discovered a letter left on Mr. Barnes' desk inside the snack shed. It was handwritten, shaky, but legible. I am sick. I can no longer control the urges. Tonight will be my last kill. Head to my home address to see my final work. You can find the other bodies under the storage room floor here. My son was cursed to carry on my sins. I ended the sickness. I take full responsibility. May God have mercy on our souls. David Barnes. Local authorities chalked it up as a grisly and multiple murder-suicide. David Barnes became the next big serial killer podcast and documentary topic, and Derry Hill shut down permanently. The land was soon condemned and plowed over sometime shortly afterwards. Good fucking riddance. Demon Ben had left that letter on Mr. Barnes' desk. Demon Ben went home to his family that night and was inconsolable about his missing friend. Demon Ben later attended Scooter's funeral and claimed that his friend disappeared from the water park without a trace. He searched for him all night before returning home empty-handed. Demon Ben feigned remorse and survivor's guilt over the situation. Demon Ben went to therapy for years. Demon Ben grew up and eventually graduated high school. I watched the entire time. Do you know how maddening it is to see your life played out under someone else's control? He was smart. He was coy. Dare I say it, he was convincing. The day Demon Ben moved into his freshman dorm, my family gave him a hug and said their goodbyes. His new roommate went out for dinner, and he was alone in the room. He spoke to me for the first time since the day he took over my body. Ben, are you still there? It's been a while. Yes, I still see. I can't do anything but see. Good. My work has just begun. You should be there to see. What are you going to do? Rebuild. As he spoke those words, I noticed the printed out course planner in his hand with the intended major, political science/law. Demon Ben is out there. He has become one of you. Waiting, planning, and eventually preying on those that he wishes to control. I would know, because I see it every day.
We've only just begun to live.
And that's the story of Ben Shapiro.
Oh, should that have been the title instead of Aqua-Trash?
Oh, that was awesome, man.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
So, I just want to say, like, my process of this. Originally, the demon in part 2 was just supposed to be the dad. And I wasn't going to have the demon be, like, a real thing. But then I was like, I feel like that's too on the nose that I'm saying that this guy in the snack shed's a fucking demon. So I switched it up and made it the ending be what it was, where it being an actual demon.
I shrugged. It didn't carry over on the podcast. You broadcast the demon in the snack shed in chapter 1, right? And you're like, or maybe it was chapter 2. But
it's part 2, yeah.
But it's like, I knew that it had to be more than that. Like, it had to have been more than just Uncle Bob.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And it's just like, for every moment, I was waiting for the dime drop, and when I saw that Milo was involved, I was like, that's the dime drop.
Didn't see that one coming. That was the whole
I didn't
thing.
think Milo would be in on it.
Like, I wanted Barnes to be like, all right, that guy's sus.
It's one
but not
thing,
the kid.
When you hear about a serial killer with a family, like BTK,
mm-hmm.
It's like, you're always surprised when you hear, like,
how did they not
the
know?
the wife and the daughter didn't know. Like, how could you not know?
Yeah.
There was, like, fucking evidence, like, everywhere if you just looked for it. And it becomes pretty clear to someone with rationale to just assume that people don't see what they don't want to see.
Yeah.
And bringing a kid into it is tough, because I just think, you know, there's obviously more to Milo's story here. There's more to the precedence that the demon set to getting Milo involved, because he says Milo was more or less given
mm-hmm.
to Barnes.
In my mind, Barnes, like, adopted him because Barnes was, like, alone and sad and broken.
And
like,
Milo
this
makes
demon,
the
like,
perfect.
told him to go adopt this child.
Milo makes good bait.
Yeah. And Milo can hear the demon just like the dad can hear the demon, but they
So
can't
they have
see
that
the
connection.
demon.
Yeah.
So, like, throughout this whole life, this kid was just groomed to,
Mhm.
like, bait in other people.
And at that point, it's, you know, it's the turning, you know, it's the kid that picks up on that frequency and just gets more fucked from it. And that's fine. That's understandable, even up until that point. The more I saw Milo just kind of sitting back and accepting these things and just slurping whatever he was drinking, the more I started to feel kind of cautious about him a little bit.
This is a fucked up situation. Why is he so calm?
He's just sitting there.
Yeah.
I was like, that'd be me.
I wanted to have an afternoon where they were just being kids. So that was what chapter 2 was.
It's good camouflage, for
Yeah.
sure. It's good camouflage. It left some unpredictability in there. And also, you're writing a story about kids at a water park. You kind of just want to show the water park for what it is.
Did you notice that the ghosts only appear when Milo and his dad are around too?
I hadn't.
Because like when he sees the
But
first
that's
ghost,
good.
that's immediately when Milo appears. So like Milo was like behind him that whole time.
Yeah.
And then the ghost
And
in the snack shed behind the dad, and then again with Milo like being next to
I
him.
hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, so that was like a cool little
So
Easter
there's a
egg I
little-
left in there
there's
too.
a little connection there.
Mhm.
It's a little bit of Rose Hat, Dr. Sleep.
Yeah, and in the beginning I said Get Out, and I just wanted to see like
Yeah, near
when that
the
would
end.
finally pop up. It doesn't
Near
pop
the
up to
end,
the very end.
yeah, with the out of body projection. What a nightmare! That is actually a nightmare. We've read a story on the show about conjoined twins, where one of them is nothing more than a malignant abscess on someone's body, and they get it removed, but it doesn't remove the soul of that person, and it lives inside the sister for the rest of her life. There's one day where she's arguing with her sister inside of her, and her sister's like, you know what, this entire time I've let you have control over our body. Yeah. But I think that it's enough of that, because you've treated me shittily. There's a dime drop where you find out that the more well-formed sister smothered the other one with a pillow to get rid of it. Because then the parents would be obligated to chop off the dead part of the body and get rid of it. So when the dime drops and the formed sister admits to the dead sister that I'm the reason you're dead, because I wanted to finally get you off of me.
Gotcha.
Because I'm the more formed one.
Ooh, okay.
I think I read the story with Midnight Bride, which is hilarious because of her relationship with her sister. And once the sister is chopped off, she remains inside the mind of the formed one. And at one point, when the formed one admits to the dead one that what they did to get them out of there, the dead one's just like, you know what, fuck you, and like takes over. And it's just for the rest of that woman's life, she is seeing her sister control her body, speak through her, feel it through her, and she is just fucking there on autopilot behind the eyes.
Horrifying.
It is terrifying. Yeah. To have no choice, to just watch your life like a movie. Like, it's such a surreal concept, because like, just look at your hands for a second. Just like everyone just stop what you're doing and just hold your hands out in front of you for a moment. Turn them over back and forward and just kind of look at them as you do that. You're making this choice, you're doing this, you're understanding this, it's happening in real time. What you're thinking is what you're doing, and you're seeing these things. But what if you weren't? And what if it was something else that was acting through you, moving through you, and you're just fucking sitting there watching it? Like, in a lot of ways, I feel that way on like acid or on mushrooms. Okay. Like, I feel like I'm on autopilot, and I'm just letting my body complete its mission. And I feel like a lot of people who've been on acid probably feel that way, because they compare it to a roller coaster you can't get off of. And there's something, yes, terrifying about that experience, but at the very same time, there's something kind of freeing and like just mentally obfuscated by the fact that you are like relinquishing what little mental capacity of control you have in that moment. And like, it's easy for me to say that. I did acid and I went to Disney World. What's the mission there? The mission is to go to Disney World. Yeah. So I didn't have to drive a car. I didn't have to worry about eating anything. I didn't have to worry about where I was physically or what I was doing. I got on a bus. I got on a monorail. I got to Magic Kingdom. I rode some rides. I ate some food. I went back and I smoked some weed and passed out. And it's just like, it's easy to say when you do it under certain capacities, but then you hear about these people who like microdose just to live their life, and I just can't help but feel like, how are you a person? How are you alive? There's so much about what a person disconnects in that out-of-body experience that I'm just like, I'm horrified by it at the very same time.
Well, we've had this conversation in private too about like dementia and how we don't wish that on like our worst enemies, and like what if a person that like people think has dementia is actually like being controlled by something else?
That is wild.
That would be like a really cool horror story.
That's fucking wild. The idea of having the most unreliable narrator. The most well, I mean, it goes back to Slender Man. It's schizophrenia.
Yeah.
The father of the girl who did the stabbing in the Slender Man situation had schizophrenia. He did not. It absolutely is. He did not pick on. There was no inkling. There was no little pieces here or there where he looked at his daughter and said, that could be what I have. That could be me in there. That's slowly starting to leak its way out and convince someone that something... How fucked is schizophrenia as a disease to begin with? Something that is not real, is totally in your head, but for that moment, it is.
It is for you. That's fucking horrifying.
I'm not
The
dumb.
things
I'm
that
not a
they
dumb
say
piece of
and
shit. But
the
for that
voices.
moment, I thought monsters were real on this planet. No, your story...
I know it's a pig in a mask.
I know it's a pig in a mask. I'm not some dumb piece of shit.
Your story gonna get eaten so you don't have to go to work tomorrow?
That's so
what have
fucked.
they done to
This
us?
world is so fucking fucked up. Your story brings up so many, like, good thoughts and more, like, even greater elements of, like, this coming-of-age narrative of just what it means to, like, get older as well. Like, there's a metaphor there for what it means to grow up and no longer be a kid anymore either. Like,
you have that youthful, like,
you have that
open
light.
world.
You have that light, you have that naivety, you have that innocence, but then something else takes over, and then you're just like a fucking horn dog until you're in your 30s, and then maybe you're not a horn dog anymore. I've always said in like deep conversations with people where it's like, in my life, I felt like I've been 3 different people.
Okay.
There was a point in my young adulthood where I just stopped being the kid that I grew up as. And sometime around my teens, I want to say 13 to 16, I just started being someone else. It was cognitive. It was a choice. It was something I was aware of. It's just, I held on to, we pick and choose. As we move on with our life, we pick and choose what things we have, baggage to hold on to and things that we want to carry forward. And at some point in my mid-20s, I then took a look in the mirror and I was like, yeah, this isn't working out, so I'm going to change again. And that's, right around the time that this show was starting, I was like, no, this is where I'm at. This is where I'm happy. And it started to morph somewhere around these last couple years where I think I've come to a reconciliation of all of the aspects of the 3 prior selves that I've had, and I've taken little inklings of each of them, and I've turned it into new 4th person that I think I'm comfortable being for the rest of my life. And it's so fascinating to think about where a child, like when that moment drops, when that dime falls, because it's like, one of those, like, sad things you see on TikTok is, like, think about the last time your dad picked you up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's like, he just never picked you up anymore. That was just the last time he did it.
When's the last time you rode your bike to your friend's house and came back home?
Fuck. Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I tried doing that in my 20s. Sucked.
It wasn't the same.
Sucked.
Not the same
Hated
experience.
riding my bike. It was so funny how, like, we lie to ourselves as a kid and we're just like, I'm getting my learners. I'll still drive. It's like, I'll still ride my bike because I'm not going to have a car for a while. The minute I got my car, I never picked that fucking bike up ever again.
Now it's just exercise.
It's just exercise and I hate it. And it sucks. No, so tell me more about, like, your process. Like, obviously we know why you wrote Water Park.
Yeah, just because of that experience.
We understand what we shared on this show is the where it came from. Mm-hmm. But, like, what made you want to go with ghosts? What made you want to go into demons? Where was it all the things that interest you? Was it just like the vibes you were trying to hit?
Not even, because it did change. My original idea was like, I'm tired of kid horror movies always ending with the kid surviving, kind of. Because that's not realistic in this terrible fucking world we live in. Kids suck and kids get killed. And it's terrible, but it's true. So, like, that was my original idea. Originally, I was just going to have Milo and Barnes be killers, and that would be that. The Scooter character actually was never going to show up at the park. The thing that changed was when I wrote Chapter 2, and I came up with, like, the demon metaphor for Mr. Barnes, and I was like, that's a little too on the nose for me. I think I'm going to dive into more of a creature thing here, just because, one, I know you enjoy that type of stuff.
Creepypasta.
And
That's
2, I was like, that might be like a cooler ending than just like the kids getting murdered and that being that. So I switched gears on that, and
that would have been really Texas Chainsaw Massacre of you, though.
Yeah.
To tie the kid to a chair and just fucking murder
the
him.
scene was so Texas Chainsaw, and I was like, that's too much of me just taking ideas from everywhere else. I wanted it to be a little bit more original in that regard. So, and I love what you said earlier about like how this is a metaphor of like just growing up and being like youthful and versus like becoming like a sinister.
Yeah, the coming of age story can be turned into so many different regards. Like most people use it as like a narrative for loss of innocence and like sexual discovery. Like, no, sometimes it's mundane.
Yeah.
There was one day where I just started having sex. And it was just like, that's it. Like, that just became
this is who I am.
That just became the new thing I wanted to do all the time. And, like, I always joke that that's when I stopped being friends with my mom. Like when I started caring about another woman is the day my mom realized that we don't have the same relationship anymore. And then she started hating me.
Oh, no.
So it's just, it's funny, but it's like, there are so many different aspects of things you could pick up on when you do the coming of age story. And not all of it needs to be Stand By Me.
Yeah.
A lot of it for us as actual people, it's so much more banal. It's so much more just like another fucking day. I know a lot of people who grew up way too hard, way too fast. Like, where am I for one of them? Like, there's so much about his life and his upbringing that was not his fucking choice that, like, I look at the person he is and I'm like, yeah, you kind of you shook it out.
Yeah.
You're a product of it, but like, you're alive.
Yeah.
Is very much couldn't have been at one point or another, but it's just like, we make do.
It's so interesting how like so many things can affect you from growing up and how you
Shit, dude.
And I think a big thing is just your friends even.
It's not even, and like people throw the word trauma around a lot. Mm-hmm. No, I'm sorry. It's just baggage. It comes in different shapes and sizes. It's not all trauma. Like, I didn't need to be beaten by my dad to understand that, like, some of the aspects of my relationship with my father aren't that great. Like, he never laid a hand on me as far as, like, outward, like, I did something wrong, spanking type of punishment. But, like, my relationship with him is just not as strong as I see other people with their own dads. There's nothing wrong with that. I still love my dad. It's just, we impression and we impact so much of, like, what we have against others. Everything's always like a dick measuring contest. Mm-hmm. And it's like, not everything needs to be a fucking trigger.
There's a big difference between being punished as a kid and getting fucking raped,
Fuck yeah. That's a spectrum.
Yeah. But yeah, I had a fucking blast doing this, and I really just want to say thank you for even, like, having this. Me and you became friends because of Punxsutawney Trill's old show. That was like the first time we really
that is like the first time we hung out.
And like that, like
vibed.
Years later, we're like, you're one of my best friends, if not my best friend. So like, and like this podcast is just like so fun and creative to be a part of all the time.
I'm gonna say to you what I said to Kitty with her, which is like, you clearly have a knack for writing, so continue writing. Let me know whenever you want to write something. If you want to do something else, come to the show with it. This was an excuse, and like, it was an excuse for me to be creative. It was an opportunity for me to give everyone the stage for a moment. It's always the Captain Death show, It's always the, like, let's see what we're doing. I've had this planned. I've looked at this. I've brought this from here. Enough. We've been doing this for, it's going to be like 9 years in November.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So it's like, for Halloween of this year, which at this point is going to be like next week when this episode comes out, it's just like, I had one thought, and it was that there are too many talented and creative people that have been on this show that have the gumption to make something like this work. And I just wanted to see what people would be capable of. And people have been fucking capable. And like, this episode is just another example of how someone hit the ground running. They hit it with a point. They just knocked it out of the park. They just hit a concept and ran with it. And I'm just fucking super thankful to be able to put it out there, to be the medium with which we express these things. Because I think, truthfully, put this on No Sleep. If you have a Reddit account, like, put this on No Sleep and see where it does. And then at the very bottom, be like, and you could listen to it being read on lots of possible. So
Share,
subscribe.
yeah,
Exactly.
Hashtag do it for death in the dew.
Uninstall. Kill yourself.
Pussy.
I don't want this to be the end of people being creative. I want this to be the door to people being creative. I saw a completely new side to Kitty and what she wrote. And I was just like, you have it. It is there. I don't care if you needed help. I don't care if it took you forever. I don't care if you were manic while you wrote it. Like, you had your process. You made it work. Continue to feel like this can be your outlet for that. Because it's one thing to find something stupid and read it online together and laugh about it and smoke some weed and tell a couple jokes. And we get yelled at about breaking up the flow with our commentary. I'm okay with it. It's what we do. But, like,
It's natural, though. That's what friends do.
You're
our friends.
You're here with
joking
us on
us.
the couch. Exactly. Yeah. It's the amount of times I've heard people saying that they, like, talk back to our shows because they feel like they're sitting here with us. It's great, but that's the vibe. We're setting that. So it's like, let this be, and this really is a call to action for anyone who's listening. Like, come to us with your stuff. I will give you the outlet to either read it for you, or you can come on and read it yourself. You don't have to be someone who's been on the show before. If you're just a fan, if you're just someone who's interested, I'll vet you. I'll talk to you first before I just blindly let you on the show. But, like, to anyone who's been on the show already, to anyone who has listened, who's had a time reading this, like, we've read other people's stuff on the show before. I loved reading Mark Rooster's fucking Lindsay Lohan story.
I still gotta listen to that.
It is so fucking good, and it's like, that's an actual spec script that he sent to Lindsay Lohan's manager, and he got a response back saying, no thanks.
That makes it better, honestly.
It is the clinch to that story. So it's just like, let this just be a reminder to anyone who's listening that if you put pen to paper, it doesn't matter if you want to write Harry Potter erotic fan fiction. Just do it. Yeah. And then let me read it.
Even if you have your heights super high for what you want it to become, it's still very fulfilling to finish a project. Mm-hmm. It's the best.
It really is. I think we need to pat ourselves on the back a little bit more, because this was a long time coming. I want to say we talked about this in, like, March. I probably tried getting a head count of people in, like, February or March, just warning people that this was something that was going to happen. And then right around, like, May, I was like, okay, we're doing this. Like, I've gotten a list of people. At that point, there were, like, 23, 24 people that were, like, into it. And then as time went on, I think that number turned into, like, 18. And I lost a few people there. And it's just like, it's okay. It's not in everyone. I'm not asking for everyone. There's no gun to anyone's head. I have made fun of a couple people. I have told people that they're disappointing me, specifically Lanky.
Yeah.
I was like, Lanky, you're not allowed to back out on me. I was counting on you. And he's like, fuck you. And I was like, no, seriously, I was. You're gonna make my list an odd number now if you don't do it. And I had to give him a little bit of shit. Same thing with Punks. I had to be like, Listen, you told me a long time ago you were going to write something really gay for me to read. You can't say that and then not write anything. What the fuck else are you doing with your life right now? Fucking write me a story.
Just streaming and drinking.
Exactly. So it's like 5 pages, double spaced is like 3.5.
Yeah.
Don't give me shit. Come to the table. I'm challenging you.
You know those two on the same episode is going to be funny too. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I think he actually asked to be like together. Like all 3 of us are going to be in the same room reading everyone's stories at the same time.
I just love the idea that we talked before about him doing like a Michael Chang, Colin Jost switch.
Yes.
Or like Lanky would read Punks and Punks would read Lankies, and they would just like both be like the gayest, like most racist things ever, just to make the other one queasy. So
he was calling it his revenge, Lanky, because I made him read that story with all the N-words.
That was fun though. I had a good time with that. You did fucking great with your Russian mobster accent.
I love reading in accents. I included accents in some of my stories just because I was like, I would really like to do this
awesome.
again. Yeah, no. I included a in the creature feature creepypasta story that takes place in an apartment building. I made the people who live on the lowest floor a Russian couple with a little kid named Nikolai.
So
I was like, the husband does not speak like a lick of English. I think the best thing he says is, "You are okay." And I was like, that's the best he says. Yeah. But everything else I did loose translations with help of a Russian friend, and I was like, how does this sound? And he was like, no, change aspects of how this is. And I was like, okay, how do you fucking say that word? Because I had to spell it, and I don't know what it sounds like. He was like, you say it like this. And I was like, okay, cool. But it's like, it was funny. It was funny as all. Is that, like, I tried to pull in, like, every little, like, walk of life that I've enjoyed about this show and everything that I've written. So next episode, everyone, you will be once again hearing Deputy Dewey read another story, but this time I will have written it, because next episode is my mandate. I'm taking the reins back from these fuckers.
Hooray! Listeners out there, I'm sorry that there wasn't a lot of bones. I feel like I let you down.
There was at least one bone.
There was one mention of bone.
Yeah, there was a mention of bone.
But, if Dewdrop's on the pot, there's gonna be some bones.
I wanna see some bones.
I can't wait to play Hellraiser.
I also I went on record to say that after you asked if there were going to be more bones in any of my stories, I went back and added more of them.
Hell yeah, man!
In the story,
free the bones.
Free the bones. Yeah, and I guess that's a shout out. We need to get you back, and now that the studio's set up, we need to get you back and play another game.
Yeah.
I don't think Hellraiser's going to be the first thing we play. I think we could finally start with the Until Dawn games, the Dark Chronicles.
Yeah.
I think we could finally do those. I've been itching to play Until Dawn ever since we saw that shitty fucking movie.
The last of your 3 board games that we've been playing should probably be filmed live. That should be the face reveal, baby.
I don't think we'll ever have a face reveal, but I probably could find a way to jerry-rig like
filming at the table.
A camera on top of the table with some type of loose frame that only points down.
I thought that added something nice to our first cabin, seeing
taking the
pieces.
Pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah. We could have and should have done that for the Backrooms game, because I did spend the time making those pieces for everyone. So maybe we can do that with SCP. SCP will happen sometime next year. Return to Cabin will happen sometime next year. Return to Cabin, I'm already plotting to be a 2-parter with anyone who survived from the last ones that is comfortable coming back. I'm going to try to get Frowns, Django, Terry, Harold, and Strawberry all in the same room. Yeah. I don't know what episode that's going to be, because if this is 300, it's just
350?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know where in the next lineup it's going to be. Yeah, just physically that number, because I don't know because even up until 323 is already pushing to December of 26. So it might be after that. It might be before that. I don't know. We'll see.
only time will tell what possible fuckery we're going to find ourselves up to in the near future. But Deputy Dewey, it's been real.
Join us for some fun. Love you. Bye.